the road. Ahead lie 150 miles of driving. Back to where it all started, in Ayr Square, Galway. And the victorious Vauxhall, crewed by Jimmy McRae and Frank Mang, are on the victory ramp.
Motor Test champion John Lyons from Castlegar set a blistering pace right from the start.
Billy Coleman is 6 minutes ahead of the field and cruising home.
Novel, Cullen, but still no McHale. Fisher is on an epic fight back.
Austin McHale opens his 1991 Tarmac account in blistering style. On McKinstry, it's caution to the wind as he throws his new charge around like an old friend.
The Pirelli Short car is 14 seconds up on McHale after 6 stages.
Moikinen now leaps into the lead, fastest by a fabulous 10 seconds.
It's Eugene now with brakes fully restored, who's back in front.
Flat out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
Hello, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship 2023, brought to you by Samdeck, a Sentinel Group company, Corrib, Galway International Rally. We had loads of action yesterday, 9 stages yesterday, and we have 3 loops of 2 stages today, with the finish in or about 4 o'clock in Galway. Loads to talk about from yesterday before we go live to the first stage of the day at around 9 o'clock this morning. We're going to catch up with a few interviews and Tony. But joining me once again is my co-commentator, Michael Patterson, a name synonymous with Patterson Pace Notes, as well as Patterson's Rally News and the history of rallying. And we touched on that a couple of times yesterday and looked back at old times, old results and old memories. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce this morning Michael Patterson. Good morning, Michael.
Morning, Sav.
Plenty to go on today. We had a really good ding-dong between Joshua Moffat and Cathal McCourt.
They moved the goalposts a bit yesterday afternoon. Final couple of stages, they just, everybody pretty much said, we don't have an answer to these two guys. I got a couple of messages last night and it's like, Cathal McCourt? Wow. He had some drive yesterday, didn't he?
He has. We've mentioned it before last year. We did a couple of events for those of you who haven't been with us before. And we've watched Cathal move from a Fiesta Rally 2 to a Citroen to a Skoda. And he has been really consistent. And one of the things I highlighted yesterday and we talked about was, you know, he went to the Killarney Rally of the Lakes, 2-wheel drive escort. Now, he's a young enough man not to have begun his career in escorts. But I mean, 3rd or 4th, I think it was. And he's consistent. And he just upped the ante a little bit yesterday, you know. And it's like he said, he told Tony that, you know, the only top-line driver that's not here this weekend is Alistair Fisher. You know, and if I can keep my times and my results amongst the company I'm in, he said, I'm looking forward to the rest of the year. So
I am as well. I mean, he's very grounded, isn't he?
Yeah. And I think that we're in for a big battle today. Weather slightly different stages, which you've been over. It's 2 stages looped over 3 times. And of course the famous bits and pieces of Black Road.
Black Road, yeah. I mean, it's very much a traditional version of Black Road this year. Last year's rally used a little bit of it and went more sort of from one end to the other. This is more of almost like a half moon type stage.
Yeah.
The one thing is overnight, and pretty much if you're in Ireland, overnight, it was a beautiful evening last night. One problem, there was no sky. It was a clear blue sky, and the frost this morning's pretty severe. It's 1 degrees in Galway city centre this morning. We know that Black Road has notoriously over the years delivered a little bit of ice, a little bit of frost. So we could have a tricky variable. The big thing is obviously getting the tyres to work when the temperature's so low. Black Road has traditionally run on Sunday mornings on Galway. Over the years, it has claimed quite a few high-profile people.
Yeah.
Cars just got away from them. I don't want to put the scud on anybody, but very, very, very challenging stage in the sense that it climbs up over the top of the hills and then down again. But one of the things I think we're just going to have a quick look back at a little few highlights from yesterday, and that'll just freshen our minds up, Sav.
Yep, let's go. running. So, as we begin this morning, we'll just have a quick recap over the top 10 from yesterday. As myself and Michael were saying, there looks like it could be a really good battle between overnight leader Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. Using last year's car, Cahan McCourt and Liam Moynihan are in a Citroen C3 Rally 2, a car that was seen in action a couple of weeks back in Monte Carlo. Sam Moffat, Keith Moriarty in third overnight. They're using a brand new Hyundai i20 R5. Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson, yesterday they were kind of up and down the leaderboard, but a very solid performance from them. In fifth, Gary Jennings and Arthur Kieran's in the passenger seat with Gary this weekend. Rory Kennedy on a charity walk in New Zealand, and we did see Rory dip in and out of our coverage yesterday. Johnny Greer and Niall Burns in sixth. Johnny admitting that they had very little time to test the car before the event, so himself and Niall are making adjustments between the stages. Callum Devine had a very difficult day yesterday. Wasn't happy with tyres, wasn't happy with the car. Gareth McHale and Brian Murphy holding 8th. Patrick O'Brien impressive yesterday and is in 9th overnight with Desi Henry and Paddy Robinson round out the top 10. Again, they had a very difficult day. So
yeah, tricky day for those guys.
Yeah, and don't forget today we have the juniors begin today. They do all 6 stages today, so plenty to talk about in there. We mentioned yesterday that the championship organisers have done a really good job in getting sponsors on board, and as Michael pointed out, not one massive sponsor, but we have several. We have Sentinel, who are a Sentinel group company in terms of Samdeck, who are sponsoring the overall championship. But the modified section for this year is Gary McAvoy Motorsport. The Historics, which, as Michael pointed out yesterday, are running together from about car 65 onwards. That was a really good idea.
Today that changes now, Zab, just so that they'll run in seated order today. So everything today is reflects their performance over the day. So we'll have a wee chat about the Historics later on, because they're really interesting, and the modifieds. But in the meantime, we're going to go live to service. So it's the pre-first stage this morning service, and over to Tony in the service area.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 in Galway. As you can see, Josh is deep in tyre talk here, so we're going to go over and interrupt him. Josh, if you don't mind, you're discussing tyres this morning?
Yeah, we are. Just I suppose there's maybe 2 options to go from there, but it's pretty cold out there, and yeah, I suppose it's the same for everybody. Hopefully there's not going to be any frost on the road there, but we'll see what happens.
Like, it is very tricky on the drive in there. I mean, there's definitely patches that are shiny and kind of very dangerous looking.
Yeah, it is cold. You know, hopefully it's more in the hedges or the grass. You can see the frost a lot clearer. Hopefully I think the road in general on the way in we seen was fairly dry, but it'll be fine.
It will be fine. And at the end of the day, I suppose the saving grace a lot of the time with rallying is the fact that so many of the safety cars go through first. Yeah.
So well, if the message gets passed back, but I suppose if it doesn't, I'm the first car on the road to really find it. So look at it, it's grand. We'll just have to try and manage it the best we can.
Good man. And how are you feeling this morning in general? Do you prefer coming in the lead, or would you prefer to be kind of coming in trying to chase?
In general, yeah, I'd probably prefer to be behind, but I'd rather be in front with a margin too. So no, I'm happy enough to be in front. I suppose we have a 7-odd second lead. I think they're over McCourt, and then the boys are another bit behind that as well. So yeah, we're sitting pretty good at the minute. And
to be fair, 7 seconds is actually a lot of time in comparison to the times that everybody was swapping yesterday.
Exactly, like those maybe 7 seconds in the top 5 for a long time yesterday. So no, we're pretty happy with that.
Good man. Well, best of luck for today. We'll see you back at the next service. These things happen whenever you're walking around the service area, I suppose. Where did I see Sam? There it is. Sam, can we get a quick word?
No bother.
Very cold this morning.
It is, yeah. Just adds to the Galway, I suppose. That's what Galway is. So Yeah, it's going to be interesting morning. We've got the Black Road here. Can't remember the name of the other stage, but 2 technical stages. The second half, the second one's quite fast, but all good apart from that, I suppose.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm getting stuff in me. Sorry, Chris, can you repeat that again, please? Sorry, Sam, I'm after this is the enjoyable part of live streaming, isn't it?
No,
I'm just getting in my ear there that the stage is called Ballydugan.
Ballydugan, there you go.
There you go. Not that you don't. I was just going to say you don't really mind the name. You just need to get in and remember the road.
Yeah, stage 10, stage 11. That's all I'm worried about.
The one with the black tar.
Yeah. So no, all good. Suspicion of a wee bit of ice in places, but I'd say that should be gone by the time we get out there. Temperatures are low, which will make a bit of a thing on the tyre choice this morning. So yeah, let's play it by ear and see how it goes. But big push for second, and yeah, Miriam's went very hard last year. I'm sure you'll all have that information over the Black Road last year. So he's only 0.6 behind us, so we'll have to be really careful.
Yeah, it's all about being careful and holding on to that position. But we're just saying to Josh, careful and flat out is right. But like 7 seconds for Josh is it seems to be quite a big ask now to catch that after all of the tightness yesterday.
Yeah, well, he's 19 on me, so it's a lot for me. So really and truly, we'll focus on trying to get second. Yeah. In focusing on second, we'll see what happens to Josh, I suppose. Yeah, if anything happens to him, he'll be brought into the battle. But for me, we've enough of a task to try and get second with 11 seconds. So if the battle for second sucks Josh in, then we'll see how that goes. But yeah, the win would be where we'd want to be. But at the minute, I think realistically, we have to go for second.
It wouldn't be a bad start to the year though for you.
No, it wouldn't. But very easily we could drop to fourth here. So I think it's just full attack now today. Keith's talking of championship points to me. Early days, Galway, we need to get out with at least a minimum of a podium here, really and truly, if you want to be fighting for the championship. So it has to be a podium, but second is where we're aiming for today.
And I mean, that's the thing, like it seems, I'm laughing here because it seems mad to already be thinking about championship, but like every day, every event counts.
Oh look, it's a championship, and okay, you have to finish every round or try to finish every round, but fourth place points is no good in this championship. None. No good at all. You need to be. Last year, even with Josh getting, 5 of 7 firsts, he was still going into the last round not having it won. So, you need to be getting your first, seconds, and your worst score being a third to contend for the championship. So that's the way I see it anyway.
Not easy for you boys, but very interesting for us to watch.
Yeah, hopefully.
Sam, thanks so much for talking to us. Very appreciative of them standing out in the freezing cold here this morning. So we're going to go up here and try and get a quick word with Cahan McCourt. Actually, do you know what? See Johnny Greer just out of the corner of my eye here. I think he's up in the truck. I thought I saw a rally. See some people. No, Johnny is not here.
Not there.
Where do we see? Is Johnny about? Bear with us, folks. The camera is moving about a wee bit. We're just trying to double check wires. Again, we've already mentioned it this morning, the joys of live TV. Or live streaming, live anything. There's no hiding. Good morning. Brilliant. They're in having a team brief. I didn't realise that door was there at all. You're hiding away.
Yeah, hiding away. That's a wee secret hidey hole.
Very cold this morning.
Yeah, that's it's going to be strange because we don't really get conditions like this over here. And I know Galway's always cold, but I don't think I've ever done it when it's been like frosty and icy. So it's going to be a challenge. Probably we're going to the worst stage we go to with the Black Road, which is right up in the mountains. So it's going to be colder up there again. So, but I don't know. We're hearing reports that the stage is not too bad and there's no ice on it, which is good. But you just don't know what way it'll turn with the temperature still being so cold. So we'll go up. It's the same for everybody. We'll just go up and see what it's like when we get up there and try and make the best of it.
Exactly. It's really all you can do. And I mean, you had a moment yesterday on the first stage. You probably wouldn't want to be doing the same again today.
No, the first stage caught us out. We were sort of surprised by the car, and then we'll struggle with it all day. But we've made changes nearly every service, and even during the loops, and we got the car somewhere nice now. We could have done with some higher temperatures because our basic problem is the car's not heating the tyres. So losing the temperature is not ideal, but we've softened the car again in service last night, so hopefully we've done enough. But we'll just go out and see how the car handles and go from there and try and enjoy as best we can.
And I mean, do you find like when you have a moment like that on the first stage of the day, does it stay with you for the day or can you let it go?
It probably stays with me till the end of the stage really, but yeah, it was a bit of a surprise, and I think once we got the car dialed in it was fine, but we struggled the first loop because the car was doing that all the time, kind of catching us out and really, really difficult to drive, but we got there in the end, so once the car starts to feel better, you get more confidence, so that's what we've been doing all day yesterday, so hopefully we're still going the right way today, that's our plan, but yeah, it's not what you need. You want to get the first stage out of the way with no dramas, so it's not ideal, plus brand new car and hitting off a bank in the 2 mile into the first stage isn't a great idea, but no, we're here and we're still fighting, so we'll try and give it our best shot.
Good man. And tell us, is there any of the stages that you're looking forward to today?
Ironically, Black Road, because it's very different than the rest of the stages we've done. I'm not looking forward to the conditions up there, but the stage itself is fantastic. The flow of the road and everything's really, really nice, and there's very little chicanes in it, whereas yesterday there was a lot of start-stop and stuff, and the second stage today is a lot like that too, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting up there. I just wish it was a couple of degrees warmer.
Well, fingers crossed. Now it's enjoyable, the first one. At least, you know, with the sun coming out now at this point, you'll know that it'll dry up and kind of warm up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. There's no rain forecast anywhere today, so at least if the temperatures do increase, it should end up being a dry day. So yeah, hopefully get to that point and we can go and enjoy ourselves a bit.
Good man, thanks very much, Johnny. We'll see you in the next service, hopefully. And that's it exactly. Like, I mean, if you can just get a safe run over the first loop, especially on a morning like that. I mean, if you look down here, you can see bits of ice like on the surface here, even in service. Like, so it's one of those things. The guys will be very, very nervous this morning. I mean, I remember I did Galway once, and the slushy conditions were absolutely like atrocious. It was the worst kind of condition to try and pick tyres and all that jazz, and it's not a choice I'm envying of these guys here this morning. So we're just going to try and get Catherine McCourt here this morning. Oh, walk past him. Catherine, you're hiding on me this morning.
Jesus Christ. Trying to keep the head down here.
I would say it's a nervy sort of a morning for you between the weather and heading into the second day in second position.
I look here, to be honest, I'm pretty cool. Hey, those pressures for tyres. No, look here, we're just going to go and do our thing like we done yesterday and drive as hard as we can for as long as we can and see if it works. And look, the stages hopefully will be a bit more consistent today with no rain. It doesn't give any rain anyway. Good snow. It's cold enough for snow anyway. But no, here we're going to do our own thing and see where we finish up this evening. Here, look at it. Joyce is going hard, but look, the time's still there. I can see it there, but I think you just have to take the risks. And I don't think just because it's my first day out in the car, I don't think I'm going to just take the risks that he's taking. Seen a couple of videos of him last night now, and he was hanging out of more hedges. But no, here, look, it's all good. We're happy where we are, and if we can maintain where we are and keep the pressure and Joyce today, you never know what would happen this evening.
See, that's it. Like, I mean, it's a very long day.
Oh, look here, you've more rallying today than we had yesterday, so, and it's two big stages. Like, and look, there's a there's a long day ahead of us. So we'll not judge the book by its cover the first two this morning.
And in terms of the weather, like, would that make you nervous looking at the conditions and seeing the ice and the frost and stuff this morning? Or what do you think about it?
To be honest, it doesn't really bother me. I have a good gravel crew out there, and they're giving me their confidence in doing my gravel, so I'll just follow their direction and see how we go. But no, here, look, we've made a good set of notes and see how we go.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Enjoy the rest of the day and hopefully see you back at the next service. I see Gary Jennings here, so I'm going to try and get a quick word with Gary. Gary, you got yesterday over you. You'll be happy to have another day under the belt.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday was about mileage, and now same for everybody today. It'll be a real race now, I'd say. Everybody's up to speed. So yeah, this Black Road this morning will be very interesting. It's very cold this morning, but I think it might lift a wee bit, but I think everybody's going to go on a slick tyre again. And it kind of all caught us out yesterday when the rain come, but it's looking like it's going to be a beautiful morning.
And I mean, obviously these stages, everybody's talking about them being higher up and the conditions and stuff being a wee bit more tricky to try and figure out. Are you nervous about that, or do you just trust the tyre?
No, I trust the tyre 100%. Pirelli have a great tyre, so we'll just trust the tyre 100. I know we're going to high altitude and all here as well, so we will probably be hindrance a wee bit in power. Definitely this Black Road, there's a lot of big, fast straights, uphill, so that will hinder us, but what we'll lose going up the hill, we're going to have to try and make going down the other side, so that's what we're focusing on at the minute.
Good man, the car's feeling good and you're enjoying it?
Yeah, we're just here for the fun and we're full of confidence now, but as I said last night, it's overstepping that mark, and we overstepped it last night, and we don't want to do that again today. We just want to settle ourselves in, and I feel like I've been chased behind by all these hounds, but hey, if we can just sit where we are or wherever, we'll enjoy it and try and get her through these first two and get back here.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the day, Gary, and we'll see you in the next service. Thanks for talking to us, as usual. So what we're going to do now is we have to cover a bit of mileage. We're going to go across the service park. We got directions yesterday from Mark Alcorn. So we're just going to go across and see if we can get a quick word with these guys, because, you know, the race for the modifieds was so tight yesterday as well, and like these guys, the speed that these guys are going to be carrying up through those stages is going to be insane, you know. All of them obviously, but we need to get talking to the other guys as well, and the two-wheel drives and stuff. So we're just going to walk across and see if we can get a quick word with Mark Alcorn, and I think we're going to try and find Conor Murphy as well. We're definitely going to try and find him, but I think we might have an idea of where he is for yesterday. So as you can see, very, very big service park, very spread out. So bear with us for a few minutes till we get across, but we're not a million miles away. You can see with Donovan there on the camera that it is literally just across the road, but it's just between traffic and the lovely Galway walls, we have to just go the long way around. So Marion Evans is in there, but I am anxious that we get up to this service park a little bit further up the road to get talking to Mark Alcorn this morning. Obviously had a brilliant day yesterday, so we spoke to him briefly yesterday evening, but it was at the time control, so we didn't have that much time. So we'd rather just get a quick word this morning and see if we can get a wee just a wee bit of an impression of how he's feeling this morning. Sort of feel like we're going into the wrong place here, but it definitely has rally cars. Bear with us here. He's down the back. He's just down here now, I think, in front of me, over to the left. So as you can see, we found him. This is our biggest one of the weekend, Donovan. We finally found another area of the service park. So I can see Mark over here. So we're just going to make our way over and see what his plan of attack is for the morning. Now he's getting into the carols here, so we might have as much time as we hoped. Morning. Mark, can we get a quick word?
Aye.
We'll hand that helmet down. How are you feeling this morning?
Good day.
Ready to go?
Oh, brilliant day. Ready to go.
What about that weather? Would that put you in any way nervous, or are you just raring to get out and on the tarmac?
We're trying to get the first stage over now and see what the story is. I don't think it's going to be that bad out there. No, it's going to be.
Are you looking forward to any of the stages in particular today?
No, I don't know none of them, so we'll see what happens. Or you might like the whole lot of them, you might like none of them.
So you're really relying on John here this morning?
I'm relying on big time here now.
You under pressure, John?
Not one, but pressure for tyres.
There's another pressure for tyres. Guys, we'll let you go.
Thanks a million.
And get your day started. So we'll get out of the way here and let him. No, he's actually going to take a wee second. So we'll go see too many other people about here, to be honest. So we're actually going to just come back out of here, and Marion Evans is across the way, so we'll see if we can get a quick word with him, and then we'll try and make our way over to again another area of the service park that we found yesterday evening. There's a few more cars around there, so it's just all about trying to get as many people as we can this morning, because these weather conditions are so tricky, and we're just trying to get the opinion of everybody and what's going on with tyres. And what we are going to do is leave you for a few seconds as we get ourselves ready to rock here at the next service park. So we're going back to an advert, and I'll hand over now.
So a quick trip with Tony in the service park. You can see on the ground just how cold it is. We were discussing here while you were live in the studio, possibly our first stage, maybe ice, but we do have a couple of photographs I think the producers have lined up from spectators who were on the stages, showing just how cold it is. We have ground temperature of -3 and road temperature 0. So the first stage of the morning, we possibly could see something like this, but I think stage 11, by about 9:45, some of it should have lifted. In under the trees, if there is that sort of cover, will still be slippy and icy, Michael.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
That's a great example of what you were saying about the wide wall, the walls where it's unbelievably open.
I think it's really interesting listening to all of those drivers and Tony in the service area. It's almost like their people are out on the stages, the gravel note crews are out there. They've been on Black Road and they've had the report from Black Road so far, but they haven't had the report from stage 11 yet, which is actually, these photographs are from stage 11. And as you said, I wrote it down. Stage 11, air temperature -3, road temperature 0. Now, that air temperature stays at -3. It's not going to thaw for probably until lunchtime.
Yeah.
Because the sun's so low in the sky and anywhere in the shade. Look, we all know if you live somewhere where there's maybe a long hedgerow in Ireland, at this time of year, it never thaws. It stays. The frost will stay there all day if the sun doesn't get to it. So,
yeah,
it's not it's not something unique. That's just the way it is. It could change very quickly, but they're going to have the risk. I think the one thing is that they need the soft compound tyre. It's the only thing that's going to work. Gary Jennings was very saying about he was happy with the Pirelli tyre yesterday, and he's very happy this morning. None of them seem to be overly concerned about it, which I think reflects their confidence as well. They're, certainly the top 5 or 6 guys in the rally are all on the crest of a wave. They're all very happy with the way things are going.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and Cahan McCourt, really, really interesting. Sam sort of saying, I have to pull my finger out here. He said, look at last year's championship. You need to be scoring highly on every single rally. There's no point. Finishing 4th or 5th is no good if you're trying to win the Tarmac Championship. And he knows Marion goes really, really well. Last year, it was a different version of Black Road, but Marion went he went for it last year.
Yeah.
and nearly won the rally. So yeah, I think they're just focused on, look, it's the same conditions for everybody, so they're just going to go out there and give it a go. But you're probably over the edge in a few places, and when you have it gets tricky, that's when things go wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a good point made by Cahan McCourt in that he completely trusts his gravel crew. They all have them, they're out, they'll have driven the stages before the road closes. They'll also be getting messages and text messages, photographs, similar to the ones we've seen from friends and relations that are on the stage waiting to see them. And Johnny Greer pointed out that, while Galway's Galway at this time of year, it's not the conditions that you would normally see. When you get later in the year, it's a bit warmer, the ground temperature's warmer. But it is interesting, and we were saying yesterday that, February in Ireland it can be snow. We looked at footage recently of 1978 when there's 3 or 4 inches of snow with John Taylor in the Escort, Billy Coleman in the Stratus, and I made the point. And we're going to just quickly go back to Tony in service and Ray Breen.
We're back here on the other side of the service park again, and we've got Ray Breen, if he'll have a quick word with us.
Hi.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm not so bad. You had a great day yesterday.
Yeah, we're happy. I took a bit of time to get into the typical Galway mucky conditions. It's many years since I've been here. But once I got into it, we're doing fine.
I mean, Galway's obviously so intense all the time, the weather, and it's first of the year and stuff, so it's great to get to the second day of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't gotten to the second day of Galway many times before through mechanical problems, my own problems. But look, it's a different day today. It's fine. Might be a little bit of ice here and there in places, but I prefer to contend with that than contend with the full day that we had yesterday.
Yeah. Exactly. It's to get over the first day of Galway means something, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, yeah. Well, it's the first everything. It's the first one of the season. It's always mucky, guttery. There's always something that you need to get over. But being here today is nice, yeah.
And I mean, it must be great crack in the Subaru.
Yeah, it's proper old school rallying. I really, really enjoy it now. But we're only getting into it, making the car our own. So, the more to come.
And any of the stages in particular you're dying to get at today?
I remember absolutely nothing, so I can't tell you whether there's one good or one bad. Genuinely, I just take each one as it comes, listen to the notes and drive on.
Enjoy it, and that's all you can do.
Absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant, Ray. Thanks for talking to us. So that's Ray Breen, doing really well in the historics. I am just walking over here. As you saw, before we actually spoke to Ray, he was talking to James Coleman, so I'm just going to get a quick word with James, if we can. James, you're trying to hide and get out of the cold, are you?
No, I was leaving you alone actually there. Alright, Tony.
You're obviously enjoying being out and about at the weekend, and KCJ's doing very well.
Yeah, it's great. To be fair, sure, look, he only started there a couple of years ago in J1000, and then COVID came and set him back a bit. To be fair, we probably should have been here in a Rally 4 last year, but he needed more time in J1000 and come along the line. We had to do a little bit in Europe just to keep it going.
Yeah.
And in fairness, it worked. He seems to have grasped it. I drove that car in Mondella one day, and to be honest, you'd want to be the full of your health driving a Fiesta Rally 4 or any Rally 4 for that matter. There's so much torque now, but it's great. And look, we're starting off, registered for the championship. Hopefully he'll do well. He's having a great run. He's 120 ahead going into today, which, you know, there's a bit of luck on your side always. And, you know, Tom runs a great show, obviously, with the tire choice and great tuition for a young lad, if you know what I'm saying. So look, it's going great. Tony, we're delighted and proud of him, obviously, and you know, I wish I had this chance when I was 19.
I know. I mean, this is the thing. Like, to be able to do this type of stuff whenever you're that age is unbelievable. And I mean, that's the kind of it's just the experience that you cannot buy anywhere else.
No, it's incredible. And I mean, when you see the professionalism of it today, obviously the videos, the onboards, and the information, the feedback from the various people, even the feedback from the tire people, be it Pirelli or be it Michelin, they're here, they're out there doing the recce, the stages. That's what you saw in the World Championship in ERC many years ago. And in fairness, rallying is at an incredibly professional level in Ireland for an amateur sport in Ireland, if you know what I'm saying. So I mean, great credit to everybody involved. But I mean, the competitors are super, as you know. And we were here yesterday. Obviously, we were in Monte Carlo last week, and there was more people in the service area here yesterday than was in Monte Carlo service area.
That's what we were talking about yesterday. It was so hard to get through the service area yesterday because the crowds were just insane. It's a credit to us. We're a great nation for rallying.
It was absolutely amazing. We were sitting here and we're just watching. It was like visions of like a rock concert or an All Ireland. The amount of flow, people left and right, and genuinely, we spent the whole weekend in the service park in Monte, and there wasn't the amount of people that was here yesterday, and everybody was saying it. So it's great to see that. And it's great to bring in motorsport to the people, obviously. But I think after COVID as well, people are looking for stuff, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're looking for places to go and all that goes with it. And you know, when something like this comes to town, it's brilliant. And well done to the organisers and everybody for getting it across the line, Tony, and to yourself. You're doing it. Great to see you with your new project. And it's great to see.
It's like, this is the thing. Like, the work that the guys do behind the scenes is insane. Like, and I mean, it's just one of those things, as you mentioned, the professionalism and trying to get rallying to everybody. That's kind of what the point is, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, we need the type of coverage that you're doing now for the archives.
Yeah.
And you know, when you don't have live TV or you don't have what we had in the past, you need it. You know, in time, this will be there in the archives. This is what will be played in 20 years' time on Thursday night by Motorsport Ireland, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and that's important. It's important for the next generation. So it's great to see it all coming together in the first event of the year. And well done to you both.
Thank you very much. And I mean, this interview is going to live on forever now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for having.
We made history,
Thanks
Tony.
for stopping. I'm going to get a word with the man himself if we can. Actually, I just spotted him jumping into the car out of the corner of my eye. I'm going to torture him when he's trying to leave. KCJ, you're having a great weekend.
Yeah, having a good run now. Good day yesterday, so hopefully we can continue the same today and keep our country and get to the finish with a win. So yeah, be good, yeah.
Any of the stages in particular you're looking forward to today?
I'm looking forward to that second one. The Black Road, the first one looks a bit tricky, alright. Especially first thing this morning. So no, I look forward to the second one, alright. It seems a good fast stage, so it might suit us.
Good man. Well, come here. We'll not hold you back too much longer. You're sitting in ready to go. Thanks for talking to us. We'll see you at the next service. And there you go, KCJ Coleman. And as we said, we were speaking to his dad, James, who is a great supporter of Irish rallying and enjoys a wee spin behind the wheel himself as well, obviously. So we're going to walk on up here and see if we can get. We're going to see if we can get another few guys here. A lot of mechanics here this morning, obviously, but we're starting to lose the drivers. There we go. There's the Bustard brothers. So as we said, James Coleman. Good morning.
Morning. How's it going?
Very busy here this morning.
Yeah, busy getting organised here, but soft compound tyre on now. We're feeling a bit slippy, you know. So hopefully we're on the right tyre and all. Car going good and everything, so looking forward to a good day today, get a good cut.
What about the 2 stages? Are there any in particular that you're looking forward to?
You know, funny, I preferred Saturday stages, you know, but that Black Road, funny enough, all the rally I never really done the Black Road much, you know. Everybody seems to sort of know it, but have a go at it. I think I like it okay. The next stage is the second stage today. I know it's a lot very fast between chicanes and very fast, then another chicane and maybe square left and maybe a 500 chicane again, that kind of stuff, where I really the more tighter stuff sort of, but see how we go. Hopefully it'll work well for us. That's the plan.
Well, getting back to the ramp is probably the main aim today, is it?
Getting back to the ramp's the big one. Getting back to the ramp in one piece, you know, we'll be delighted with that. That's the plan. Maybe with somewhere in the class as well, maybe. So
that's always a highlight, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one. That'll be a bonus, you know.
Good man. Thanks for talking to us. So that's Trevor Bustard. We're going to get across the way here, and just after seeing the Porsche, when you're walking through the service park, you just see droves of people and droves of cars, and you don't know one thing from the other. Good morning, Nigel.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Nigel, you're working hard as always.
Oh, working very hard, huh?
I mean, tell us a wee bit about this car. This car is absolutely incredible, isn't it?
It's a fine piece of machinery, yeah. It's a Trevor's, what would you call car he always wanted.
Aye.
So came along and he decided just to have a go here at the Tarmac Championship.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, like, we try and speak to as many people as we can, and it's always, you know, a lot of the time it's drivers and co-drivers and stuff, like, but as I said yesterday, like, you guys are the people that are actually doing the hard work whenever these guys come back to service. That's it, getting in under the car and actually doing the hard work.
Yeah, we enjoy it, like.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, nobody could rally without guys like you.
No.
I couldn't have anyway, Nigel.
Sometimes you think you're not appreciated, like, you know. But,
we appreciate you.
Everybody is somewhere down the line you find out they are, you know.
Good man. Is Trevor about?
He's there, seeing his backstand.
That's why I can't see him. Trevor, can we get a quick word? We're just talking to Nigel about the car. Absolutely incredible piece of kit.
Yeah, it's a nice car. It's nice to be driving the iconic Porsche now, I have to say. Now it's something different from the Escorts.
Yeah.
But now you have to drive it hard to try and keep up.
Yeah. I mean, are you finding it very, very different?
It's certainly different. It's very soft and it moves about a lot, but very forgiving at the same time. So, but when it started raining yesterday, then the traction kicked in and it was better. Yeah.
You enjoyed it then yesterday?
Loved it. Absolutely loved it.
And what about this morning when you see these kind of frosty conditions? How are you feeling?
Petrified. You're going into the unknown.
Yeah.
First stage, haven't a clue, so let's see what happens.
Have you done any of these stages before?
No. This is the first time I've done Galway in about 30 years, Tony, so it's a learning curve again.
I mean, it's one of those things where Galway's just notoriously tricky, and it's about getting to the finish.
Oh, for sure. Like, even the last stage yesterday, it was very greasy, and it was sort of, right, we're getting this home tonight, so yeah, we'll have to finish today. That's the plan.
Any of the stages that, you know, from the recce that you actually kind of seem to think, right, I can't wait to get at this one, this looks good?
That mountain stage, that's going to be the boy, up around the top of that, so we'll see what happens.
Good man. Trevor, thanks for talking to us. Hope we see you back at the next service. Enjoy the rest of the morning. Just going to get a quick word with the owner of the Black Brothers here, if we can get... Gareth, we missed you. How did yesterday, or how are you set for this morning?
Yeah, how enough. I think the stages aren't too bad. They're all the frost all the way off them, and there's a bit of a dry line on them. So hopefully they're out there and get a bit of a push on this morning in the class and see how we get on.
And I mean, that obviously makes it a wee bit easier now for the tyre choice when you hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just still very cold, so it might be dry, but there's no road temperature, so it makes it a bit trickery. But just have to trust the tyres and hope.
And there's not incredible road mileage to get them warmed up now?
No, it's just a bit of a run. We're lucky enough we had the tyres we were going out on, we had on and parked firmly this morning, so a bit of heat in them out the road. So
that's all that really does matter, those few wee miles?
It does, a few extra miles to get a bit of heat in them now helps, and hopefully now the stages run as soon as you get out there and you're not sitting about for a long time waiting.
And what's your plan of attack today?
Just stay consistent in the class, maybe put a bit of a push on here this morning and see how we go, but they've got a bit of a lead there yesterday in the wet, and we'll see how it goes this morning.
Good man. Well, thanks for talking to us. We'll let you go and let you get on the road. So we'll just see now. We'll head across here and see if we can get another couple of the drivers. Just looking for another few people to talk to if we can, guys. And again, you're seeing loads of the machinery that kind of obviously we put a big push on to kind of talk to the guys at the front and the guys leading the rally and stuff but there's just such a mixture of stuff out this weekend, and it's absolutely incredible to see it all, so we'll see if we can get a quick word with see Patrick Wright's in here, but we'll get a quick word. The driver is in and ready. We're going to talk to you just as you're about to leave. Patrick will be giving out to us now. How are you set for this morning?
Grand, yeah, looking forward to the stages. It's the first time across the Black Road ever, so it should be interesting.
It's the one that everybody's talking about this morning.
Yeah, it's a class stage. It's long, 18k. It's not one section of it that you can relax for. It's savage.
Like 18 kilometres is an awful long time in a rally car. Is it brilliant but long?
It is. It's a relief when you get to the end. You're happy when you get to the end, but on the start line now there'll be a few nerves, but just get through it and hopefully all goes okay.
Myself and Donovan were actually just talking about that. I mean, the nerves on the way to the first service in the morning are just insane, aren't they?
They are, yeah. It's just anxious. Try to get your mind off it for a while and start having a chat about something completely random.
You can't even talk about the weather because then you're thinking about tires.
Exactly, yeah. Look, the tire choice is made now, so that's
now it's just about going out and trusting yourself.
Exactly, yeah.
Good man, Shane. We let you go and let you head off. So we spoke to Shane briefly yesterday, and he was really enjoying the run yesterday. But I suppose, like everybody, it's just trying to get through these first few this morning. There's a lot more apprehension here this morning, I feel. I'd say, I don't know if it's the frost or if these sort of famous stages are or if these famous stages are kind of getting everybody. How are you doing? We'll just get a quick word with
better fixed. Excellent.
Sorry folks, there's a few cars trying to come into service here. We're sort of in the way. So these are the cars that are just sort of trying to leave service now. This is service out. As you can see, just the camera's kind of pointing up that direction. So that's service out. So there'll be a few people kind of trying to get out and about and get on their time cards now. How's the event going for you? We saw a wee bit of damage yesterday in the rear end.
I bent the axle on the second stage and we were only getting out now again. So,
are you nervous about this morning or just dying to get going again?
Just dying to get going again. Just not be pushing too hard and I nothing to gain.
Any of the stages in particular you're looking forward to getting at?
I'd like to get the Black Road again. Was that last year?
I mean, that's one of the ones that everybody's talking about this morning. Very, very tricky.
It'll be tricky, yeah. It'll be. Hopefully there'll not be much frost on it.
And how's the car feeling? No issues or anything, sir?
It's good enough to drive anyway.
Well, come here. We'll let you go. You're getting ready, and that's navigator Dale McGettigan sitting beside him as well there. As you can see, it's quite manic here in service now, everybody heading out. So what we're going to do is sign off from service, and hopefully you will be seeing live coverage from the stages very, very soon. But you'll be back here with us in a few hours.
Some nice catch-ups there with Tony Kelly in service. Tony, of course, a competitor herself in the past, and the famous Tony Kelly name associated with James Cullen and a few others. Andrew Nesbitt, if memory recalls, when he brought the Subaru and the Cuisine de France colours to Donegal. But Tony, great job and very insightful. So Michael, we have stages 10 and 11. Different characteristics in the two stages.
Very, very contrasting. Couldn't get two more different stages. Pretty much some of the drivers described it really well. Black Road, synonymous with the Galway Rally. It's well known, Zav, but It doesn't run every year. They ran a version of it last year, which there was a very small amount is similar to this year. There's lots of combinations. As you can see, what I said, or they described it as a bit of a horseshoe. The start and the finish are very close together, but 17.99 Ks. The final bit of the stage, the little dog leg bit that you see at the end, that's really never been run before. That's all new, quite fast, narrow and tricky. The really tricky part of the stage, Sav, is the bottom bit that we are looking at, the bit that goes from left to right across the bottom. That is very, very narrow, tricky, twisty bumps and jumps and crests and dry stone walls and cottages, and the bit up to it, so the first 3 or 4 Ks, very narrow, very slippy, under the trees, twisty. Then turn square left onto what is basically the mountain road, takes you up through past forests, fast flowing, dips, over bridges, compressions. Then turn left onto the very narrow road, turn left at the end of that onto an equivalent mountain road, back down the mountain, and then off into narrow stuff. It's got everything in it. The next stage, complete contrast, pretty much flat out. Lots of chicanes, lots of junctions, lots of high-speed stuff. But our information is that this is pretty clear of weather. But the second of the 2 stages, stage 11, we believe is very, very cold, and frost is actually on the road. And it's not, it may clear, but it's about an hour before we get there. Now, the first cars are at the arrival, we believe. The arrival control, off the top of my head, they were due at 08:55 into arrival and start the stage at 08:58. We have 2 camera crews about 2 Ks in, Sav, yeah? So we should, when we get the all clear that the stage is up and running, we'll be going to our camera locations presently. There's always throws a surprise this stage.
Yeah.
Something generally happens here, Sav.
Just to give you an idea, a bit of housekeeping, timing. First stage of the morning, Cecil stage 10 is live in a couple of minutes. Stage 11 starts at 9:44, just before 9:45. The cars make their way back into Loughrea to the cooperative mart where Tony was reporting from this morning, and they have an hour's service time. So plenty of time at that to catch up with the leading crews over the 2 different stages this morning. Again, go out and repeat the 2 stages service, last 2 stages of the day, and then the finish. So that's the rough idea of timing. It's going to be interesting to see how I think this opening stage shapes up for the rest of the day. You can see in our little table there that, you know, there's between Josh Moffat and Cahan McCourt, it is really close. Now, Cahan knocked in a couple of really good times yesterday. We heard from Sam earlier on that 4th place points is no good, 3rd place points is no good, and he made a really good point that, you know, when we were talking about Josh Moffat's record yesterday, Michael, from last year's results, it was 1st, 2nd, 2nd, 1st, 2nd, 2nd, 1st. That's all it was. There was nothing else. And as Sam pointed out, it wasn't until the last round that Josh could actually, you know, clinch the championship, if you remember, on the Ulster.
Yeah, so, I mean, the championship's so competitive and everybody's scoring points on every round, and that's the way it is. I think we touched on it yesterday evening about Cahan McCourt having such a good run over the final couple of stages that there was a risk he might actually go into the lead of the rally. And I sort of said, ooh, the one thing that is you're running first car on the road, particularly on a frosty morning. There's no indicators. You're the one picking the breaking points. You're the one first at the time control. You're the one waking up the timekeepers. Josh has been there lots and lots of times. Cahan hasn't. So at least Cahan has got that buffer where he's 7.8 seconds behind. He's second on the road. Josh is the one who's going to have to find his way this morning over these opening 2 stages.
And I think one of the things that Cahan did say to Tony that he was watching, like we all do, you know, once the rally was over yesterday, you spend your evening, you know, flicking through your phone and looking at the footage from yesterday. You know, his remark about Josh hanging out of the hedges wasn't very far away, because some of the angles that you know, I saw Josh coming in and out of junctions. Now, we know how slippery it was yesterday. Yeah. We had, on one stage in particular, you can see on our highlights package where Desi Henry took the gate clean off its hinges. And of course that was very difficult then for crews. It was very slippy and difficult conditions yesterday, but you know, Josh hanging out of the hedges on an icy morning, it's going to be interesting to see later on when we start seeing some of the footage. Is he much smoother? He's a very smooth driver, but he knows how to push it on his notes.
Well, you know, off camera sometimes we'd have a talk and you'd see stuff and somehow Josh gets away with it, whereas other people, he has that almost finite type of car control where he's able to judge things so closely. Now, is this all the other disciplines that Josh does? We know he is a bit of he's a drift champion. He's doing all different racing, but he's got this sublime car control, and he rarely puts a mark on the car, yet you watch all this footage of him and he's right on the edge. He's winning rallies because he's right on the edge.
I mean, his car control is second to none, man. We saw that last year, but I think the added, you know, curveball, if you like, this morning is the icy patches, the icy roads. Cahan we've seen grow over the last sort of couple of years that are very competent, knowing when to push, knowing when to settle for a position. You know, Marion Evans is going to want to, you know, raise the Welsh flag, especially after the rugby result yesterday. He's going to want to be shining through and taking a couple of times this morning. He normally starts and puts himself on a podium time on the opening stage of the day. Yeah. Then we've Gary Jennings. Gary had a really good run yesterday, couple of spins, but was really happy with his performance. Arthur Kearns, as we say, sitting with Gary this weekend. Rory Kennedy's on I believe a charity climb or a charity walk in New Zealand, but Rory and the group of people there, I noticed they are checking in and keeping an eye on things from across the other side of the world. Yep. We won't be long now till we go live. It's 8:58, and our crews are, as Michael has said, are making their way to the arrival control at Special Stage 10, first stage of the morning. There you go, Michael. That's our first glimpse at the pictures. You can just see the frost.
Yeah, a bit of frost on the side of the road, but the road itself doesn't look too bad, does it?
No, and I mean, you can see the difference there in that shot, you know, with the shade, in the shade, heavy frost, but you can see in the hills in the background there that the sun's starting to melt it a bit. But between those walls, going back to what you were saying earlier, that the information we got, you know, the air temperature is -3, road temperature 0, or maybe even -1. This is you're going to have to start this opening stage this morning with a bit of preservation in mind.
Yeah. I mean, I see the temperature in Galway is now 0.5 degrees. So any frost that is there, that's not going to thaw. But the sun is coming out. It's a beautiful morning. I mean, those photographs that we've seen, they were almost picture postcard stuff. But there's a good example, the Black Road. This is in the first 4 or 5 Ks. It is this narrow little back roads with forestry and dry stone walls. When they get up onto the top of the mountain, it opens up. It is more moorland. Yes, it's forestry and everything, but it's a wider road, and it won't be so bad. But when they turn off that road, you're back into the shade of the dry stone walls again. Yeah, and potentially that for me is a risky place, but all of the leading crews have got very capable, what they refer to as gravel note crews. It's a standard procedure in Irish rallying. Before the road closes for the rally, everybody has somebody goes out with their pace notes, and they'll mark in any extra gravel that they don't have, slippy places, any potential frost or ice or standing water that's maybe frozen overnight. A bit like what you hear them doing in Monte Carlo, very, very, very much the same. So they'll all be very much aware. Cahan McCourt alluded to it. He has absolute trust in his gravel note people. They'll tell him what tyre to take. He has them on board and entirely trusts them, and that would be the case for all of these guys, including Josh and Sam. Now, they maybe have somebody each because they both have different ways of doing things, but they'll all have, within reason, the latest information. Now, the road closes about an hour before the rally, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. So that's quite a long time at this point in the morning, because it can change. But what frost and slippy patches there are, they should have those marked in their notes.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the conditions here as we look at stage 1, Edward Cox is on Black Road, Dow Young, there's a couple of spectators this morning already watching on the stages, you know, Fergal Kelly and Chris Williams, Chris, a competitor himself. So, you know, we will be getting feedback and a bit of information from them as to the stage. But as we said there, you know, a really good indication of in the sunshine is a bit of a thaw, but in under the shade, it's very cold. And like you said, it's going to remain cold well past mid-morning up to midday. So special stage 10 due to start at 8:58. So we're just a couple of minutes.
We know the zero cars are in the stage. We've been told that the zero car and the safety cars are in the stage. Obviously, the first stage of the day, we'd like to think everything's on time, and everybody left service accordingly. So we are just waiting for the indicator of what's going on. There's some hardy souls with their hats on. Good morning, gentlemen.
So stage is about 18 kilometres, which is a tad around 12 miles in length, and the next stage is 15.7, which is about 9.8 miles. So on average, 6 10-mile stages to run today. Total stage mileage today is 98 kilometres, about 61.25 miles, and
we estimate that with the conditions this morning, I suspect the fastest guys over the stage will be doing it just under 9 minutes for 18 kilometres. 17.99 kilometres is the official distance. And as I say, there's this new bit at the end which has never really been used before. The organisers actually wanted to take it a little bit further, but for safety reasons it got a bit close to the main road, and they decided prudence was the better part of things. So it won't be long now, I don't think. A few young fans out there this morning, hardy souls, as we say. We do have a few competitors in what we call Super Rally. One of them we saw earlier on was Jeffrey Dolan. And I think there's some people making a few comments on social media this morning that are not entirely true.
I would imagine that where those spectators are on the inside of the bend in under the trees, I would imagine that after making your way in there after a couple of minutes, I would say that is a very, very cold place. And if like I was saying yesterday, the first rally I serviced on was Galway 1984 on the Friday night. I remember how cold it was myself and Sean McElhearn. It was bitterly cold, servicing for Kenny McKinstry and Robbie Philpott back then. But the next time I knew cold like Galway was when we went to Sweden for about 7 or 8 years in a row, and then of course the Nordics showed us how they dealt with snow, and it was a fascinating education. And of course Sweden was one event where James O'Brien and Andrew Nesbitt took the Cuisine de France car and acquitted themselves really well. I think there was a lot of Irish competitors at the time, made a complete 10-day Beano out of it, as they say. Went to John Hoglin's ice school. I recall John Kenny was there, Ollie O'Donovan was there, Niall Maguire was there, Kevin Barrett. And there's a famous story about a trailer going missing and having to go back and pick it up and finding it buried in the snow. But yeah, a lot of good Irish representation on the world stage.
So we have had notification from a very good source that there's, at this point in time, a short delay getting the stage. 02 has, we believe, just gone into the stage. So a fellow organiser has sent us a message, so thank you, Kevin, for that. They're estimating potentially about 14 minutes delay for getting stage 10 Black Road off the ground this morning. Everything is proceeding as normal, so I think actually if we stick with our cameras, we'll see 02 probably in about 2 or 3 minutes coming through, which will just give us an idea. And the cameraman, we are hearing that there is ice on the stage, and that but in our opinion here in the studio, we're being told that the 0 cars are going in to have a look at it. Would you think that the organisers would put a stage because of ice?
I would be surprised.
So would I.
But I have to say, organisers are under so much pressure in terms of regulation, safety, and everything else. It's a tough call, because obviously you want to test the competitors and crews.
It's a car rally
to the utmost limit.
So this is 02 on the stage.
But 02 is travelling very slowly. It's pity we couldn't open up the sound from the cameras and hear if they're actually making any announcements. But 02 travelling quite slowly.
I mean, maybe there is somewhere where there's ice and they can't do much about it, and if it's unseen and it's deemed to be dangerous, well, then somebody has to make a very difficult call if that's the case. I certainly wouldn't like to be doing it, and you're always going to have the hard-nosed people who'll say, well, it's a rally, get on with it.
Well, to be honest, I would be of that opinion. I mean, if they all have gravel crews, it's marked and noted. And it's a challenge. And when you challenge a load of people, the cream rises to the top.
Well, if we do lose the stage, Sav, you and I are going to be wanting a big glass of water.
Well, so be it. So be it. It'll be terribly disappointing for everyone that has made the effort to get into the stage as early as they have this morning. And of course, people that we have watching both on YouTube and Facebook. We are, as you can well imagine, trying to frantically, if you like, get some confirmation as to what is happening. And obviously, when we get that, we'll bring it to you as soon as we can.
It's good. We have good sources here we are being told that there is a worry about ice on the stage. So if the stage gets pulled, we can see people moving about on the stage. I think it's almost inevitable that we're going to be informed of this.
Yeah, people, you can see it there in the background.
Yep.
We haven't had any official confirmation yet.
No.
We must make that clear. And until we do, then such times we will carry on in the proviso that we are going to go. But of course, Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes, who would be our overnight leaders, would have been due first on the road, followed by Cahan McCourt, and Liam Moynihan in their Citroen C3 Rally 2, a car that saw action a couple of weeks back in Monte Carlo. Remy Moore and Racing Rally did a great job to get the two C3s. That one for Cahan and a brand new one for Johnny Greer and Niall Burns.
So just to reiterate the information that we're getting, we're being kept informed here. It seems that the stage is not going to go live, that the leading competitors are in the stage, and it's a convoy. They're not at rally speed, so you can see no helmets on for Josh and Andy, just driving through the stage. Obviously, the organisers have a concern for the safety of the competitors, and equally, the big picture is if there was an incident and the ice is if the ice is bad, you have to consider the emergency services and everything as well, Sav, getting ambulances in, the marshals, and it's. I think probably we need to get a bit more information as to why they've made this decision.
No, I mean, look, they made the decision, and we'll run with it. And it's, as we said earlier, it's an extremely difficult position in terms of this, because somebody's had to make the decision, and as you said, if anything happens, God forbid, if anything goes untoward, then somebody's next on the line. And while we all want to see the 100-odd crews that are still remaining in the event contest and be tested to the limit, you know, common sense has to come into play, and safety, be it mine, yours, the drivers, co-drivers, mechanics, spectators, residents' safety is of the utmost concern.
Yeah.
And I think when you have that decision, then that's the call you have to make. And I think, you know, some of the crews will be disappointed, but some of them understand fully, and we may well find out, you know, when they make their way through and on to the start at stage 11, that, you know, yeah, there was a bad patch here, there was this there, so be it. It is what it is, they're driving through. So our next stage live, hopefully, will be stage 11, which is due to kick off at 9:44.
We're probably losing a bit of time here. Apparently we were about 14 minutes late before they made this decision, maybe a little bit more, and they'll probably lose another 10 minutes just by driving at road speed.
Yeah.
18k stage at 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour will inevitably delay the schedule. Some rallies have what they call an alternative road book. Rather than take them through the stage, they put them on the alternative road book, and you might find that the later runners are put onto an alternative road book.
That would make sense.
These guys were already at the stage start and in the arrival control. The road up to the start, if I remember rightly, is pretty narrow. It would be tough to get everybody turned around, so we'll probably see 20 or 30 cars through here, and then though because of the delay, everybody else is on time, so more and more cars have arrived at the arrival control, and they're stacked up. So actually, yeah, we may very well see a lot more cars just driving through the stage. At least we're getting some nice pictures, and we're getting to see the cars. And something I was going to raise with you there a little while ago, and I see he's been just gone through, or two of them.
You're going to say Michael Barr or Robert
well,
Barr?
no, it was actually Declan Boyle. There's a few people on the results there. They have an R next to them, which means that they're running in Super Rally.
Yeah.
So Declan's in there again. Barrable is in there, and on our start list this morning, this is what's confused me, Zav. They're not on the start list. So I wonder, is there another start list?
Well, that was the one I got via the Sportity app from the club.
Yeah.
But I noticed when I was saying earlier about flicking through social media yesterday when the rally was over, I noticed that Robert actually had pulled in because of a small undercar fire which went out really quickly. But it just meant that we're going no further. But it is good. We weren't sure what Declan's issue was, and when we were bemoaning his lack of luck really over the last 18 months in terms of his competitive cars. Disappointing too, I suppose, from the point of view of the juniors. Of course, the juniors running the 6 stages today, and that was shaping up to be a terrific battle.
Well, they've just lost 20% of their
Yeah.
rally.
You know, there's the likes of Jack McKenna and Damien Doherty, Darragh O'Donovan, Michael White, Jason Gorman and Aaron Conner, along with Robbie Hanlon, Ben McIntyre, Barry McIntyre, of course Seamus Brown and Damien Sheridan. And of course that class of the juniors is sponsored by Paul Brown, Plant Iron Civil Engineering. The Historics, as we said, have an independent sponsor for that category, and that's Synergy Motorsport Engineering. And then of course the modified section, Gary McAvoy Motorsport is on board as a sponsor for that for the rest of the year, which is really good. So sponsorship wise and partner wise, the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship looking reasonably healthy for 2023. And of course, when we finish here this evening, we move on for St Paddy's weekend or thereabouts on West Cork, an event that we covered last year. So looking forward to a really competitive weekend down there when the rallying returns to the south of the island, if you like. But the championship this year shaping up to be really, really good.
Yeah, and one of the things that, you know, all is not lost for these guys they will be, almost every crew will have their notes out, and the driver, they'll drive it like a recce, and they'll update their notes hopefully for when we come back for stage 12. Which is what, about 3 hours when we get back, and you know, things really will have warmed up. It is a lovely morning, and there's the temperature up to 1 degree. So I'd say if it is a frost ice issue that has caused this pull of the stage, then so be it. But yeah, every one of the crews will be updating their notes. They'll be getting a feel in the rally car. One of the big differences is the seating position in the rally car compared to your recce car. That's why they try and use a car that's very similar to the rally car, so that they're sat at a level where they can see the same level of height for the crests and things like that. So yeah, they'll all be working hard in the car, updating their notes. Co-driver will be calling the notes. Any little changes, the driver will say, yeah, hey, put that, you know, the ice note crew or the gravel note crew was out earlier on. They have that ice, but they don't have that ice there. Put that in or whatever, you know. But yes, it's. I don't think any one of the drivers will think, oh, this has done me a favour. I think every one of them will be thinking, sort of, damn, I'm really, really wanted to have a go at this morning. And nobody will be saying, oh, actually, this has done me a favour. One less stage for him to catch me or whatever, you know. None of them really think like that in a defensive way.
Well, look, it is what it is. We just need to be positive and move forward. As I said, you know, you've some good points there. It gives the drivers a chance just to double check notes in an environment which they didn't expect they would for what will be stage 12 next time round. So crews now making their way out towards the end of this stage, which the drivers, as you can see, are driving through at reasonable road speed. They then make their way over towards Tina, where will be the start of special stage 11. Stage 11, which is about 15.7 kilometres, just a shade under 9.9 miles.
Not such a compact route today, Sab. So they've a bit. Yesterday it was literally one stage into the next stage. Now it's still a very compact route, and that stage brings them almost back into Loughrea. So it's virtually no miles from the end of stage 11 into the service area in Loughrea. But it's a 24-minute road section to get them from stage 10 to stage 11. So I don't expect them to get there on schedule just because of this delay. And then furthermore, they're cruising through the stage. They're going to lose another 10 minutes probably. So I suspect we'll be starting stage 11 10 past 10.
Well,
just under an hour from now, I would think.
For those that know the area, they'll come out of the stage 10 this morning onto the Leitrim Road, past Skelly Grocery and Hardware, and then they'll turn off opposite Slieve Aughty Centre and make their way across to Kyle down Oakfield and up towards Kylemore Stud, if you know where that is, and take a left at the T-junction just before Spurn Galvanizers, and that will bring them in to the start of stage 11. And stages, as Michael said, to the east of Loughrea this morning, whereas we had them to the west of Loughrea yesterday. And that stage then runs up through Crossmore and Clara and up towards Woodmount, that then brings them back in on the main road into the Cooperative Mart in Loughrea, where we were with Tony this morning chatting to the crews before they left service.
The first 4 or 5 kilometres of the stage actually ran on a stage last year. So anybody who did the rally last year will be familiar with it.
So what we're probably going to try and do now is gather a little bit more information and gather up a little bit more information and hopefully see if we can get someone, maybe have a chat with some of the crews when they get to the start of stage 11 and get their indication of maybe a few text messages from the crews, see what they thought of the drive through stage 10. So as a bit of a warm-up, if you like, for stage 11, we're going to have a look at some of the highlights from yesterday, where we had 3 loops of 3 stages that left Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes as the overnight leaders in the Hyundai. So you join us back in the studio, and if you're watching the programme in front of you, you'll see somebody that really should be behind the wheel and in Galway this weekend with a roll cage around him. We're going to have a chat with Kyle Whitemichael.
Morning, Kyle. How are you today?
All good, yeah. Loving life. It's pretty cold out here at the minute. So it is.
Okay, pretty cold. Look, you're doing gravel notes for a team. Do you want to tell us what you're at this morning?
Yeah, so I'm out here just trying to make Aoife Rafferty and Grace O'Brien's life as easy as possible in between the stages. Give them, as I like to call, light refreshment. But yeah, everything so far apart from the last stage was cancelled. I'm not too sure why, but it's just one of them things we're going to have to now deal with. Just go out. There's one stage now before service, which will probably suit them because nerves are high, obviously, going into the Black Road, which is what I would describe as an amazing stage. But you know, if you're not committed in that sort of stage, it could be a problem. So it could.
Yeah. Had you driven through both stages this morning?
Yeah.
And
I've driven through them just to see what they were like. But
Yeah, it's difficult to drive over that sort of stage when you know you can really commit, and it would reward you. And then you have to sort of drive back into service, and you know you're not going over the stage yourself. But there's a couple of really, really tricky bits in it. I don't know why the stage was cancelled. Maybe somebody went off. But I was having a chat with a guy I'm with here at the minute. He says the exact same. There's a potential for a big accident in there.
Well, I mean, if you're telling us that, I mean, that totally vindicates that's a massive responsibility on organisers to take that gamble and take that chance. And that's coming from yourself, who's obviously a professional competitor, and your colleague. But I mean, that puts a whole new slant on it now. We only see snapshots of the stage. So, Michael, I think having that input now is a real help. You know, really appreciate you coming on. When are we going to see you out again?
Yeah, well, I have an entry in for Kirkeston there at the moment. Just going to check the car, make sure it's okay. Obviously, it's a local rally of mine that I know very well, so there's no better way to test it. And then I'll change then to gravel, and we're going to do 5 Mile Town.
And going back to Galway this morning, you've driven the stages. From a competitor's point of view, will you see a big difference when you drive over them for the second loop?
Honestly, there's not a lot of aggressive cuts. Okay, you will still have the 4-wheel drive stuff. Will go, you know, if there's a cut, they'll find it. But the conditions at the minute, if they are going to cut, it is going to get very slippy and muddy. And I think it's maybe a blessing in disguise that a lot of crews don't have a third run over that black road, because on the third run of a stage is usually worse than your first run with the mud. So, as I say, people will be counting their lucky stars with that one.
Well, unofficially, Kyle, we were told that it was the ice was the reason for pulling the first stage. They sent the safety cars in, the leading competitors. They made the decision. They held them for about 14 minutes, apparently, and then there was a decision made just to drive through the stage. So it's really, that's absolutely critical information that you've said. There were a couple of places that were just so sketchy.
When I went over
if you think that, you know.
When I went over it this morning, there not only was there ice, there was also like water in dips that had frozen as well. So it was sort of a compromise. It was in fast places as well, so I wouldn't say too much about it. But yeah, I can see why they've came to that decision.
Where you start going up over the top of the mountain, where you turn left about 4Ks in, 5Ks in, you turn left, and you're going up, climbing up, and there's lots of big long dips through over bridges and things where there's always standing water and stuff. Even when it's dry, there would be places there where it would be, and then you've got lots of shiny tar, downhill braking. There's one where you've passed the forest with a chevron. People have gone off there in the past.
Yeah, we actually marked that this morning, yeah.
You marked it?
Yeah, that was actually, you obviously know the stage yourself, Michael.
Well, I know that's a tricky place, and you know, you're carrying so much speed there. You're coming, you've been coming at it at high speed for quite a long time. You're probably in fifth gear for a K and a half previously, and then you're having to get the whole shooting match slowed down, and it would be shiny.
Would you
tar
want it any other way, Michael?
What?
Would you want it any other way?
Oh no, it's rallying. You know, I mean, on the one hand, I've just had a text message from a clerk of a course of another international rally, and he's saying it's all about the safety, and we can't take the risk. The Irish rallying has had a great run recently because the organisers are doing such a good job of being safety aware, and they're not irresponsible. So what? We lose one stage and the rest of the rally survives. Well, that's a good call, isn't it?
Yeah. It's also, you have to think there's a certain amount of nerves on the first stage of a day as well.
Absolutely.
So if you have people that are, number one, going out nervous, there's ice, there's fast bumps in the crest. You have to have your braking done before the bumps, because you can't, you'll unstabilize the car if you're braking. And if you go for the brakes coming into one of them fast bumpy sections and you lock up, it can only go one way, in my opinion. So I believe that was the right call. That was the right call, because at least they don't have to stop the stage the rest of the day. It can still go. It can still go ahead.
Well, tell me this: are you going to go back to the British Championship this year?
Yeah, well, that's the plan at the minute. We've a couple of things in mind that we can do, but that is the most likely option at the moment because it'll only be a third year in the junior BRC, but we don't want the last 2 years of knowledge to go to waste, if you know what I mean.
Very good point. Yep, good point. Yep.
Yeah, we saved the car at the end of last year. Once we had all our issues with the punctures and whatever, and we knew we couldn't win the championship, we didn't do the last 2 rounds because the pace the likes of me, Eamon, Olanore, Max McRae were on last year at times was nothing short of scary. And there was an action between the 4 of us, 2 of us, whoever was there was going to be a big accident at one point, I felt. So we felt it was a correct decision not to do the last 2 events in that case. But yeah, it means we're in a great position going forward, and we've done a load of testing over the winter. We weren't quite happy with the car on tarmac. We were very happy with it gravel, but I couldn't trust the car over the bumps on the tarmac. But we'll have that well sorted now, and going forward, I believe we'll be a lot quicker.
Well, there's a few big changes in the British Rally Championship this year. A couple of new events that have been reintroduced, Ypres being one of them, but more importantly, the opening round has never been a round of the championship, and I don't know if it's the Malcolm Wilson Rally will be the opening round this year, first time in, and completely different to anything else that's in the championship. Grisdale is a fabulous place, but they have all those other little woods around Kendal and that part of the world, and also Greystoke, which is the M Sport testing venue. Have you ever done the Malcolm Wilson or the Grisdale stages or anything?
No, I haven't done it. I've been at it,
yes,
but I haven't ever done it. There's, I believe there's a lot of aggressive cuts you can take there as well, but the problem over there in that sort of, you're in the territory, if you commit to a cut, do you get a puncture? If you don't commit to the cut, is there loose gravel pulled out? It's just it looks like a very tricky rally.
It is a very tricky rally. Very, 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 very tricky, but also probably Grisdale, one of the best stages in the UK.
Yeah,
the point I'm making is it's a bit of a level playing field for everybody. Unless you've done the BTRDA Championship or something, it's not. It'll be an interesting start to the championship, and then we're going back to sort of the normal rallies, and nice to see the Ulster there as well.
Yeah, the Ulster hasn't been too kind to me in recent years. We. Most notably, the one I would say was when I was in the C2. There was me and you'd probably remember him, Adam Bustard. We were fighting. He was doing the junior BRC at the time, and whenever the 1 litre Fiestas had just came out, there's me and him fighting. We were sort of down on everybody, but we were only in the the lower cars at that time. We're fighting, having a really, really good time. Do you remember the Ruski stage? It was a big long one.
Yep.
I broke a drive shaft about 2 miles from the end of it. And I had to pull in. That was the most gutting one I think I've ever had, because we're on such a good run through that Ruski stage for that to happen. But I think I finished it once, so I'm hoping to go for a second time and finish it.
Good. Kyle, thank you very much, because what you've done for 99% of us that haven't seen that opening stage this morning, you've seen the 1% where you mentioned the ice and the puddles that are that thick with ice, and you've clearly explained the safety issue and the danger. So it has been really worthwhile talking to you. Thank you very much for joining us. We wish you well. I'm sure our paths will cross in the next couple of months. Wish you well for the rest of the year, but thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. We'll see you soon.
Not a problem, guys. I'll be watching your show.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Well,
that was good.
Yeah, that was a really good insight, because I have to be honest, as presenters, very disappointed the stage was pulled. But when you listen to Kyle White, who competes semi-professional level in both the British and Irish rounds of rallying championships, to hear him clearly explain that it wasn't so much the ice this morning, it's the puddles that are in the dips that are still frozen solid. It gives a very clear and a very good outline of the difficulty that we're facing organisers, because most organisers, Michael, are ex-competitors.
Yes.
Most organisers have stopped competing, so they join a motor club, they stay in a motor club and help to organise rallies, you know, and the organisers of any rally they're clued in, they know what's going on, and the last thing they want to do is make this call. So from Kyle bringing that input into us, I think that was very beneficial.
I skirted around it a little bit there. It's a small price to pay to keep everybody safe.
Yeah.
And the sport as a whole needs, we know the difficulties there are in protecting it. It's a small price. We've lost one stage.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hope we don't have to lose anything else. But I have a message to say that they're probably not losing a lot more time. But I thought maybe they're going to be 20 minutes down. I don't think they're going to be quite on schedule at the next stage. But
well, I'm hearing that the crews are making their way towards the start of stage 11. Now, they are very close from what I've been told. So we're only in 9:37. It's 7 minutes from the official start time. So somewhere between 7 and sort of 15 minutes, I think, fingers crossed, we'll be up and running with stage 11. We're going to take a little look at some of the features that we did.
A Rally 2 one.
A Rally 2 one, yeah.
It's basically the kind of top flight national category now at the moment. You know, 1600 turbos, 4-wheel drive. It's a small mini WRC car. It probably brakes and handles and turns in as good as the old WRC cars. Just doesn't have the same grunt. The corner speed seems to be, if not equal, maybe higher now.
And it creates for very exciting competition.
Yeah, the category is so well policed. There's no real manufacturer at the moment has got away. Yes, the very first Rally 2 or R5 cars, as they were known, are maybe now starting to lack in technology. But the current crop of latest cars, there's nothing to separate them. When you look at the Irish Championship, you know, you have a complete mix between, you've got the Ford there, you've got the Hyundai there, you've got the Citroens there, and currently there's no of the latest version of the Skodas, but I'm sure it'll come very shortly.
Out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. Let out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. Let out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
So welcome back to the studio. Small couple of delays this morning. We've lost the first stage this morning due to adverse weather conditions, we suspect. It's very cold and icy in Galway this morning. The crews are making their way to stage 11, the second stage this morning, and we believe the safety cars are proceeding into the stage as we speak. So we've probably got, we think, to have a 15-20 minute delay maybe?
Yeah, quite possibly. And then, of course, we're into sort of 15 odd kilometres of stage 11, shade over 9.5 miles. Cars will then make their way back into service where the 11 are, and we will go back, obviously, and join Tony Kelly.
Completely different terrain for the second stage this morning. Black Road, which is a mountain road through forestry conditions. We had the pleasure of Kyle White contacting us. We did a live link up with Kyle, who has been over the stages this morning, and he said it was tricky enough in places. So the decision was taken to abandon the stage when the cars were actually at the arrival control. So just while we're waiting for the crews to get to stage 11, we're going to have a look back at the first stage yesterday morning, the top 10, and just do a little rerun to refresh your memories of what went on yesterday morning, 24 hours ago.
So reliably informed that 00 cars have been through the stage, waiting at 001 to clear the stage from what we've been told, which means Josh, Cahan, Marion, Sam will be making their way up to the start line very, very shortly. So we're genuinely fingers crossed and hopeful that stage 11, Ballydugan, will be up and running very, very shortly. Good. We're going to be going.
Our camera crew have just reported into the production studio that the sun is up. It's a lovely morning. It's still cold. It's icy underfoot on the side of the road. You can see the fields are a little bit icy, but a good point that Dougie, the cameraman, basically said the ice is melted on top of the bales, so we should be good to go. I've been told that Josh is in the stage. We're going to stick with the pictures now because we're pretty close to the start. I think Josh will be with us momentarily.
Yeah, good. We're up and running, which is great. Stage 11. Cars will compete stage 11 and make their way to service, where they'll have 1 hour, and we'll carry as much footage as we can, but also carry as much coverage that Tony Kelly can provide us from the service area.
And somebody's just texted me to ask, is the event behind schedule? We were just talking about this. We think it's 26 or 27 minutes behind schedule, if that helps. Now, there's not a lot of road time between the end of stage 1 and service, so there's not the opportunity to get a bit of time back, but they do have allocated an hour service, so it has been known in the past for organisers to maybe knock 10 minutes off the service.
Yeah.
When they have a good long, but that's purely speculative. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but we have known it to happen in the past. We believe Sam Moffat's in the stage now as well, so I think, not quite sure how long it's going to take them to get to our camera location, but I'm reliably informed that the cameras are pretty close to the start, so they should be with us pretty soon.
So good to be up and running and watch the battle recommence between Josh Moffat, Andy Hayes in the Hyundai i20 R5, Cahan McCourt, Liam Moynihan in the Citroen C3 Rally 2, and Sam Moffat, Keith Moriarty in a brand new car, also a Hyundai i20 R5. Marion Evans, Jonathan Jackson in 4th in their Melvin Evans Motorsport Volkswagen Polo, and then Gary Jennings bringing up 5th in the PX14 Ford Fiesta.
I was going to say, Sav, one of the things I noticed earlier on when they had the drive-through, and we just skirted on it, in the public domain, there's obviously via the results system, you can get the start and restart times this morning, but something we're missing an updated start list to include people in Super Rally. So here
we go. Sorry, go on.
Yep. Do you think the car's near?
I can hear it in the background.
Okay. So we will. Here we go. Here's Josh. So we are advised by the tyre companies that everybody is on a soft. And the first drama of the morning is I'm just one of the producers just saying that he's getting reports that Cahan McCourt is stopped near the start of the stage, very close to the start, 2 or 3 corners in apparently. This is cold tires, Sav?
Hopefully not. Hopefully it's mechanical, because you can sort of put up with mechanical as opposed to having brain fade possibly on cold tires.
So with Cathan Galway now, would have a minute between Josh, and then Sam should be next on the road. He was running 3rd in the road. Well, that's if that's the case, that's very disappointing for Cathan. But
yeah,
the cars really, they've been on the road now for an hour and a half and not actually done anything. Sam being very cautious there, in my opinion. He was compared to Josh. Josh was really committed. It looks quite slippy, doesn't it?
It does. And I'm almost sure I heard when Josh was going through it, I could hear him with his left foot in the brake through that corner.
Seemed visibly more committed than
Yeah.
Sam. Maybe Sam doesn't want to hurt his new car.
Possibly.
You pick them up from the showroom, and for the first 2 weeks you're always out polishing them. And
well, I mean, he was telling Tony, if you weren't with us earlier, he was telling Tony in service before the opening stages today that, 3rd, 4th, 5th isn't any good.
Yep.
You need to be in the points from the start of the championship.
Well, he's moved up 1 place in the leaderboard already with Cahan McCourt's demise. So we have had it confirmed that Cahan is stopped. Everybody's okay. But it looks like he's out of the rally, which is a great shame after such a powerful drive yesterday. He really, really did show some fantastic speed. It was second for second with Josh almost all the way yesterday.
Tony Greer in the Canada Forklifts Citroen C3 Rally 2.
Next up should be Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan in their polo. Callum hasn't really had any problems, but other than he's just hasn't had the confidence in the car.
Next up on the road should be Gareth McHale and Brian Murphy. And Gareth fairly steady, and the outer reaches the top 10 yesterday all day. Always goes well in Galway.
So I was just going to say, next up, I think I noticed earlier on a couple of the Super Rally runners which aren't on the start list. One of them being Robert Barrable, I think is next on the road, and also back out today, Declan Boyle. They're both, so that's Robert. We are getting reports that unofficially Marion Evans is 6 seconds up on Josh and is visibly catching Sam Moffat. At our camera point we could see Sam was definitely not as aggressive. Nice to see him back out again. Declan really needs to get a few miles under his belt with this run of bad luck that he keeps having. It'll be 3 or 4 minutes yet before the leading crews get to the end of the stage, and we'll get an idea of times from the live timing. We'll bring you as much information as we can. Skoda getting a bit leery there. Patrick O'Brien. Galway dry stone walls are very unforgiving. If you get just out of shape a little bit, that's generally the end of your rally. Desi Henry should be up next. Desi's continued with his niggly gearbox problem. We know that Desi's fit to set fastest times in Tarmac Championship rally, so again, the car's moving around a bit there.
He was very disappointed in the car yesterday, and that was evident when Tony was talking to him in service. And I think sometimes as a competitor, when you're starting to honestly, say the car's the issue, then it becomes a very difficult event.
David Kelly should be up next, and Dane O'Sullivan in their Citroen. Very distinctive car. Nice and smooth, not too aggressive. Carrying quite a bit of speed there. Nice smooth driver, David.
First of the two-wheel drive cars should be due next, I think. Mark Alcorn.
Leading the modified rally, of
really
course.
impressive yesterday. Really impressive. Of course, we lost Gary Kieran yesterday with engine issues at stage 4. So that precluded what would have been a really good battle with Gary in amongst the mix.
Again, Mark, nice and smooth, not too aggressive. It's quite a slippy corner that we're covering here. So that was David Guest. The next of the modified cars is due, Conor Murphy and Sean Collins.
So our camera position about 4.4 kilometres into the stage.
Yep.
For those of you wondering, reliably informed that most of the field drove through stage 10. We had spoken about maybe an alternative road book, but it looks as though most of the field did drive through stage 10, so they'll all have an idea of the conditions for later.
Yeah.
And followed rally route to stage 11 here.
So Jason Mitchell, we've just seen through. Jason's another one that's running in Super Rally. And Jason's had a bit of a brush with the scenery by the looks of it. Apparently, Sam Moffat backed off after Cavan McCourt. He was the first car there. So I don't think the guys were out of the car and the OK board wasn't out, and it sort of put Sam off his stride a wee bit. Tim McNulty through. Prior to that, we saw Jason Black, previous to Jason Mitchell. Brendan Comiskey due up next. We've got one provisional time in. Okay, we believe that unofficially Marianne Evans is at 5.5 seconds faster than Josh. I don't know how much he's pulled out of Sam, which is what Sam was referring to this morning in the service park, that he really needed to make a move. He knew that Marianne would go hard over the first couple of stages this morning, so we lost the opening stage. This stage, they're all just getting to the finish, so we're waiting for the official results to be updated, which shouldn't be too long. And we've got the first confirmation of times. And I don't think they're right, so there's something wrong with the times here. I'm going to have a wee look at the bogey time. I wonder, did they beat the bogey? Yeah, I'm getting the times through from the producers. 8:31 for Callum, but the official results are showing a time of 7:20 for Sam, Marion, and Callum, with Josh on 8:25.6. Now we think Josh did do 8:25.6, but it goes back. They're having a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing Stephen Faulkner and Amy Faulkner in 5th in the escort, and to the best of my knowledge, I'm not entirely convinced they're out today.
No.
But it is what it is. Good to have a stage up and running. Stage 11, sheet over 9.5 mile. Another bit of bumper hanging down off the back, the Mitsubishi Evos, starting to make their way through. So we're making our way down through the 20s to 30s in terms of running order and reseeding after the opening day's 9 stages yesterday. Crews will make their way from here. Stage finishes really close to Lochray, just a run down to the large roundabout and then into the Lochray Cooperative Mark.
That was Dylan Donahue, by the way, just when the Evo there.
Where Tony Kelly will catch up and get some opinions and feelings from the leading crews as to only completing one stage on the 2-stage loop this morning. Obviously now the road's starting to warm up slightly, weather getting a little bit better. So hopefully for the 2nd and 3rd loop of 2 stages.
So we believe that the leading crews are at the end of the stage. They've described the first half of the stage as being very, very slippy. Second half not too bad. We believe Barrable was second fastest on an 8:25.4. We can't confirm this, but while the official results are having a few technical. So, yep, we've got the official results back online now, and confirmation that Marion Evans, predictably, Sam Moffat predicted that Marion Evans would have things this morning, but he only got a half a chance with the first stage being cancelled. Fastest by some considerable margin. He did an 8:19.9. The next best time, if it counts, is Robert Barrable on an 8:25.4, but of course Robert's in Super Rally. Josh did have a good time, 8:25.6. So Marion moves into second overall. Sam moves up to third. Everybody benefits a place behind Josh this morning, because we have regrettably lost Catherine McCourt on the first stage, where he, just a couple of 100 metres into the stage, has damaged his car. So Johnny Greer, 8:34.4, Gary Jennings, 8:37.5, Sam Moffat, 8:39.9. We know that Sam was a little bit put off, shall we say, when he encountered Cahan. 30-second intervals mean there's not a lot of time for the crew to get out of the car and get the OK board out, but we are assured that everything is OK, hence the stage is running with no delays. We're running about 25 minutes behind. We also have reports with Dylan Donahue passed our camera point here a few minutes ago, and with the rear bumper hanging off his Mitsubishi. We understand that at the moment he's stopped OK boards out. Whether he's doing some repairs and we'll get going again, let's keep our fingers crossed for him. David Kelly's now through, 8:43.5. Not a bad time from Gareth McHale, 8:34.2. So apparently David Kelly He's dropped at least 10 seconds compared to those around him. Slippy conditions caught him out and had a run up a bank by all accounts. So we don't have a time in for Desi Henry yet, but Desi thought he had a puncture. And we all know when that happens, it really knocks your confidence. So there's the first of the RC4 cars. And we'll actually get the first of the historics through in a couple of minutes. The other Marion Evans leading the historics by quite a bit this morning, I think. Ollie Benton, now he's had a good rally, Sav. He had a disaster first loop and went backwards, and he's running in the top 30 now. He made a great comeback yesterday.
Yeah, he's got himself settled in yesterday on the second and third loop of 3 stages and made progress. And we were watching a great battle too with Ray Breen and that in amongst the historics yesterday. Of course, the historics sponsored this year by Synergy Motorsport Engineering, and some great examples of crews competing from Wales and England, the odd crew from Scotland as well. So Irish rallying certainly on the crest of a wave. And of course we heard James Coleman reiterate that this morning, in that he felt yesterday there was more people in the service park in Loughrea yesterday than there was in Monte Carlo 2 weeks ago. So if anybody would know, that would be James. And
so here's our historic leader, Marion Evans, the other Marion Evans. Previous to that, we had Brian Brogan through, Donegal Motor Club. Gareth Black's due with us in the second Black family startup. I believe Jason has just finished the stage on 9 minutes dead, and Alcorn had an 8:53. We believe Conor Murphy dropped about 17 seconds. He did a 9:17 by all accounts. Not up on the I don't have it on the results yet, but so Alcorn extending his modified rally lead almost predictably this morning. He's been very much in control. He had a right good ding dong with Kevin Eves yesterday over the first 3 or 4 stages, but unfortunately Kevin's engine let go, and that was the end of that. To a certain extent, the rally's lost a wee bit of colour this morning on this first stage where Calvin McCourt has retired. Also out on this stage is Dylan Donoghue, who had damaged the rear transmission. There's the fantastic Subaru Legacy of Ray Breen. Ray's currently lying second in the historics. The Legacy became a valid historic car about 2 years ago. Couple of examples in Ireland.
And I'll tell you what, I was speaking to a competitor in the last couple of weeks that told me the price of the going rate for some of the X-Works Subaru Legacies, and I have to be honest, it would make your eyes water.
Yeah, it would make your eyes water, but they were a fantastic car. I mean, they were one of my favourites.
I mean, you know, we're all up to date with what S12Bs and S11s are making in turn, but even for me, and you're aware of what they make at auction, it was like, how much?
Yes. Somebody having a bit of fun. I think it was David Williams in his historic Mark II. Should have Austin Snow up next. John Henderson in their Evo. Yep. I mean, if every corner was pretty much as slippy as this one's, it must be pretty challenging. Cautious.
Oisin Keane's asking, will 12 and 14 run? Yeah, I would imagine they would, and I have a feeling, Oisin, that 12 and 13 will run as well. A lot warmer this morning, so it's beginning to warm up a little bit. The ambient temperature has increased, and we're on the official time, and bearing in mind we're running about 28 minutes late, we reckon. Stage 12 isn't due to start until 11:41, add half an hour, 10 past 12. So we're the guts of an hour and 3/4 nearly before that's due to run. So hopefully so.
Quite a few of these cars that are just passing us are all in Super Rally. So at this point we don't have that much information about them because it hasn't been published.
Leading crews have made their way into service. I'm fairly certain we'll be going to Tony Kelly at some point shortly, but I think we're going to try and keep abreast of what's happening on the stages as well.
Yep, that was Shane Quinn just through, and prior to that we've seen Kevin Wilson in the Hyundai. Stage is running quite smoothly now, so let's hope the organisers can get a bit of time back, try and get the rally back on time. Ian Evans in his historic Mark II. I think the next car is another Super Rally car. Brogan, retired yesterday. Mechanical issues in the R2.
Yep, carrying a fair bit of speed up through there.
Nice.
So just keeping an eye on Facebook. So quite a few people have joined us, and we will endeavour to reply to questions or queries as and when we get them. So all of the production studios here at Wisecom. Big thanks go to Tony and the staff here at Wisecom.
Philip Morrow was watching. Philip got through the first stage yesterday morning in the micro, but it cried enough on the road section, so I think they went to the pub.
That's the only place to be. So I'm getting... So we're going to head to service very shortly. We've been trying a few different things. What we're going to try and do for a first for us is we're going to run split screen in terms of we will listen and watch Tony live from service, but split screen to keep coverage of the stage you're watching with us now, that you won't miss at least the cars. So we're going to take a quick ad break. We need to do a couple of technical changes, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. So don't go away. We'll be back really quickly.
gathered up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
And we're back in service, folks. We've disturbed Marion's
You're
Marion's
good
mum.
at doing that.
I know, I've been absolutely tortured. Very interesting morning, Marion.
Yeah, strange one really. We lost the first one, which I was hoping we wouldn't get because we were quite strong in it last year. But all seems to be okay in the last stage. It would have been nice to get both in, but just a little patch of ice, I need to cancel it, so that's the way it is.
You had a great time in that last one too.
Yeah, it was okay. I think Sam had to slow down for cans off, so he lost a bit of time. But we were closing in a bit at the end. I think when you see another car, it kind of makes you, gets the tail up a bit more. So we had to temper our enthusiasm a bit. But yeah, just a nice run. Really slippy at the start. Yeah. The section we used last year was all like little farm tracks, and there was mud everywhere. So yeah, I think it's little slides, but nothing major. And I think the key is just trying to keep it clean and not doing anything too silly.
Exactly. Yeah. And what about the tyres? I mean, obviously everybody was kind of not struggling to figure it out, but it was tricky this morning.
Yeah, it was. I mean, again, probably greasier than we expected. It was worse than what it was on the recce. I think just the rain yesterday probably has upset that a bit. So, yeah, we were quite happy with that choice, really. I think it's hard to see because maybe like a wet tyre would work better if the mud kind of for the muddy sections then. But then you have quite a lot of the second half of that last stage was dry, wider roads. So it's a toss-up, I think.
I think as well with the length of these stages, it's a bit trickier to go for something like that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, especially if we get this first one again, it's quite abrasive tarmac up over the mountain. So, yeah, just hopefully we get it this time and we can get a go at it.
So, are you changing much in service this time around?
No, it seems to be quite good. Time was good, so the car's very good to be honest. It's just I think just a bit annoyed we threw some time away yesterday afternoon again, but there's no point dwelling on it. We've started making it back slowly, but I don't know.
And you just don't know. Like, I mean, as Cahan showed us, everything's to play for always when it comes to rallying.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We had a delay for a while, so the tyres had gone cold and everything. We'd all set our pressures before, so, it shocked me just how little grip there was right at the start, even on the main road, because, it looked dry, but it just wasn't there. So, yeah, I mean, it can catch you out very easily. So hopefully we'll try and stay out of trouble.
Brilliant. Well, hopefully we see you back in the next service.
Cheers.
Thanks a million, Marion. So that's Marion Evans. Happy with his morning's work. And we're just going to go around this side of the service park today, or this morning, because we didn't get around here after that yesterday, or this week. You're going to have to bear with me, I can't speak here at the minute. We'll try and get a quick word with Gareth McHale here if we can, now that we are on this side of the service park. You can see Austin's in talking to Brian. They're probably talking strategy. Good morning, Gareth. How's that going for you today?
Yeah, it was going okay. Unfortunately, the Black Road obviously was cancelled and we did it on safety grounds. I was looking forward to that one. But it was all right, yeah. So obviously, once we're out since early this morning, we only started in our first stage around 10 o'clock, so it's hard to get going, but everything's okay.
Every kind of every Galway is very early starts, and it's hard to try and get the head stuck in, especially when you lose the stage.
Yeah, definitely. Like the longer you're sort of hanging around, the worse it is, to get back into the rhythm. But sure, it's the same for everybody, Tony.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it was Twitter I was on this morning, and I was looking at there was pictures of I think it was 09, and I mean, what a year. You were second to Marcus Gronholm, like.
Yeah, no, it was obviously it was a great year, and the crowds and everything. But even you can see the competition there now that's in the Tarmac Championship. You know, like we were just chatting there amongst us there at the start of the stage, and like everybody, okay, poor Cahan had his unfortunate there on the last one, but like for Galway to be going on the second day and to still have the top 15 or so very close competition in the rally, it just goes to show the calibre there that's there at the minute.
Exactly. I mean, we're talking maybe a bit over 10 years ago, but like everything has changed so much.
Oh yeah, well these are completely different from what I'm used to driving with the WRC car, but yeah, look, we're getting there, we're enjoying it, we're very, very happy with the car, and everything's working well.
I mean, that's the main thing at this point, isn't it? You're enjoying the whole thing.
Oh yeah, that's it. Don't get me wrong, the competition is still there and the want is still there, but yeah, every rally that we're doing, we're getting closer and closer. Like we have a well down there now, about a half second, or well, obviously the last stage, Marion had a great time, but we're getting close to the lads anyway. So.
Well, it's a long season.
That is. Yeah, we'll be there.
Good man, Gareth. Thanks for talking to us. So that is Gareth McHale. A lot of mileage under his belt. Great experience. We're going to come over here and get a quick word with Brendan Hummusby if he'd talk to us. Brendan, you're very relaxed looking this morning.
Too relaxed.
Are you enjoying it?
You know, when you're getting well bait or not, like, you know, I'm just nowhere near the thing at all, like, so.
And is that just first rally of the year jitters, or you have no idea, or is it just the way it is?
I don't know, like, I didn't do a wet rally in it before, like, but just when you have no confidence, you're backing off, and then you're leaving the car hard to drive. Like, the car's perfect, like, it's me, but I don't think I'm going to be fit to change it now at this stage today, like, so we'll go at it another day and see how we get on.
I mean, the conditions are kind of brightening up here now, so it might feel a little bit more relaxed and enjoyable.
Yeah, the Black Road, I like that stage. There was a wee bit of ice in it. It's a pity to lose it. And that second was just very greasy at the beginning of it, you know. So it's same for everyone, like, you know. But they are good stages, though. Not bad for Galway, like they usually are, mucky or like so.
And I mean, that's a very long stage as well, and that's a very good stage for helping you to get set up. Long stages are hard work, but they do get you into a good flow.
Sorry?
The long stages are very hard work, but they do get you into a good flow of things.
Oh yeah, if you get in on it, that's where you can get a good pack at a time, or throw away a pack at a time in my case. But we'll see how we get on for the rest of the day.
Man, Bren, well, hopefully we'll see you back here in the next service. We'll have another chat with you. We'll see here if we can get a quick word here with these guys. How are we doing? How's your weekend going?
Not bad, yeah. Slippy out there now, yeah. I'm enjoying it there, yeah. This is the first weekend out in this car here, so it's all new to me, but getting into it all right, yeah. Enjoying it there.
It takes a wee while to get into the new car.
It does, yeah. The first 3 stages now, you'll probably run around quicker than a micro yesterday, but I know, look, I got through them.
But it does, like, I mean, especially this type of machinery, there's an awful lot to learn in them.
Yeah.
And there's gadgets and buttons and stuff that you need to really...
suspension and see is compared to my Polo, look, I don't find a massive difference in it. Power-wise, to say it's more or less the same, kind of, yeah. So.
And are you enjoying these stages today?
Yes, yeah. I'm not looking forward to that Black Road now. I don't like it at all, so I'll see how we get on.
And is that experience, or is that just kind of...
Experience, probably, and it's very, very slippery, it's hard to come in and all that wet stuff, but look, give it a lash to see how it goes. Look, all I want get around now and get a finish, that's all I want.
Mileage, isn't it?
Mileage, yeah, for West Cork, yeah. So.
Good man, thanks a million. We'll see you hopefully at the end of the rally, possibly at the ramp as well. We're going to get a quick chat here with another few of the drivers. Again, you can see that it's quite still quite spread out down here, so we might see who we can see around here. A lot of the time we lose the drivers and stuff because they have to run to the bathroom and kind of run and get food and all this kind of stuff, so we'll just get a quick word in here and see how things are going. Can we get a quick word? How are you? You're putting the hat on. How's everything going for you this weekend?
Not great. I had a tricky day yesterday and just trying to keep going now today and finish her off, and we'll be happy with that. So,
it's a long weekend in Galway, isn't it?
No, it's very long. It's tough. It's very slippy in there, and losing stages doesn't help, building back up, but sure, happy out, rallying,
know? Exactly, and I mean, you're obviously going to get, hopefully on this run, the long stage.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, the Black Roads. I was excited to do it, but it was slippy and there was bad sun in there, so for sure. Hopefully we get it next time anyway.
That's it, yeah. Do you find the long stages are great to get a rhythm?
Yeah, because the short ones, you're just into it and it's over, so I don't mind the long stage. It's very tight as well in there, so. But I'd rather the fast stuff, but you can't have it all, you know.
No, you've got to have a mixture, don't you?
Exactly, yeah.
And what's your plan for the rest of the weekend? Is it just try and finish, or are you going to try and get time back?
Super rally now, so we'll probably just try and get the car home in one piece and go as hard as we can. So I know we'll keep motoring anyway.
Push on. There's always, when you're in a rally car, there's always push, isn't there?
Exactly. Now you said it.
Good man. Thanks for talking to us. And we're just going to change a battery, folks, so we might drop out for a split second, but bear with us.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
service park now, folks. So we're going to try and get a quick word with the current leader.
I see a photo somewhere.
Get Josh. Josh, pretty hectic morning there.
Yeah, it's tricky conditions out there. It's like so many variations throughout the stage, from dry tarmac to wet, shiny tarmac, and plenty of mud in sections too. So definitely tough going.
And I mean, obviously losing the first stage was kind of hard work too, more mentally than anything.
Yeah, I guess at least we all got to drive through it or whatever, so we'll kind of know what to expect next time round. But yeah, look, we lost a bit of time to Marion there in the second stage, so we've a bit of work to do. But I think we have 14 seconds or something at the minute. So
any reason for that lost time?
Yeah, probably just the uncertainty with the grip levels and not taking any risks. We had quite a moment where Cahan actually went off, so we can see what happened to him there. Just shiny tarmac, and we ran across the road. So yeah, thankfully we got away with that, and probably knocked our confidence to a certain degree for the rest of the stage.
And was that kind of weather conditions, or was that just one of those ones that you just didn't see it as clearly on the recce?
Yeah, I think just the shiny tarmac in Galway is just so slippy, and I don't know what's about it. Like it's not too bad in places and then really bad in places, so it's just really hard to judge.
It does make it so incredibly difficult to trust anything then, though, whenever you have those different patches of tarmac, doesn't it?
It does, and I think we were just a wee bit on the cautious side for that stage after that, and that's probably why we lost a bit of time.
And so are you confident heading into these ones now, or are you feeling a wee bit nervous now that you've seen them?
No, I'll be fine. Like it's same again. We'll put new tyres on and have a go.
And any of them now that you're looking forward to getting at? I mean, the 18-kilometre one's hard work.
Just the finishing line, really. So, no, we'll hopefully enjoy it along the way. But yeah, look, Galway is always a tricky rally, so it's always good to get to the end.
And as you say, like trying to get to the end, but it's hard to believe that we're still kind of only halfway through the rally at this point. There's still a lot more stage miles to do.
Yeah, there's still 4 more long stages there, so anything could happen yet, to be fair.
Well, good on you. Thanks for speaking to us, and we'll hopefully see you back at the next service. We'll try and get a quick word with Sam here. We can see him. I'll go try find Sam here. Bear with us, folks. I'm not seeing him, and I don't know if it's because he's not about or the sun is blinding us. Sam there? Sam here?
See him, no.
No.
I would say so.
We'll come back to Sam. He's in just team brief. So we'll come back to Sam. If I find Donovan, he's over here. And we'll actually make our way up to the other few cars. It's actually brilliant up here. We have a few cars together, so we'll get a quick word with a few of the drivers. I might actually pull in over here and see how the morning went for Johnny Greer. Good morning. Johnny.
Me again.
Aye.
They get a second shot quickly, don't they?
They weren't long running.
No, she weren't.
It was tough going there this morning to lose that long stage.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but I think in the end it was the right call. I mean, the conditions in it were quite tricky, especially there was a couple of bad patches of ice in high speed sections, which I think wouldn't have really been fair to the first couple of guys that came across it. So yeah, I think tough call, but the right call in the end. The second stage was even still a wee bit frosty and slippy in it too, so I think hopefully there's a bit of a melt that's happened up there and it's a bit more grip now, but we'll just have to wait and see. But if the ice is still there, obviously there'll be a call to make from somebody, but yeah, there's whatever happens, we'll go with it.
Yeah. And the car felt good this morning then on the other stage that you actually got through?
Yeah, we've made a few changes which seem to have helped, but unfortunately there was quite a long delay before the start of the stage we did get, which meant everyone was starting again on very cold tyres, so we did struggle at the start with getting heat, but I think everyone struggled with the same thing. It was difficult, but at the end the car started to work and you got to enjoy it a bit more. So again, hopefully this time temperatures have went up a bit, so a wee bit more melt and a bit less frost to be a bit more enjoyable, hopefully.
And does that leave you feeling very confident then heading into the next loop of stages whenever you've had such, like when the end of that stage did start to flow?
Yeah, it's good to get the car into the working window, but again, if Black Road does run, it'll be a new experience for us all again. Plus, we know there is ice up there, so that'll be tricky. And then if we come back to the second stage in the loop, then at least we know what the conditions are like throughout that stage. So I say hopefully it's dried out a bit. Obviously, there's a few more cars that went through, a bit more mud and muck in places, but all in all, it should have more grip. So hopefully we'll get a good run through those next two.
And just on that, I mean, when you head out there now, will you? Obviously, there was a decision that was made earlier this morning, and it was the safest thing to do. So if you go out in the stage runs this time, will you feel confident in that decision, or will the ice still be in the back of your mind because you saw it this morning?
I think it'll still be in the back of your mind, but at the end of the day, if the organisers make the call, if they're happy enough to go with it, then we're happy enough, because we know that they made the call this morning, so we have to put the trust on whatever they decide. So, yeah, if they're happy to go, we're happy to go. We'll just have to get to the bit and see what it looks like when we get there. So, but I'd say it's all the same for everybody in that scenario, but in theory, everything should have fairly melted by now. It's a couple of degrees warmer than it was this morning. The sun's been out quite bright, so we'll see what happens. But those guys will keep a monitor in the stage conditions, and we'll go with whatever they go with.
Good man, Johnny. Well, best of luck for the next loop, and hopefully we'll see you back here at the next service. Thanks for talking to us. And that's it. I mean, that's directly from a competitor there, how much it means to operate from safety at all times, and how much they can actually trust the event organisers once a decision like that is made. And if the stage goes ahead the next time, that at least they can kind of have the faith in the fact that it's going to be safe, and that's why they're actually running. So just bear with us here. That is David Kelly's car. I'm just going to see if I can get a quick word of David. I can see his navigator here, but I'm not sure where David is. Is David about? Is David about?
He is in the van there. He's there. Oh, there.
I'm annoying everybody this morning here during their tea. Can we get a quick word, David? So this is David Kelly, and again, this is one of the cars that Michael remarked on the stage, that it looks very distinctive and very well. David, we haven't been chatting to you yet this weekend. You're going well?
We're getting on grand. Look, we're learning the car. It's this morning was a bit of a setback. We had very little grip on that stage. Couldn't get a feel for the car at all. I kind of felt like we're sitting on top of the road, But I will reset and go again now. Maybe make a few adjustments here to see can we get a bit more grip. But other than that, we're happy. We're kind of just learning every kilometre, and we're just building up the speed as the weekend goes on. That's kind of the plan this weekend.
And I mean, obviously heading into a new season with a new car, there's an awful lot to take in.
Oh, there is. And suppose, look, Galway's maybe difficult. You can be a bit hard on yourself doing the Galway here with the bad conditions and stuff. But no, look, it is. But look, we're here and the car's working very well. There's no issues with the car and we're happy with it. So we'll just push on throughout the weekend now, the rest of the day.
And what about the next loop of stages? Are there any of them you're looking forward to? Did you miss getting into the 18 kilometre?
I did. I liked that stage and kind of was looking forward to getting into it. And but now, look, we'll get into it now. And the start of the second one then was very muddy, and kind of put a bit of nerves in everybody. It was kind of the car was moving around a lot and it took a lot of time to get the confidence back. But now we'll go again this time and we'll push on.
Good man, David. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Enjoy the next loop, and we will hopefully see you back here at the next service. Who else do we have here now, folks? Trevor's back in the Porsche. Bear with me here, folks, till I try and find another few drivers. I had a few there a while ago, but they're listening. Do you know what? We're going to go this way because I can see Callum Devine and Gary Jennings over here. So I'm going to try and get a quick word with the two of them. And see what they have to say about the morning's driving. We'll get the two of you together. Big discussions.
Good discussion. Hey, he's just.
You look lovely. You can't see though with the sun on your face. Obviously very tough this morning to lose that long stage.
Aye, I was disappointed in the rest of us because I'd love to get over it.
What about you, Gary? Were you dying to get over it too?
I don't really care.
This is going to be a good crack.
We're getting over it, we're just getting a race speed. So no, it was nice actually driving through it at the same time.
And you get a nice wee look to see. It's like another recce.
Yeah, and like it's not that it was that bad, but it was icy in places. I think the first couple of corners was stretchers, but look, the organisers made the decision, and that's it. So we have to stand by it. But yeah, the sun's out now. So hopefully it'll be thawed when we go back out again.
Yeah. And what about the car? How's everything feeling this morning for you, Cal?
Just okay. We made a couple of wee changes there to the rear of the car now. Hopefully maybe we'll go a wee bit better, but we'll see.
What about your car, Gary? Are you happy enough?
Yeah, mine's fine. It's just tyre decision now is the one to make. You this man has to fight. I'm trying to stay where I am, but
What about a battle here, so we're not giving too much away.
It's just a very friendly battle in here.
yeah. No, I might go completely different. I might go on a wet tyre.
I might go on a really wet tyre.
Do you see what's happening here now? This is exactly what happens in the service area.
I might go on a forest tyre.
He might go. I'll stay with the wet tyre.
No, I think the black road's not going to dry up, no matter sun out or not, and it's going to be still icy under the trees. So, like, we drove through at that time in a slick tyre and it was slippy. So, decision to make now: whether we go on a slick or go back to a wet tyre like last night. So, it's whoever's going to be the bravest. And, like, poor old Cahan out there, that's the second corner of the stage, and that's purely cold tyres, and just a spin up onto the wall. But we definitely lost concentration. We backed off to see was he all right. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in there. But look, they're okay. They're chatting them in service here. So, but look, these things happen. But not getting through the first stage this morning and then a long delay into the next stage and cold tyres just doesn't work. If somebody's going to make that mistake into the first corner, like.
Do you think then, does that play into your mind now when you're making the decision, because you're thinking if those delays are there, how am I ever going to get my tyres warmed up again, and then you can't be brave?
Yeah, without a doubt. It takes the first 4 or 5 kilometres to warm them tyres, and like Cahan was only 500 metres into the stage, first corner, and I can see where he went. He just went to turn in and the car spun out.
Yeah.
But like really, it's cold, it's greasy, cold tyres, cold brakes, and plus cold mines because we hadn't done the stage all morning.
And you're thinking about it as well, like whatever about, you know, a long delay because there's a long road section, but delayed because you're losing a stage that you should be on. That's hard work.
Yeah, and you're out of rally mode.
Yeah.
We were talking there for probably an hour. You're more chill out mode than rally mode, so.
You were in digging the tea.
He brings tape. He brings a blast tape.
I
Back
blast.
with him.
He's always sitting there trying to get it in, right?
Ham sandwiches, cheese. He's well.
I'm not sure, so he is just.
Boys, we'll let you go and keep battling, trying to figure out tyre choices, but see, this is the joy of Irish rallying. Like you're swapping seconds and competing, but at the same time you're standing over having the crack. It's always great to see it. But we'll come up here and see if we can get a word with Desi Henry. Didn't see Desi. I think we saw him yesterday evening. We definitely didn't see him this morning. I see Paddy Robinson here. Again, everybody's in big discussions when it comes to service area. Desi, are you feeling any better this morning?
Oh, hey, I just can't wait to get home at this stage. It's been a very long weekend for us, obviously with no real pace. So, look, we're trying to get through to the end. We're changing a lot of the car, trying to get it to work. But no, certainly it hasn't been that enjoyable now.
And I mean, it genuinely is such hard work when you can't touch the car.
Yeah, you know, when you can't get filling on a car, you know, you can't brake efficiently, you can't get traction, you can't do all these things that you need to do to be fast. So no, I think we've sort of taken a backward step this weekend. We're trying to slowly work our way forwards again by changing things and trying to get confidence in the car again. But look, we're trying another few things here now, and hopefully we can move forward before the end of the weekend.
That's it. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I know it's hard work, and it actually mentally it can be worse more than anything. But it is all experience and all mileage under the belt.
Yeah, it's all mileage, and obviously there's still benefits of the next year if they're to run the same stage. You have in-car videos, you know, all these things. But no, certainly when you drop out of the top, you know, the times the top boys, it's very hard to get motivated to race them boys. You know, because they're going very, very fast. And to get the most out of these cars, you need to be very committed, and you need to be just keeping the toe under when you can. And when you've nothing to race for, it's difficult to do that.
It is very hard to keep the head in the game at that point, isn't it? Like, it's all, and it becomes a mind game then of like trusting yourself, but kind of being cross at the car, but then be cross at yourself.
Yeah, that's right. And sometimes these cars, that if you're not driving them to the maximum, they don't give you the feeling that you need. So I was trying to find that balance to try and push on, to try and, you know, work on the setup and stay on the road.
And it is crazy, isn't it? Like, sometimes you can get that at the start of an event where you literally, nothing gels, and then that's it. The event's just done for you in your own mind.
Yeah, you certainly get them events. We just wish it wasn't this one.
But you wouldn't know. It's a long season yet. Yeah. And hopefully that's the start of it and the end of it for you and Galway.
Hopefully, that's all right.
Good man, Desi, thank you. And we've Jason Mitchell's car here beside us, but I can't see Jason. He's over here at Desi Henry's car. So we'll do Desi at Jason's car and Jason at Desi's car. Or Paddy Robinson there, Desi's navigator. Jason, you were glad to get back out again today, I would say.
Back out again, I'm happy to get out again now, Tony, because it's just a matter
getting round now, you know, and just getting a good look at these stages at an average pace, and then hopefully third time lucky at this rally next year, so we'll have a better pace. But we're in a good place, I think, with the car and all. We just need to start behave ourselves. Paddy says he's going to send me out for 2 hours in the morning before we go on a rally, running around the block until I'm knackered, and then he's going to put me into the cars, take a bit of the
nervous energy away.
Yeah, nervous energy away, because we're a wee bit too frantic at the start. But no, look, I'm happy, Tony. It's just a matter of me getting myself right now, and I think we're.
And you were saying last night you're really loving the car.
Really loving the car. Like the car, you know, it's really, really funny, you know, but you know there's a sweet spot on her, and if you can, you know, keep her in that sweet spot, your time's going to be good. And you know, and for me, I'm just on and off throttle too much, and just brake. I think looks a wee bit dodgy and braking at the minute, and if you do that, your time, you just lose 20 seconds just to get. So that's where I am at the minute, just to make sure I get to the end of the rally. But if we can get started in the rally, like part of my plan in this rally was to get off to a good start and get in amongst the boys, and then let them drag me along. But I had to learn again where, you know, you put her off, you're no drag, it's a real fight to try and get through the rest of the rally with nothing to race for. So, but anyway, it's a test now, so that's so.
And we were just chatting to Desi about that, actually, it becomes more of a mind game at that point, like once you've nothing to race for.
Yeah, no, it's a matter of trying to, like, I'm the whole time thinking about my note on the corner and my grips there now to try and see if, you know, how can I drive these bits different, you know. So like that last loop there, I tried to brake a bit earlier. I think it looked sloppy. I made sure I nailed the exit. So you know, and it did work. And it just I'm just, you know, I'm holding her and all the fast stuff, which just in case it's a bit sloppier than it looks, you know, and that's where my time's going. But no, we know where to go.
It's one of those things too, like that's one of the most basic things I can remember from Rally Ireland, like when I was a teenager, you know, get in and around the corner easy and then out as quick as you can, which kind of, it just does not, for some reason it doesn't compute when you're driving.
Exactly, and you know what I like, to me it's just hard everywhere, where I know when you see, like this is a good place for experience, although everybody told me not to go to Galway, you know, it is a place where I think you can learn a lot for the rest of the year if you can get through the rally. So I think if we can, you know, I've learned this weekend, you know, even the shiny stuff, you know, have it well marked and try and brake in the grippy bit, run her through the shiny bit, and then just, you know, bring the speed away down that it can't cause much harm, and then just make sure we get out of the chicane quick, or we get out of the corner, you know. So look, I think, yeah, we've gained.
Easy
in a terrible situation, we've gained.
Well, that's it. You see, there's always a silver lining, and there's always lessons to be learned. Like.
Yeah, just bring her home now, just.
That's the one. And I mean, obviously last year you had an excellent year. So was it hard to change the car when everything is going well?
Well, it was in a way, you know, but there, you know, I looked at other people's in car and I thought I was driving harder than them, you know, and I sort of went, you know, why am I not getting the time now? A lot of it my own fault. And I just thought, you know, they were in different cars, and I said, look, I've only ever driven a Ford, so I just want to try something different, and like. I went for the Polo because, like, nobody said the Polo's a bad car, so I said, look, and it's well advanced, and I'm not an advanced driver, so I don't mind me going on the new Citroen looks good there as well, like, but, and I would like to go on the new Citroen, I like to look at the new Citroen, but there's development there, and I'm not good enough to develop the car.
Well, it's not even, it can just feel like a job then, and it doesn't feel as much crack.
Yeah, well, exactly, and you know, and I'm still trying to work out what I'm meant to feel, so if the car's doing funny things too, and I'm doing funny things, we know it could be a disaster. So, no, look, well, see how it goes now. Look, we're still happy enough. We're still happy enough.
Good on you, Jason. Thanks for talking to us. A pleasure as always. It's always great to get such good feedback and hear, like, you know, how much goes into rallying. That's not just about getting into a car and going. Like, it's these guys put in so much effort and so much thought. So it's very, very. It's very good to hear their perspective. So we're just going to go across here. We're in the black camp, and we're going to see how Jason's morning's going. How's everything going?
Hi, good. Yeah, we had a good run through that second stage there. Very, very slippy, but pedalled on, like, and got a good time for it. So happy enough.
Great crack in these things this morning.
Oh, sure. Just pulling gears and just trying to keep the wheel spin down. So.
But I would say it's hard work this morning.
It is, yeah. A lot of sliding about and just need to watch your braking points and stuff. So just hard to judge, but. Hopefully drying out a bit here now. So
you definitely know you're driving two-wheel driving that, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And any of the stages that you were enjoying more? Obviously, you didn't get to run over the first one, but I mean, are you dying to get at that one, or did you enjoy the second one more?
No, I'm looking forward to Black Road. I've did it a couple of times before, so I know it a bit better than the other one. So hoping for a good run over it.
And what about the tyre choice? Did you find that any way easier this time round versus this morning?
Yeah, well, as you say, it's dried up a wee bit now, so hopefully I went for a slightly harder tyre, and so hopefully it'll work in the conditions.
Good man.
All right, thanks.
Thanks for talking to us, and we'll see you around at the next service. So we're just going to get a quick word here with Gareth as well, if we can. Back again, Gareth. You made it back. Are you glad to be back?
Yeah, happy enough.
It's always good to get back to service.
Yeah, we're having a good cut there in the second one, and then with brake trouble, the brakes were sticking on. So we'll hopefully have a sword here now, go back out again, hopefully get back on the game again.
Are you looking forward to getting on to the long stage?
Yeah, that Black Road's a good stage, like there's plenty of driving in it, so hopefully it runs this time. Hopefully it's thawed out a bit and we'll get going.
And again, we were talking about the two-wheel drives and this type of condition, like it's insane
yeah,
work.
It's challenging, like that first post 2 to 3k, that second stage there, just everywhere you corner, like you're just filling the road, like and just pulling gears to try to get as much traction down as you could. Just take it how it comes, see how it
I
goes.
mean, do you find that good crack? Because obviously that's what these cars are supposed to do, but it's hard work.
It's enjoyable at times, but it's whatever you're maybe doing, fifth gear, maybe 80 to 100 mile an hour stuff, and next minute it decides to fill the road, that's when it gets a bit of a...
And, I mean, it's the scary part as well, but it's losing time too.
Yeah, you're losing time and you're trying to stop it, but sometimes just with the conditions, you don't know when it's going to do it. Like, it's just, they hit a bit of shiny tar at all on the road and they can break traction just very easily.
And are you confident with the tyre choice this time around?
Yeah, well, hopefully.
All you can do is see at this point, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait and see what happens.
Man, thanks for talking to us, Gareth. Guys, I think we are going to take, we're going to try and take a couple of minutes here and just gather up a few more drivers or navigators and see who we can get talking to. So I'm going to try and hand back to the studio here, or maybe to an ad break, just to see if we can get another few drivers rounded up for you.
Let out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
Great to be at Sunday in Galway.
Yeah, it's good to be here. But it's awful slippy out there. We're really nothing today. We had lost the wipers for the 3 stages of the wet stages yesterday, which dropped us out of contention altogether. Like we were lying second in the Starks, and fixed the wipers then when the stages were dry and we didn't need them. And since then, now we're just kind of playing catch up, but we can't really catch the person in fourth. So we're just trying to stick there and hope that somebody makes a mistake. Really, like.
And I mean, do you find that hard work to try and sort of keep it steady, but also keep going?
Yeah, it's very hard to commit because there's so much more to lose now. We're trying to do the championship this year, so trying to think of points, and wouldn't be the worst to bring home a 5th place points, but second would have been nicer.
Yeah, definitely would. But I mean, not a bad start to the year when you think about it.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's always a tricky rally. This rally is impossible. The person that doesn't make a mistake in this rally is usually the one in the top 2 or 3 there. So could be me, could be somebody else next time.
Do you find it any more stressful or a wee bit more pressure, the fact that you're local?
Yeah. So there's just such a big build up to your local event, and it's hard to get going, and it takes a while it's just the event seems like it's starting for weeks in advance, like probably the same for you for Donegal, you know. So but yeah, look, it's still a good rally. It's awful challenging rally always. Like, it's not just your normal rally. This is like nothing else always. Because 1 minute it can be dry, and next minute it's just so greasy, and like that stage in there, it's definitely the one before we came in there, is practically dry, but it's just brown muck.
Yeah.
It's like a film. It's not even wet. It's just compacted into the tarmac, and there's just no grip whatsoever.
And I mean, that's it. Like, it's always the tricky conditions of this time of the year as well in Galway.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you can get, obviously in Ireland you're going to get wet, muddy roads, but it's just completely different up here.
Yeah, it'd be nicer, or it'd be easier on us anyway, if it was just completely wet, a wet road or a completely dry road. But you just get a bit of both. Like Killarney there that we just done was so unusual that it was so dry.
Yeah.
Like, it was an unbelievable event. I don't think I've ever done Killarney Historic in such dry, and everybody came out in a high after it. And but the car, like, it's so stressed in after Killarney. It was like doing a Donegal, and it was so dry. But it was nuts. But sure, we're here anyway. We'll enjoy it anyway.
That's it. And I mean, obviously, as you mentioned earlier, the full season, the full championship, that's what's in your mind.
Yeah, that's all we're thinking about really now. Just sticking to where we are. We're not going to catch anybody ahead of us, but don't want anybody to pass us from behind either.
And are you looking forward to any of these 2 stages in particular?
I would normally say the Black Road will be one of my favourite stages, but after driving through it this morning, I don't know. We'll see. We'll be hairy enough.
Getting to the end of it's kind of the big one.
Yeah.
Ross,
Thanks
well
very
done for the drive so far. Thanks a million for speaking to us, and we're going to try and get a quick word with Gareth Lloyd. I think he's just hopped into the van.
How are you?
Gareth, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
You're having a wee break and we're disturbing it on you.
No, you're grand. No hassle.
Are you enjoying the weekend?
Yeah, no, it's been fabulous, and we had just a disastrous stage there on the last one. Just so no grip at all, and just lost all confidence. So dropped over a minute in there. So kind of catch up now again.
I know, it's all about catch up on the Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we built all the confidence yesterday. I mean, it's sort of a newish car to us, and we've done a lot of changes to it, and it was really great now. But that stage just destroyed my confidence. So start again now.
Start again, and I mean, obviously you have to love Irish rallying to come to Galway with these tricky conditions. You're really committed to Irish rallying.
Oh, it's absolutely, it's the best place to go rallying in my book. I mean, I've been coming here for a few years. I've been twice to Galway before, and it's always a tricky rally, but it's very challenging.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can get to the end now.
Because Galway's one of those funny ones, it's very early in the year, and I suppose some people kind of maybe don't have their cars prepared from last year, and weather might put people off, but it is a fantastic event when you're here.
It's very challenging. It's one of the most challenging in the calendar. I think, once we get into West Cork, the weather improves, etc., and especially with the ice this morning, there's lots of things thrown in, but that's rallying. You've got to cope with all of it, but sadly we didn't cope very well with that stage. But that's, it's the way it goes.
Exactly, and as you say, it's just about building confidence now. And any of those stages in particular you're kind of chomping at the bit to get back to?
Not really. I mean, that second stage, when we just did now, I was very good in the recce, I thought, but just the conditions are so bad in there, and it was so bad early on, so it was just trying to build back up from there, but you're just looking for everything all the time. But no, I mean, I'm not a big fan of the Black Road stage, but hopefully it'll get better.
Do you find that it's the stage itself that you're not particularly comfortable with, or is it the fact that it's just so long, the 18 kilometres?
No, I mean, I think it's the terrain of it, because it's quite mountainous, so you've no hedges, there's a lot of open terrain there, so it's really difficult to pick a line. But and your notes have to be really good. So, but no, it's a stage. So, but it's if you the yesterday's stages, I preferred that terrain than today's. But it's the same for everybody.
It is the same for everybody. I suppose it's Irish rallying too, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Gareth, thanks for talking to us.
Thanks a lot.
I mean, the car looks absolutely fantastic. Tiny wee bit of damage done to it there, but sure, look, that's rallying. We're not going to come out of a rally without a wee bit of a few wee scrapes and bangs. Can we get a quick word with you, Sarah?
Absolutely.
Sorry. How's your weekend going?
Very good. Well, not very good actually. That was an automatic response. We had an off yesterday morning on stage 1, but thankfully the lads got it sorted and we got back out for the last loop, so we're back under Super Rally. But look, it's good experience. It's nice to be in the left-hand drive into the Rally 4 car, and hopefully we can build on it for the rest of the weekend.
And do you find much difference sitting on the other side?
I think from my point of view probably not an awful lot of difference, maybe a couple of right-handers that you like stay on your own side a little bit, but no, I don't find it too much of a difference. It's kind of something you just get used to.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously it's probably a question you get asked a lot, but like being one of the only female competitors, it's brilliant to see so many, females starting to get back into the sport.
Absolutely. Look, the more females we can get in the sport, the better. We're very lucky in the fact that we have a sport that is so kind of non-gender biased, and that's really good. And I suppose, look, it's good to see Aoife and Grace from the academy as well doing so well, and yeah, look, it's fantastic to see more and more females getting involved every day, and look, Anthem that brings them into it.
Exactly, and you mentioned the academy there. I would say that's a massive help.
Absolutely, like even the prep over the winter, like you can see it in yourself now coming back, and the fitness work we're doing and all the prep with the co-driver mentors and the general academy, like it's been a fantastic opportunity. I'm delighted to be involved in it, and I'm looking to keep working with them over the next year.
And in general now, heading out for the next loop of stages, what's the feeling for them?
Yeah, I suppose the feeling is Black Road seems really nice and tricky. We got one run over the last one, so that's nice. Look, for us, I think after yesterday, the challenge is just to get some experience, to work on that and kind of keep building stage by stage, because there's nothing to win anymore, so it's kind of just try and get experience and build on that.
Exactly, and I mean Galway can be hard work in the sense as well that, obviously a rally and you're wanting to get out there and you're wanting to compete, but it is a very tricky rally, and it is just the start of the year, so you have to pace yourself. Yeah,
I think when you talk about it, how are we going to start the year, and it's Galway, it's always like, oh, great crack, but it's bumpy, it's tricky, and there's always something to catch you out. So I think, unfortunately, we fell for that. But look, it's a great opportunity to get a bit of seat time now early in the year. It's only something small, and we can build on that throughout the year between the different championships, and hopefully build on it.
Brilliant. Well, hopefully we'll see more of you. Hopefully we'll see you back in here after the next loop. Thanks for talking to us, Sarah. So that's one of the Motorsport Ireland Academy members who, as you can tell, is delighted with the service and the help that they get from Motorsport Ireland, and it's absolutely incredible to kind of, her immediate response was, when she was asked the question, how's the weekend going, was very good, because to be competing is one of those things where it doesn't really matter how your weekend's going. The overall theme is that you're just delighted to be there and sitting in a rally car. So great to hear that kind of enthusiasm being the first thing that you think of. Obviously once you're thinking about it, then you could kind of give out and find things that are going wrong with your weekend, but it's always the same with rally, and everybody's just so delighted to be out and actually on the stages. So as you can see, we're walking back through the service park, and hopefully we'll catch another few drivers in here at the moment, but everybody is sort of making their way out, heading back to the out of control, and we're just passing. We're going to get out of the way here for a split second and let Shane Quinn past. Happy looking team leaving the service park. That's Ray Breen making his way out now. Get over here and get a quick shot with these guys.
Where did we go at one stage? Oh no.
Good morning.
No rallying for me this weekend. These boys here, look.
I know, you're on team chats, are you?
Yeah.
No, we want to hear from everybody. We want to hear everybody's
Tim,
weekend
not
going.
me.
We're going to annoy you with the sandwich, so that's what we always do. He's running away from us, so we'll not torture him too much. Were you disappointed not to get running this weekend?
Yeah. Look, we're gone this far with the car now. We said we'd do a right job on it, and she's going for a full repaint next week, so we'll hopefully be out for the first round of the national. That's the plan.
And that's next weekend or the following weekend?
No, it's 4 weeks' time.
Oh, that's 4
yeah,
weeks'
yeah. No,
time.
she's going for paint next week, so
Uh-huh.
we
Oh,
said we
that's
wouldn't
just-
rush it to get here. Like we
Yeah,
were hoping to be
yeah.
here, but we'll go for the first round of the national and we'll give that a go.
And you're hoping to do the full Tarmac Championship as well?
No, just the national. We'll do the national. We were coming here because it's so close to home.
Okay.
We're only half an hour to home. We said it'd be a good shakedown for the national, you know. But,
And I mean, obviously there was a lot of pace being picked up last year. Like, you were delighted with the way
over the year,
times.
yeah. Over the year, everything went according to plan. Just pick up the pace slowly, not do too much damage. And a couple of offs that we had, but other than that, we were delighted with the year.
Good man.
We
Well, great to see you
won,
outscored
we
now.
won the West Coast Championship two-wheel drive, so
Yeah.
we were delighted with that.
And that's it. I mean, when you have a year like that, it gets you very excited to head into the next
Yeah,
year.
yeah. As I said, we were so excited we were coming here just to get ready for the national, you know. But
What would be the hopes for the national this year?
oh, sure, try for the two-wheel drive. That's it. We got third in it last year and won, as I say, won the West Coast. So we'll have to try go for the two-wheel drive in the national this year. That's the plan.
Well, thanks for talking to us,
Okay.
Patrick. Hopefully we'll see you out in the next event. Patrick had great pace last year in his Mark II. So as he said, he's just trying to get the car. His big priority this year is the national, but he's trying to get the car prepped. And you see, that's what I was saying earlier on. We were talking to, I think it was Gareth Lloyd there a few minutes ago, where trying to get everything ready for Galway can be the tricky one a lot of the time. So it's just one of those things where that's kind of, you have to pick and choose with rallying. Sometimes you're going to lose events and you're going to gain in other ways. So his big push is the national, so obviously then you sacrifice Galway. At the moment we're going to just go for another break, guys, because we're starting to just see all the cars disappear out of the service and head for the stages. So we're going to just nod off for a wee while and hopefully have another few cars lined up for you by the time we get back.
Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
And you're back live with us, where we are very hopeful that Special Stage 12 will run. Everything's looking extremely positive, and we're led to believe that the leading cars are at the start line of Special Stage 12, Blacks Road. So Michael has experience of the stage conditions. We did go over it earlier this morning, but we're going to go back and have a refresh before we go live on stage.
Yep, 17.99 Ks. Anticipate the fastest cars will be doing it in about, I was thinking 9 minutes, we think. They'll get one of a notorious stage, well known. Black Road's been used in the Galway Rally for many, many years. This example has got some new mileage at the end. It's never been run. The little dogleg bit at the end is very new, fast. Couple of chicanes in there, Zav, that compensate for the tight and twisty in the mid part of the stage. The very start, first 3 or 4 Ks of the stage, very tricky, very narrow, very slippy. In fact, from listening to the drivers who got the chance to drive over the stage when they decided not to run it earlier on, they did say the first bit of the stage was really tricky, and there was a bit of ice and bits and pieces. And then you get into the fast mountain road up over the top of the mountain, and then turn left onto a much narrower, twistier road, lots of stone walls, and it would probably remain in the shade. And then back out onto a similar mountain road to come back down the mountain towards the finish, very high speed. And the general feeling is really interesting, is as the conditions continue to improve, tyre choice did seem to be a bit of a talking point in the service area.
Yeah, very much. And I mean, it's very difficult now. We're into sort of a quarter to midday. The road temperature will have got up a little bit. In the shade, it'll still be very cold. The sun has obviously increased the ambient temperature. So, you know, you pay your dues and you take your chance.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but it's difficult.
Look, losing the stage first thing this morning, the organisers had a difficult choice to make. They gave, on the one hand, they played a bit of an ace card, allowing the competitors to actually drive the stage at road speed, where they were all able to draw their own conclusions. And, you know, it pretty much the attitude was, it is what it is. Somebody had to make that difficult call. Let's hope they don't have to make it again. Where I'd say the one really good thing that's coming out is it looks very much like the time that was lost this morning has almost all of it has been got back. Certainly we know the leading cars are at the start of the stage in the arrival control. So, and I've just been told in my ear that car 1 is on the start line. So that would mean that the rally is back on schedule, Sav, which is quite an achievement.
Yeah, I mean, scheduled start time for stage 12, this stage here, was 11:44. It looks like we're bang on time, which means that the following stage, stage 13, will start at 12:30, hopefully on time.
Yep.
Before the crews then make their way back in for what will be the final service of the day at 13:05, back into the Cooperative Mart in Loughrea. But we reliably informed car 1 in the stage.
Yep.
We're good to go. It's going to be interesting to see in the shaded areas. There will still be tricky patches. Johnny Greer was talking to Tony there. We heard earlier he thinks it was possibly the right call because of the speeds that the cars do, and certainly in some of the braking points there was ice. So a really good stiff test now for the leading crews. Very little between Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes and Marianne Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the Hyundai and VW Polo respectively. So there we go. Josh in.
Very narrow. And of course Josh has, as he has been the whole rally, running first car on the road. If there is anything untoward, if there is a slippy place, he's going to be the first car to encounter it. The 00 cars, we used to have 4 or 5 fast 00 cars. So here's Sam now running second on the road. So yeah, Sam just struggling under braking there. This is probably a compromised tyre.
Plus, very early in the stage, so tyres not fully warm, I would guess.
No.
Marion
Evans was on a mission earlier on. Didn't get to do this stage. And he certainly looks like he's pushing hard here.
Looks quick, I have to say.
Yep.
So
we're a bit too early in the stage. Sorry, Zav, I was just going to say we're a bit too early in the stage to really judge the times. We're only just over a kilometre in, so
quite a way to go. And of course, you said now back down to the bottom in that horseshoe-shaped layout of the stage, and then back up through the mountain. So a long way to go yet. Gary Jennings. So far.
He seems having a good joke with Callum Devine, joking about tyres. It was quite funny actually. I don't know if you saw it, but one says, "Oh, I'm going to go for this one," and then I'll go for a wet, and then Gary says, "I'll put a forest tyre on," and Callum just went, "That's far enough. I'll stick to wet." Nice car control. So to say, we're very early on in the stage. They've got a long way to go. I reckon it'll take them probably just over 9 minutes to do this stage.
When you think about
9:20, they'll have had a good stage time.
Yeah, on 30-second intervals, there's going to be a lot of cars on the stage at the one time, which is impressive.
But if you think about it, roughly 9.5 minutes, so at any time there's 18 or 19 cars on the stage.
Yeah. So it does allow the cars to get rattled through quite quickly. It's quite fun for us in terms of covering events. And as presenters, sometimes we struggle then whenever we come to 1 minute intervals.
Yeah.
It seems like an age.
Gareth McHale. Gareth's really setting in well as he trying to explain. It's a completely different type of drive. He was rallying a few years ago in the World Rally Championship and the Tarmac Championship in the various M Sport Ford Focuses that the McHale family had at the time. I believe they still have a couple of them. So
yeah, well, I mean, they're investments for the future. Robert Barrable, super rallying today after yesterday's mid-stage demise.
Fastest though on this morning's only stage. Doesn't really count for very much, but it shows he hasn't gone away.
And I suppose a bit like Cathal McCourt was saying, it bodes well for sort of later in the season, in that, you know, get a few competitive miles under one's belt.
Declan Boyle, another one running in the Tipper Rally. So, just for my own information, there was a bit of a blip in the computer here. It looks like it had solved itself. Yep.
Went very well yesterday. Couple of small spins and offs, but held a top 10 position overnight. The ex-Chris Ingram, Talk Sport, Skoda Fabia. He's sort of given up hope of a half-decent result. He's just struggling to get on top of the car. He admits it himself. And sometimes these things happen. And
Desi, we know, led a couple of rounds of the Circuit of Ireland last year in the car. That was really very much one to pull away. In his newly acquired Citroen. Should have David Guest up next, West Cork man.
Couple of viewers from Iceland, Charlie Kelly asking what time the next stage is at. It's live at the moment. Murray Savage, great project, all the best with the future. So people tuning in on YouTube and on Facebook at the coverage we're bringing you.
So here's the modified rally leader.
That was close there.
But then Mark's been driving very much within himself and he's quite comfortable. Conor Murphy due. Getting plenty of grip in this part of the stage.
Told leading crews making their way now towards the end of the stage. Still a couple of minutes for them to run before the finish. And we should start to get times through.
Jason Black. Jason's having a fine engine now. Another super rally. Jason Mitchell retired on the first stage yesterday. It's a new car to Jason for this rally. Polo. Braking a bit earlier, trying to carry a bit more speed. Explained to Tony in the service area in the last service. Won't be long before we start getting some official times, I hope. At the end of the stage, Josh is going to be a minute or so away. Somebody there like Tim McNulty, he's not quite there yet, but it's not going to take much for him to start creeping into the bottom end of the top 10.
No, I agree, but I mean, you obviously wonder, he never had an issue getting to grips with the WRC cars. I just wonder, as people with experience, so much experience with WRC cars, are they struggling a little bit with the R5?
On the WRC, they're never allowed to get R5 cars, or WRC2, whatever. They are, you've got to grab them by the scruff of the neck and really, really be aggressive with them.
Well, that's exactly what they said about the S2000 cars when they first appeared. You have to keep them revving, be aggressive to get the most out of it, the way they were built and designed.
Reports that Josh may have hit a bale somewhere in the stage. But he's due at the finish imminently.
Sandra McFadden and David Claudio watching a nice interview in service, Sandra. Sarah, and great to see the McFadden name well represented in rallying and Motorsport Ireland's involvement. So I think The leading couple of cars may just have cleared the stage from what I'm being told. So as Michael said, hopefully a few times through for you shortly. Of course, stage 12, we didn't run this stage in competitive fashion. First time out this morning due to the conditions. So allowed crews maybe to drive through at road speed and better tuned to the conditions. But you can see in under the trees, it's still fairly cool.
Yep.
And certainly there'll still be a little bit of ice in places, although
drama. He did a time of 10:10.8. So the conditions are pretty slippy still. Don't know how much time he's lost compared to anybody else, but he did hit a bale, but he also had a spin and he had to go back up the road a bit to get the car turned around on a narrow section of road. Sam Moffat has also been in the wars towards the end of the stage. He had a straight on moment, set a similar time to Josh of 10 minutes 10 seconds. Straight on at a junction near the end of the stage and touched a wall. And we're predicting
Marion Evans' time's going to be interesting in that case.
Well,
if he
they're
does clean
predicting
Keith Lyons.
So quite the thing with unofficial, of course, but it seems that Marion has done a 9:51 on the stage. That would put him into the lead.
It would. He was 14.2 seconds behind Josh going into that stage.
So he's taken 19 seconds. That put him into approximately a 4-second lead. We always, even Sam, before the start this morning, said the person to watch this morning, Marion. Last year's rally, Marion was really quick out of the box. Colin O'Rourke away through in his Skoda. Gary Jennings, 10:13 apparently, so that really was a very impressive run from Marion. He did the same last year as Avi, fastest over Black Road, and brought himself right into contention. Well, you don't send a message much firmer than that, putting him into the lead. Move on.
He had a bit of a moment yesterday attacking one of the Galway walls I saw.
Yeah, I think is he running in Super Rally?
I believe he is.
Yep.
Because he disappeared off the timesheets on the following stage, so
Johnny Greer apparently did a 10:09, but very nearly went off apparently where Sam Moffat had been off. That was Ollie Benton through in his nice little stop my car.
Could be mine.
So here's our RC4 leader, Jason J. Coleman. Having a very nice run. That's the arrows. Donegal Motor Club Chairman Brian Brogan. Businessman, regular competitor in the Tarmac Championship. So we're getting unconfirmed times in for the bottom end of the top 10. Greer 10:09, McHale 10:10, Barrable 10:10. Barrable obviously in Super Rally. Eric Black just going through. We have reports that McHale hit a chicane in the stage. Lots of drama going on, but unfortunately we also have reports that Tim McNulty stopped in the stage. Callum Devine has completed the stage, good time of 10:04, but nothing is even close to Marion Evans. Second fastest in the stage, Patrick O'Brien. We're getting some of the historic crews through. They're good to watch, the historics. So that was Duncan Williams, one of our English visitors with the effervescent Guy Weaver co-driving. Austin Snow's due up next in his Mitsubishi. John Henderson co-driving for him.
Of course, now we're back on time. Stage 13 due to start at 12:30. And crews making their way over there now.
Still no official results, unfortunately, so we're very much running on provisional times here. But the big news is that unofficially, Marion Evans has fastest on the first competitive running of Black Road this morning, and has taken 19 seconds off Josh after Josh spin and hit a bail. That moves him into the rally lead. Now this is really puts him into maybe a 3 to 4 second lead. Josh isn't going to take this line down, is he?
The times have just dropped in.
Okay.
Just to confirm, Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson now leads the Corrib Galway International by 4.8 seconds from Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. Sam Moffat is in third. Josh and Andy Hayes on a time of 1 hour 9 minutes 10.3 seconds. Sam on a time of 1 hour 9.43.5, and Callum Devine shown as fourth, but those times will update. But as Michael says, the news is that a storming time from Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson on a 9:51.8, 20 odd seconds, so it has completely changed the complex of Sunday here in Galway.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that Marion would go well today. All his fellow competitors knew this, but quite frankly, I'm okay. Josh has made a mistake. and has cumulatively lost maybe 10 or 12 seconds, but I suspect Merrion was going to go fastest anyway.
Yeah. You know, I mean, these guys compete against one another on a regular basis. They know each other well, but when you have them all sort of saying the same thing, that Merrion is the man to watch, and they do him a massive amount of help by the odd overshoot and the odd spin.
Well,
and
this is
help his cause, you know.
And Sam Moffat doesn't often make mistakes, so I suspect the conditions really are very tricky. So we know that Gareth McHale also hit a chicane. We do have reports that Tim McNulty stopped somewhere in the stage, but I just don't know where. We believe he's on the bottom bit of the stage where it's narrow and bumpy and jumpy before they turn hairpin left to go back over the top of the mountain. So he's about halfway through, okay, boards out apparently, so we've been told. So another one bites the dust, and Tim, has had a fair amount of success in Galway over the years. Just saying it's not going to start creeping into the top 10 times as he makes the adaptation to these R5 cars.
I must admit, I do like it when it's running like this, because we're trying to keep an eye on sort of spectator social media and people who are dropping us messages and results and footage.
Another super rally runner there, Grogan.
So as we say, stage 13 kicking off somewhere around 12:30. Then cars make their way to Loughrea for final service of the event at 1:05. They have 1 hour service time there, with stage 14 due to start at 2:30. Stage 15 will start at 16 minutes past 3, and from there the leading cars will then make their way to the Connaught Hotel and finish ramp before aiming to be at the Park Ferry somewhere about 4:30. So plenty to still happen today. Another 3 stages service, and then the run back into Galway itself. We're taking.
Well, you were saying yesterday somebody was putting money on this rally will go down to the wire. Well, it's shaping up.
Yeah, he might be far wrong. I don't know who. Somebody John Kennedy was chatting with on Friday night, and a
few more times in. Who Patrick? We heard Patrick O'Brien had a really good time, second fastest. Yep, 9:59.9. That's actually jumped him up a place in the leaderboard ahead of Gareth McHale. So we know Gareth hit a chicane. So Patrick O'Brien has jumped from 8th to 7th overall. Now there's nothing in it. He's only a second up, so that's.
It was quite surprising, Michael, when you look at the times in so far. 13 times in so far, and there's only 2 times under the 10-minute barrier. That's Patrick O'Brien and Ryan.
The significant one that's not in the results at the end of that stage. No time in for him yet. Now, what number was Mark running? 29. So.
I mean, a time there for Declan Boyle, 10:08.6, which would leave him one of the, it'd be certainly top 4 or 5 time, and that's got to bode well for him, bearing in mind he is in Super Rally. Robert Barrable, 10 minutes dead, 0.8 seconds. So Robert very close to breaking the 10-minute barrier for stage 12.
So we know Mark Alcorn is clear of the stage and he's on the road section, so he's
just popped in.
He's just popped in, right. And still leading the modifieds then, Saab, yep.
Yep. Mark showing a time of 10 minutes 34.1 seconds as we see Jeffrey Dolan making his way through with his gas tank thumping. And Jeffrey again super rallying, following a few issues early yesterday morning.
Mark took 13 seconds out of Conor Murphy on that stage to extend his lead to over a minute now in the modified part of the rally. He's had an absolutely fantastic drive, Mark has so far. Some of the Super Rally people through, Robert Barrable 10.00.8. Jason Mitchell, basically an extended test section in his car at 10.39. And interesting, Declan Boyle, again in Super Rally, a 10.08.6.
Just, yeah, I was saying
It's
that.
a nice time, yeah.
Yeah, that's at least a stage where he can be comparable to the people he's competing against. Callum Devine has come out of it well. He's jumped 2 places in the 4th on the overall times on a total time of 1 hour, 10 minutes, 4.4 seconds. So, modifieds making their way through, mixed in with some of the historics. Always good to see the Mark IIs at odd angles and shapes.
Yeah, I'm just getting a message from somebody. McNulty seemed to get going again, but has pulled off the stage, which is a good shout. Thanks for that, Kevin. Thank you. Have a report that Kevin Wilson has stopped in his Hyundai, similar sort of places where Tim McNulty was initially stopped.
You're seeing Brendan Comiskey's through, Aaron McLaughlin, Simon Reid, Brian Lavelle, Pearse Callahan. So
Kane Walsh is allegedly stopped as well. I think Kane is in Super Rally anyway, so that's a bit of a shame for them in the Corolla. David Healy due up next in their Honda Civic. David still in the main rally. More times in David Gaston, 10.20.2. James Ford, 11 minutes dead. Brendan Comiskey, 10.45.6. And Aaron McLaughlin, 10.44.9. Now that the rally's running on time, we're probably 10 minutes or so from looking at going to 10, 15 minutes, going back to stage 13, second running of that stage. So we'll stick with the guys here for the moment.
Just having a quick look at the junior results. They would have done stage 11. They wouldn't have got onto stage 10. Jack McKenna and Damien Doherty leading the juniors on a time of 9 minutes 45.3 seconds, with Jason Gorham and Aaron Connor also in a Civic. They're 9.2 seconds behind in third, with Ben McIntyre and Andrew Wedlock in the EK4 on a time of 9 minutes 59.7 seconds, 5.2 seconds behind Jason Gorham. Darragh O'Donovan and Michael White are in fourth, with Seamus Brown and Damien Sheridan in fifth. So that's just to bring you up to date with the juniors after stage 12. The Historics, being led by Marion Evans and Dale Furness in the RS 1800. They have a 32-second lead over Ray Breen and Damien Morrissey. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver hold third in their RS 1800 behind the Legacy RS. Wayne Evans and Sean Jones are in fourth, with Ross Ford and Aaron Ford holding fifth in the start. So we'll be keeping an eye on them as the afternoon progresses.
It was Shay Lahane just went through at our live camera spot. Next up, we're expecting Trevor and Kenny Bustard. We've heard a couple of times from them in the service area. Two seasoned competitors. Here's Mickey Conlon. MC Hines, well known Black Mark II escort. So Mickey's as happy in tar as he is on gravel. A couple of gravel rallies coming up in Ireland over the next couple of weeks. We heard Kyle White say that he was putting an entry in for 5 Mile Town. I think the entries opened the other day for it, and Killarney Forestry coming up as well.
And of course, we were talking, Tony was talking to James Coleman earlier this morning. It was nice to hear his take on the state of Irish rallying. Tarmac and Forestry said it's in a very healthy state, and described it as very semi-professional, considering it's an amateur sport, which was a really nice way of putting it. And nice to get his overview on where we are in rallying today.
Well, James has a good view. You know, he's chairman of Carrick and Sure Motor Club. He's on the chairman of the Motorsport Ireland Rallies Committee. So he's one of the few people who have a COC hat and a crash hat.
Yeah.
And of course, his young protege is doing rather well. He's 2 young proteges. He also pretty much manages Craig Braden on the WRC. And his own young fella is doing a superb job this week.
Yeah, got up with KCJ this morning, so good to see.
Another retirement. Kane Walsh apparently stopped in this stage by all accounts. Don't like reporting on people stopping.
No, it's not, and especially in the middle of the day, because it's unlikely now they might get back to service and refettle and out, so disappointing. It's always disappointing to report a retirement.
That was Anthony O'Brien through in his Evo 10. A few years ago there were a couple of Evo 10s about, but they're a bit thin in the
they're getting
nowadays.
a bit scarce now, aren't they?
Yeah. A couple of times in from the Historics, and it's a bit, while Marion Evans continues to have a good lead, every now and again Ray Breen has a wee chip back at him, so Ray went quickest there by taking 4 seconds off Marion just to reduce the lead a little bit. And here's the Wilson Porsche, gorgeous. Now it's cars running in class 14, which is Porsche is just beautiful. And Oh, has something happened to the Porsche there? Did it lose drive? I think it's lost drive for the sounds of it.
You can see a spectator running towards it.
And it's a very narrow bit of road. Oh, he's away now, I think. But that doesn't bode well for a 17K stage.
Yeah.
And of course, we're back to this really unique scenario. Marion Evans is leading both the rallies.
Yeah, we had that for a little while yesterday.
Yes, for 1 or 2 stages we had it. So it was Marion Evans and John Jackson moving the lead of the international rally. Marion Evans the historic rally.
Of course, we get to do this all again in about 6 weeks' time with West Cork. The next round.
Yep. Michael Cahill and Conor Lappin, and they're all singing and dancing. Mark II escort. I'm worried here that there is a problem with the with Trevor Wilson's Porsche.
You reckon?
Yeah. Getting alarming information that it maybe has a bit of a breakdown. But something happened coming out of that corner. He went very slow, sort of accelerated, and the car just stopped accelerating, and it was like a transmission issue or something. Interesting project, sort of unique. Running the car. Most of the Porsches we see nowadays running the historic class. Trevor's decided to run the car in class 14 along with bigger engines, sports 2.4s, 2.5s.
I always get sort of excited by the Porsches because, you know, whenever the Group B cars were banned in rally and they went to rallycross, and I remember seeing the likes of Sepin Itamaki and Matti Alamaki in the 800 horsepower things at Brands and Liddon and stuff, so they were amazing. Good shot of the BMW M3 E30.
I'm not sure where the producers got the information from, but by all accounts, the car in front of Trevor Wilson, and I suspect it's the camera crew, because it happened just to their left-hand side. Apparently the car in front spun and had to come slightly down the stage to get the car turned. It was the Evo, apparently spun, and Trevor could see it, and that's what he backed off, so it wasn't mechanical at all.
Andrew John Thomas, he's watching in Pembrokeshire, and they would love to see some of the Irish competitors come across to the rally by Ceredigion.
Ceredigion.
I think that they wouldn't need much persuading Andrew John, I have to say.
Well, there's a man we're missing on the stage is watching, Frank
I know.
Kelly.
I didn't want to say anything about Frank, that's why I made the comment about Mark II escorts and stuff.
Right in there. Alan Graham, Frank Kelly, David McElroy, Rory Doyle.
Rory Doyle?
Yeah. Dermot Healy, clerk of the course of
I missed Rory watching
International Rally of the Lakes.
Morning, Rory.
Morning, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying it.
I have to say, we got my wife's new car from Rory in Guildford there a few months back.
There you go.
It's like David Moynihan said.
Here's our Icelandic visitors, and we had some people from Iceland watching earlier on.
It was like David Moynihan said to me.
Johannesson.
Few
He's been
years
co-driven
ago.
by Martin Brady, I can say that all right.
Yeah, well, Martin said something about the losing of the first run over the stage this morning. But David Moynihan always said to me, you support those who support rallying.
Yep.
Which I thought was very good. And of course, KD Cars, synonymous with sponsorship, not just with Kevin Doyle himself, but with Mark and Rory as well, and various other competitors.
So
Philip
times, including Casey J. Coleman, still leading the RC4 class.
See Philip Johnson's watching. Philip, be good to see you out again soon. Hopefully you'll get a couple of runs out this year. So reliably informed that nearly all the 00 cars are now into stage 13.
Okay, so 12:26, and their first car's due in when, Sav?
First car's due in 12:30, so it's boding well at the moment that stage 13 will start on time. Earlier they have to run after stage 13 back into Loughrea for the final 1 hour service of the day.
It was Gareth Irwin and Justin McCauley through in their nice little Mark II. And we're going to start gearing up, getting ready for stage 13, second running of that stage today. Still quite a few cars to come here come through.
I mean, just to give people an idea of the length of a rally in its own entity, we have cars ready to start imminently, stage 13. We have cars probably about 18 or 19 on stage 12 currently. There are cars making their way out from service to stage 12 and some cars still in service. So the rally will almost catch itself shortly, if that makes sense.
So that was Bob Moran through, and to a certain extent, Sav, that's why there's an hour service, so that the rally doesn't catch up with itself today.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea.
And that's the difference. Yesterday's service was a half hour.
Yep.
Today it's the hour to give them the time, because the two stages today are so close to Loughrea.
Yep. So that was Des Lyons through in his Honda, running a bit out of sequence. Duncan Williams' time in for the Historics, 11:26.8. Only half a second slower than Historic rally leader, Marion Evans and Dale Ferris. So the Ray Braden closing the lead down to 27.8 seconds in the Historic rally. I think Marion's probably done enough, but you just never know.
Yeah, still the guts of 2 10-mile stages left to run, Michael, isn't there?
Philip Rogers and Andy O'Sullivan in their Historic Class 19 Mark II Escort.
Phil Cherry says hello.
Hello, Phil Cherry. Oh. That was a wee bit.
That's the car. That's the Escort running the colours of MCD. Or RED rather, is it?
Yeah, RED.
Rally Engineering Development out of Widnes. Ran Didier Orioles, 33 Export Sierra, Louise Aiken Walker, Roger Clark, to name just but a few.
Jonathan Folan just through in his Fiesta. Jason Ollerenshaw co-driving, running the car in Class 20. Going nicely. Okay, so we're reliably informed that Josh is just pulling up to the line of stage 13, Ballyduggan. Second running of that stage this morning. I'm not quite sure how far our crew is in. We have a couple of spots picked. So I believe we're about 3/4 of the way through the stage, location 12, I understand. Which is about 8 k's in, so that's about 4 minutes from when they start to when they get. So I think probably we'll stay here a couple more minutes, wait for notification that Josh has actually gone live on stage 13, and I think in this case we'll catch the leaders in stage 13 before they go to final service before the final loop of 2 stages. So my understanding is Josh is in the stage.
Jen from Tom Nolan, and also a couple in from Clive Grace and Brendan Hayden. So we're going to head to the next stage imminently. There we go. And the sun getting at the stage.
Still looks a bit chilly.
Looks a bit chilly, but nice to see so many spectators out. I have to say there's been great footfall in and around the stages yesterday and today. So stage 13. In or about 16 kilometres, which is roughly 9.5 miles or so, new money as they say. But I think the crews were saying parts of it under the shade, so even though the temperature has come up, it could still be slippy and tricky in places. I've just been told that there's now 3 or 4 of the leading crews in and on the stage. So, as Mike was saying, a couple of minutes perhaps before we see Josh come past our camera point. Loads of people watching our coverage in Iceland, cheering on Gunnar and Martin at car 102. So just getting reports that temperature's now up to 6 degrees, which may well put the road surface at a couple of degrees above zero. There we go, Josh through.
Yep. Tape streaming from the car. I wonder, is that from the previous stage?
Possibly.
Very unusual for him to Sam, a beautiful big on the throttle.
Well, it was Catherine McCourt said first thing this morning that, you know, we'd watched footage of Josh yesterday and Josh was hanging out of the hedges.
Yeah.
So, you know, Josh, as you were saying, driving very much to the limit, but sublime control nonetheless.
And the person who's really putting the pressure on is our new rally leader, running third in the road, Marion Evans, who's due to come into shot in a few seconds. And we've just had it confirmed that Josh has had an overshoot. This is so unusual to see Josh getting put under pressure and making mistakes. Gary Jennings due up. You know, going into this stage, Sam was 33 seconds behind Josh. But if you keep making small mistakes like that, that soon disappears and you're under pressure then. Johnny Greer, quite a bit of understeer there. Nice to see the event sponsors, Corrib Oil, tuning in to watch the coverage of the rally. Callum running a little bit wide. Really don't be doing things like that. That's when you get a puncture. But it just shows how much he's taken it to the limit.
Josh making his way now down towards the end of the stage. Probably still a couple of minutes before he was over the flying finish. That's a gap to Cale Brian Murphy in the right-hand drive VW Polo GTI R5. Barable set some really good times, was the only driver along with Marion Evans to clock under 10 minutes, although Robert actually was 0.8 of a second before
yes.
It was himself and Patrick O'Brien, but Robert set some good times this morning following his retirement in the middle of the middle loop yesterday with a small engine fire.
Yep.
Declan Boyle
had to get off the gas there, car was understeering wide. Take evasive action.
Fighting really hard.
Yep. He had a good stage on Black Road though.
Yeah.
Good stage time. Patrick O'Brien due next. Again, Patrick's had a very, very solid rally. Firmly in the top 10. Now, moved into 7th place after stage 11.
So just a quick return to us in the studio. We have a quick battery change needed on stage.
We won't be far from getting times in, actually, I don't think. We're shouldn't be too long.
I'm just hearing that Josh has possibly cleared the finish of the first stage, so as you were saying, possibly times to come through. A couple of people keeping us, some of the timekeepers at the end of stage 13 keeping us in the loop. So we'll bring those to you as soon as we can.
We'll also be back on the stage live in just a couple of minutes, we hope. In the meantime, we'll update you with as much information as we can from out on the stage.
So leading crews now starting to finish stage 13, then make their way, as we said, to the Cooperative Mart in Loughrea, where there will be an hour's service time before they come back out and repeat these 2 stages before making their way to the finish in Galway later this afternoon, just before tea time. Park Fermi is at Galway Racecourse, somewhere from around 4:30 onwards.
Finish ramp at the Connaught Hotel, I believe.
Yes, indeed. Yep. So we'll endeavour to have Tony there once we've sort of finished up in service. Gives her a chance and the camera team to head out and catch the finish ramp for the top 3 over the finish ramp of the Corrib Galway International Rally 2023.
We have a provisional time in for Josh of 8:27.5 for stage 13.
Bear in mind that you heard he's had an overshoot and sort of run wide. It'd be interesting to see Marion's time now when it comes through.
Yeah.
Has he extended his lead?
Well, apparently it was an overshoot on a muddy section, Sav, but I'm just comparing his time here with his time this morning. He did an 8:25.6 this morning when it was icy. So he has traditionally gone faster on his second runs over the stages. So yes, that's indicative that he's had a problem. Fastest this morning on that stage, obviously, was Marion Evans on an 8:19.9 first run over this morning. So again, I would be of the opinion that we'll probably see Marion, providing he has a clean run, improving on that time. Yeah. So Sam provisionally is a 26.9, I believe. Just making a note of these times while we're getting fed the information. The official results are just taking a wee while longer to come up. The battery change is taking a wee bit longer than what I thought.
Yeah.
Sorry about this.
Yeah, same as that. You've sort of caught us, we're like a rabbits caught in the headlights. But keeping an eye on a couple of things in terms of bringing you the latest information. You're obviously still getting updates from times through.
So yeah, basically Marion, we believe, has done an 8:24.0, which puts another 2 seconds onto his lead over Sam, or over Josh. 3.5 seconds it extended, so it was 4.8. That puts him up to 8.2 or so.
Yeah, Barry McGill's watching. A question there about what needs to be done, and I've hit a wrong button to get Ireland back in the, or GB back in the WRC. I think that's been a question that was covered earlier in the week. I mean,
our roving reporter, Miss Tony Kelly, thinks that we're grand wee rabbits. So she just sent a wee message. We're grand wee rabbits.
So yeah, that could be opening up a can of worms. I know that they're working very, very hard to bring a British round to the World Championship. Bobby Willis and his team are doing sterling work and have done for a number of years with the difficulties that the current environment brings. So they're working hard in the background. So hopefully news on that.
There was a report on BBC Sport yesterday about, from the WRC, basically saying we have all faith in this happening, and that we think Bobby's the right man, and that Rally Northern Ireland, or whatever it will be called, is definitely very much part of their future plan for 2024. So I think it is still very much a case of watch this space. And of course, you know, Bobby himself quite an innovator, and we know he can run a very, very good event to bring in the.
Well, I think it'll be great. You know, having been over at Wales Rally GB on many occasions, the number of people from over here that went over there to it because it's easily got from Holyhead. Equally, there'll be an awful lot of people who would come over, and it would be a nice, unique challenge following on from Rally Ireland. You know, and of course Galway themselves. It was a 2007 Marcus Gronholm came and enhanced the Galway International Rally way back then, and visitors like Sebastian Loeb and Danny Sordo. And I believe today is actually Marcus Gronholm's birthday, so quite apt, bearing in mind the memories that he brought with the BP Ford WRC many years ago.
Well, I remember being at the end of the first couple of stages doing rally news, phoning the information back to my dad, and Malcolm came up to me and said, "Have you got a minute, you know?" And yeah, what's up? And he said, "This Eugene Donnelly fella." I'm like, "Yeah, what do you want to know?" He says, "Is he going to keep this up?" And I'm like, "Yeah, he is. This is Eugene. This is the speed, and you know the rest of the boys." And Malcolm was like, "Right, I'll have to have a word with Marcus here." And you know, yeah, the rest is history. But
yeah, but there's nothing more than people here, north and south, just love putting it up to the stars.
Of course, but it just shows you how historically how competitive rallying has been in Ireland. Okay, so apparently we've got some pictures back, and we're also getting the
times through,
proper official times through. So I'll run through this stage. Absolutely, I guessed at 8.3 seconds, so it's exactly that. Marion has gone fastest so far on the stage to extend his lead to 8.3 seconds. He was slower than his first time, so Josh maybe didn't lose that much time from this reported overshoot that we've heard that he had. We did see the tape streaming from the top of his Hyundai. So Josh did an 8:27.5, which is 8.3 behind Marion. Sam 8:26.9. He's 40.9 seconds off the lead, 32 seconds behind Josh. Johnny Greer 8:29.4. A great time from Johnny. We don't know. So we're not quite sure. I think this is down to tire choice, I believe, from the information I've been given. Johnny, 8:29.4, moves up to 4th place. Callum drops 1 place to 5th on an 8:35.2, but more importantly, Gary Jennings, 8:39.4, lost 10 seconds to Johnny in particular. He's dropped a place to 6th. Gary, I believe, had gone on a wet pattern tyre and is regretted it for this stage. So whether it's a compromise between the two stages or not, Sav. Desi Henry's rally goes from bad to worse. We're hearing that there's a turbo pipe off the Fiesta. He struggled to get through the stage.
I think Desi might just phone the boys and say, "Drop the trailer, lads, we'll just go home."
Well, I wouldn't say he's done it before, but at the same time, you know, you never give up in rallying, though. You
never give up, but like you were saying, it's an extremely frustrating weekend for him.
Yeah.
It really is.
So, in effect, another fastest time for Marion. I don't think there's anybody going to threaten him. It's nice to clock up the fastest times. Robert Barrable, despite being in Super Rally this morning, he's been doing some really nice times. He's done 8:28.5 there. Gareth McHale, 8:30.0. Patrick O'Brien, 8:29.9. What's he closing in on Jennings here? 10 seconds behind Jennings. Probably not enough stage miles to do it, but he'll be sitting going to the service and say, "Oh, you know what, we can have Jennings here."
Well, it's only a spin.
Yeah.
It's only a spin or like a minimal overshoot. You know, slow down, get the car in neutral, get it into reverse, go back to 15-20 metres. There's 7 or 8 seconds straight away, you know. So
nice time there from Declan Boyle, Sav, 8:27.1. That would put him 3rd fastest overall on the stage.
And that's got to give him some kind of contentedness and hope for maybe the rest of the rounds.
Yep. An RC4 car going nicely. Brian Brogan on a big drift. And the ever spectacular historics should be coming up, a couple of them. I think the first one we're going to see is Marion Evans. And we might just get to see the fantastic Ray Breen legacy here as well. Singing away. No slouches for...
you can't beat the sound of one, I have to be honest.
And they're not hanging about for 40-year-old cars. Whereas the Legacy's probably 22 or 23 years old.
But yeah, again, a unique sound, both of them.
Flat 4 turbo.
So I'm going to head into service. Marion Evans, Jonathan Jackson, 8.3 seconds ahead of Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. They in turn are 32.6 seconds ahead of Sam Moffat, Keith Moriarty. Johnny Greer, Niall Burns in 4th. Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan in the Polo are 5 and 5th. Gary Jennings and Arthur Kieran's in 6th. So I would imagine plenty to chat about in terms of everything on tyres for the next 2 stages in service. Producers talking in our ear about the difference between the historic cars and the legacy and the no dog box and all that, and we're not going to go there because it's just opening up a can of worms.
We all know Andrew Bush is a regular competitor now in the historic rallies with his lovely Chevette HSR, and he does have a valid point. You know, in theory, the legacy should be leading rally. The Mark II's got no power steering, it's dog box. The legacy, the legacy's proper. Yeah. Talk to the hand, man. Talk to the hand.
I'm not getting there. I'm not going there.
I think Marion's had a fantastic rally, but I'm equally impressed with Ray. He's getting really good stage times out of that legacy.
But it's nice. It's nice to see it out and hear it out because you know, it evokes so many memories for so many people. You know, with Marco Allen, Colin McRae. Here, Kenny drove one, Bertie Fisher drove one, Hugh Martin Doherty. You know, it was an iconic car in the 90s here.
I've just had something come into my head, and Austin Snow comes through there. Wonder they call that the Snowmobile.
I think there's a fair chance we might put you and Andrew Bush in a dark room, lock you in.
One of the producers reckons the conditions were perfect for him this morning. Snowmobile was just what you needed.
Yeah, listen, again, it depends on who you listen to and what you read. I mean, you could, I sometimes think in this position of, privileged position of commentary, yourself and myself could very easily start a World War III somewhere without even realising we've done it.
Yes, you're right. So we're going to stay for a couple more cars, and then Tony Kelly is getting ready. The rabbits will hand over to the hunter in the service area. She'll go and hunt out our rally leader, Marion Evans, and see what he has to say about increasing his lead over these that fabulous drive he had over the Black Road, where he just demolished the opposition. Not just demolished them, but mistakes coming in, creeping in, both Moffat brothers making small mistakes but significant in that Josh lost the rally lead and Sam's dropped it back in the third.
I wonder later, will we be looking back on stage 12 and 13 as where Marion just did it? It was enough.
I have a feeling we will. He did more than enough. He's put enough daylight between himself and Josh that I don't think Josh has an answer. Because they're on the limit here, you know, and I think the conditions remain really, really difficult. You know, they're still reporting overshoots and you know, and you know, Josh has driven a faultless rally up until Marion started putting him on pressure.
Yeah,
this morning.
I mean, I just,
you know,
just looking at it there in the Times and just wondering maybe Marion is just psychologically he's got the edge now, and you know Josh is going to be going back into the last two stages. You know, on thinking in stage 14, well, I had an overshoot and a spin. Sam will be something similar, and Marion just same as the last time.
Well,
you know, and the thing about Marion is he has Jonathan Jackson to keep him firmly well.
Yep.
You know, keep him fairly level-headed, and you know, take a bit of the pressure off in terms of what drivers put on themselves, you know, to do well.
It's certainly setting things up. We've been so lucky over the past year, Sav. Almost every rally, there's been a bit of a grandstand finish, and here we go again. We've got another, and nearly all of them have involved at least Josh Moffat.
Yeah, and I mean Marion as well in the Ulster. Marion drove a faultless rally in the Ulster. All Josh wanted to do was get a finish and bag the championship. But you know, Marion led the rally. He also
drove. I mean, even though we weren't involved in this rally last year, he drove a
superb event.
Yeah. I mean, he had Josh under pressure last year. That didn't crack last year, but Josh got the rally. But you know, yeah, here we are. It's setting it up for a fantastic final two stages.
Yeah. Definitely something to look forward to, and something for Tony to sort of get them quizzed that in service for the it's 1 hour and rally back on time. And I think our technical team may run with the idea, if we can, of running with the stage picture-in-picture possibly. So we can keep an eye on the later runners through stage 13. But keep an eye and listen to what Tony picks up interviewing the leading crews and those further down the field in service in Loughrea.
So I'm not quite sure what's happened here. Maybe Andrew could try and find out, but I think that a fairly important thing has come to my attention on the results. And that's that Mark Alcorn has got either a really dodgy stage time, or he has genuinely dropped 3 minutes on the stage, which drops him 2 places. Okay. So apparently he came out of the stage. So I just think if somebody could just find out, maybe is that a bad time on the results?
Puncture, driving on a puncture possibly?
No, apparently he came through the fly and finish fine, and everything was okay. Sometimes you get this, that there's been an input put into the computer wrong or whatever, and it just needs highlighted. They'll go back and look at the time card, and it'll be fixed. But at the moment, the results, if Andrew Bruce tells me that Alcorn had a good stage, to the point where he actually backed off a little bit apparently. So I suspect this is a 2 minutes on his stage time that shouldn't be there.
Well, like you said a couple of seconds ago, that's an anomaly that can be
it can be sorted out very quickly. Yep.
Yeah. So so we're going to be heading to service shortly. See what the crews are doing in terms of refettling cars for the last 2 stages of the day. Stage 14 due to start at 2:30, folks, with stage 15 due to start at 16 minutes past 3. And approximately 20 miles worth of stages left. I wouldn't like to be having to pick a winner from here.
No,
I really wouldn't. It's set up nicely.
But I think Marion has the upper hand. He's been fastest on everything today so far. Okay, this one wasn't so dominant, but you know, we've still, what was he faster than Josh there? 3.5 seconds faster. He took 19 in Black Road. Okay, Josh had a problem, but I don't think even if he hadn't had a problem, he was going to beat that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, if I suppose from Marion's point of view, it's just about staying in touch with Josh and Sam.
Well, he'd got it.
Keep it neat and tidy.
Yeah, it had got away from him to a certain extent. Well, he really has turned it round. It's absolutely fantastic. with their little screamer engines. Fair
Yeah.
play. Bit of a gap now, it looks like. Okay, so we're just getting ready for service. I think there's a bit of a gap to the next car where, you know, when this always happens, when we get a bit of a loop of stages. Time seems to build up between them. So Tony's, we believe, sort of ready to rock and roll, and we'll be heading over to service in just a moment.
Nice for me, yeah. Tables have turned from last year now, I guess, but no, it's still close. Still got a bit of work to do, so yeah, hopefully we'll have a clean last two stages.
We spoke to Josh earlier and he did say something along the lines of he prefers to be chasing somebody.
Yeah, well, I said that last year and he won, so let's see.
That's always the way it is. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it is actually harder to be in the lead, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah, but considering the position we were in overnight, it's really good. You know, we're leading, and we've come back quite well today. So, you know, I don't want to finish second, but I would have probably taken it last night. But okay, Josh has made some mistakes, but I think at the level he drives, he's gonna make one or two maybe. Just hopefully we can keep our noses clean.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's just very much typical Irish rallying, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's great that everybody's so close, you know. I mean, even Sam's times are thereabouts, you know. So it's pretty close between the three of us, but it would be nice not to be in a Moffat sandwich at the end of the day.
That's well put. And tell us, you know, we were speaking just before we came on air, like you actually really enjoyed that long stage. Tell us just a wee bit about the conditions and stuff.
Yeah, it was actually the driest I've ever seen it. I found it a bit strange, actually, you know, because we've done it so many times in the wet. You know, that my notes are really geared towards the wet in there as well, so it was just surprising how much speed you could carry, you know. So, but no, it was nice to get in a dry. It was nice.
So when you say your notes are geared towards the wet, like how much were you able to kind of change as you drove, or like sort of not heed as you drove?
You kind of get the feel for the car and you can adjust a bit, but yeah, it's, you know, we've only ever wrecked it in the wet as well, so you know, it's probably the first time I've ever seen that road dry in my life. Yeah, so you know, we just had to make adjustments as we went, but I felt okay. Time was pretty good, so same as last year, so it's nice to see we can still do it. But
and do you think now will you be able to get out now that you have had kind of the confidence of the run behind you and you've had the run over it? Do you think you'll be able to clip more time off?
hopefully, if we can have a good run over the next one, that'll set us in good stead. Hopefully, but yeah, we'll have to see. We're going to push anyway.
Good on you, Marion. Thanks so much for talking
Thank
to
you.
us again, and congratulations on the drive so far this morning to pull it back. As we say in Irish rallying all the time, you just never know what's around the corner, and it's never over till it's over. So we're just going to make our way out around this wee part of the service area and head over to try and get a quick word of the Moffats. As Marion was saying, he doesn't particularly like being in the middle of a Moffat sandwich, but it's better than not being there at all, I suppose. So he's definitely happy with his progress today. So he looks very relaxed there as well. He'll be happy to get back into the car and get this loop around under his belt, as I would say everybody will this weekend, to be fair. So we're just gonna cut in left here now, and you'll start to see this area of the service park seems to be just slightly bigger and has a bit more action about the place. So you'll kind of have noticed that we'll have been here an awful lot this weekend, and it's because there's an awful lot of the top guys that are actually parked in here. So we had to get Marion and see what he was thinking after those loop stages, but we obviously need to get in now and get a word from them off. See them. Bear with us. Try and find them. Knowing me, I could be walking past them at this stage, folks, but I think I see Sam anyway. So we'll get a quick word with Sam if we can. Sam, you dodged us the last time. You're going great this morning.
Me?
You were in doing a wee bit of hard work and you're eating this time. We're going to torture you again.
Yeah. Oh no, all good. We're we put the car into a wall there on Black Road, which didn't help our chances. So it was tough now when we done that, because we were in a really good push. Not to say we would have beat Marion's time now, but we were in a real good push, and it was a bit disheartening. But we had a good enough time in the second one there. But kind of now, unless something happens to the front two guys, we kind of just need to manage third place now, I'd say, at this stage, where Marion's had some real good times. Josh has been off and spun as well there, but we're still too far away, I'd say, so it's getting through these two now.
What do you think is happening? Is it just a case of like the conditions are sort of all over the place this morning, or is it the fact that kind of everybody's starting to really fight at this point?
No, well, there's a few elements, I suppose, where myself and Josh are off in the same place, but just a lot of mud, and where there was more grip for the kilometre before it in a muddy section, and it was just like a bottle. Maybe you were all standing there and have it on camera, I'm not sure, but yeah, it was just, it kind of took the wind out of us a wee bit, because we knew we lost, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds or whatever it was. But yeah, look, if we can get a podium now, we'll take it and move on.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously that leaves you very comfortable then for the championship, really.
Well, you'd be more comfortable with first, but we'll take it for now. Head to West Cork and push on again. But here, we've still 2 tough stages to go. A lot can happen. There's a lot of tricky stuff out there, so I can't be counting my chickens yet. We have to get through these two and see. You never know.
Will you just drive through, Sam, or will you try and push it?
No, there's no driving through, because although someone's 30 seconds behind, if you drove through, you just lost 15 seconds straight away, and you're battling the last stage. So it's still 99%. You're maybe not just pushing that last element, but you're still at 99%, to be honest.
And the car, I mean, obviously it's brilliant to have this much mileage under your belt with a new car.
Yeah, it's good. We're doing a lot of tyre figuring out, suspension and everything else, and generally for our first rally in the car, we're pretty happy with it. So hopefully we can take a lot of positives from that for the next rally.
Exactly, it's always about getting the mileage under the belt and seeing how you can go from there.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you, Sam. Thanks for talking to us. And I'm going to try and see if I can see Josh now. I don't see him, but I will find him. I would assume he's got to be here somewhere. There's Andy Hayes anyway, so we'll actually try and grab Andy and see if Andy knows where he is. He's having his lunch, so we're just gonna let him batter on and get refueled. It's as important for those guys to get refueled as it is for the car, so we're just gonna let them get on with it, and we will move further down through the service park, and we might even catch him on the way back. We do have a long service here now, so we might catch him on the way back. We'll try and get in and have a word with Johnny Greer here. Johnny's had a really consistent weekend, to be fair. And he's moving up the leaderboard quite nicely. Aye, please. So we'll see now what he thinks after getting that wee run through. How are you? Johnny, you'll be glad to get back after that run.
Yeah, tricky enough. So that's where we know me here. Hey.
We need to get the car in the background.
Exactly. Yeah, happy enough. Good enough run over those two. It was very tricky, especially the last stage of the loop. It actually seemed to have less grip than the first one this morning when it was frosty, which is a bit of a surprise, but the 2 stages are quite messy, so even in this next run it's just going to be looking at the road and seeing what the grip gives us and go from there. But it's tricky, it's one of these rallies you're sort of glad to get the end of the stage, not really enjoying it that much in the middle of it, but it's been challenging, but still here, so happy enough.
And this is the thing, we've mentioned it a million times, but I mean, obviously anything can happen at rallying, and you're still right there. Yeah, it's just keeping your sort of your head in the game and trying to stay somewhere in the battle. We've got quite a good battle between Callum and Gary and myself, so we've sort of swapped around a few times over that last loop. So yeah, we'll just try and go out and do the same again. But it's the conditions that are ruling everything really. So we're still
playing about with the car setup and stuff, trying to make it work a bit better in the conditions. So we're going sort of one way, another way, and we're sort of just throwing things at it and see what sticks. So we're happy enough.
And does that give you more confidence in, obviously in your own ability? Once, you know that you're not fully settled into the car yet, and so there's so much more to come from this car and yourself in it.
Yeah, I think it's just getting comfortable. We haven't really been comfortable in the car all weekend, so it's challenging. But the times aren't far away, so at least we know that if we get the car sorted, it shouldn't be too bad. But it's easy saying that here, but I still have to do a bit of work. But we're happy enough how the weekend's gone so far. Just have to another look to get out of the way and try and do a few more improvements, see where we can end up. That's pretty much it.
And obviously you mentioned the championship as well, and you mentioned Gary and Callum, and at the end of the day we always think about the podium places, but there's a whole championship and there's loads of points here up for grabs. Yeah, that's it. You have to sort of gather the points over the year too, so Galway's a difficult event to score well in, so yeah, it's just we'll see what happens. We could end up either 4th or 7th here at the minute, so it's we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Good man. Johnny, thanks for talking to us. All right, thank you. We'll see you back at the ramp hopefully, and at this stage we just do not know what way they end up. It could end up. So guys, you're probably going to lose me for a wee second here as we just do a very quick battery change. And we're live again with Callum Devine. Callum, we were just chatting to Johnny Greer there. He was saying himself and Gary are having a great battle.
We're having a good battle there now. We went back out for them two stages. I managed to get ahead of the two, and now I'm dropped back behind Johnny. So it's a good battle. Hey, it's good for us.
It's very much the way it has been. Last season was kind of the same, and it just goes to show you the calibre of car, the calibre of driver that's about at the minute. The seconds are just swapping all over the place. Yeah, for sure. There's great battles all the way down the field, and I think yesterday, I think we were 7th or something, and there's 7 seconds between us and first, and it's all so tight, and it's good racing. That's what you want. That is at this point in the weekend, it's very easy to kind of just lose concentration and try and focus on getting back to the ramp. But your head can drop a wee bit at that point, so it's good to have a wee battle the whole way home. That's right. Your head can drop, and it's, as I say, we're aiming now to try and get ahead of Johnny now again. So it's a wee battle now to get us through these next two stages, and we're always kind of working the car rather than, as you say, just focusing on getting to the end of the rally. So it keeps us sharp and enjoyment too. And obviously, then the full championship, it's a huge thing that's in the back of everybody's mind this weekend. I know it's Galway and it's great to get through Galway, but it's a long year. It's a long year. You need all the points to make prizes, isn't it? So, we're going to try and get ahead of Johnny if we can, and we can get in front of everybody if we can, but I don't think that's possible. So, that's what we'll try. Well, fingers crossed. Keep her lit for now, I suppose, is all you can do, Callum. And we see you at the ramp, hopefully. And again, it's just that usual story, guys. We don't know what way it is going to end up because it's just been mayhem all weekend with these guys swapping seconds. So we're going to go across this way again, and we're going to try and get a quick word with KCJ is in there as well. But it'd be good to get a quick word from Ray as well, if we could. Ray Breen. Hold on a second, guys.
Yeah, don't forget it, will you?
Thank you very much. So we'll get KCJ out and get a quick word and see how his morning is going. We spoke to him earlier this morning, so it'll be great to see how these guys have gotten on for the afternoon. The car's still looking well and nice and pleasant, and no major damage or anything done, so that's always a good sign. KCJ, I'm just saying how the car's looking. It's pleasant looking.
I like it, it's nice, alright, isn't it?
It's a lovely car, and there's a wee bit of muck on it, so it looks like you've been working hard, but it's nice and tidy too at the same time.
A bit, yeah. No, it was hard work out today, alright. Tricky stages, and it's hard when you're trying to manage a lead rather than just going flat out. Like if you were trying to be quick, but when you're trying to manage a lead, it's difficult. But no, it's good. No, we're happy with it, and it's good crack, and we're having fun. So it's good.
I mean, it doesn't matter who you're talking to, whether it's top of the table or if it's leading the class. It is just so difficult to try and keep your head cool whenever you're leading.
Yeah, exactly, and especially on them real slippy, tricky stages like that, where it's just like you're going down a stage and you could pass 4 or 5 cars gone off already that were only on front of you a while ago. So no, it's tricky, but we're enjoying it.
Good.
Yeah.
And what about the stages themselves? Did you enjoy either one of them specifically?
The Black Road now is a fair bit of road when you come up over the top of the mountain there. That last stage, it was okay. It's fast there at the end, alright. Our tyres actually went off a bit near the end of it, but no, it was good, yeah. Both of them are good, yeah. Yesterday's stage I really enjoyed, actually. A bit trickier today, alright, but circumstances are different too,
Yeah. And do you think will there be many changes now that there have been another few cars around them?
No, I think we're just going to keep doing what we're doing now and do these 2 stages and hopefully bring the car back and class win first round of the championship, so we'd be happy enough with that,
You'll be excited to get back out to the long one?
Yeah, go out and give it another spin, but it's tricky because we're not mad to go out. We just wanted nearly to be over at this stage, that kind of way. It would be different if we were battling, you'd be mad to go out.
Well, you're not the first to have said that.
Yeah, it's just tricky, yeah. Look, I'm looking forward to going out last 2 stages, and anytime you're in the rally cars, it's a good time in. So, no, it's good, yeah.
Brilliant. Good man. Well, hopefully we see you back at the ramp. That's always the aim of the game. Thank you very much, KCJ. And it's great, it's great to have the lead in the class, but it's one of those things where sometimes it can be a wee bit uncomfortable because you have a wee bit of pressure, and you kind of have so many things in your mind that you just don't want to mess anything up. So we have Ray Breen here chatting to Charlie Donnelly.
The one thing that I will say,
we're not so bad. Charlie, come back.
Trouble is back.
Charlie's running away from us.
This
will be a great conversation.
Old rivals. You don't want to hear what we were talking about.
I'd say we do.
It's old friends, not rivals. So it is. Always friends.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we had really good times.
Yeah. But you know what? Actually, that's the amazing thing about Irish rallying is the fact that everybody is rivals on the stage.
When you put on the helmet and the boy says go, then that's one thing. But once you stop, it's a totally different thing altogether.
It's all about friendship here.
Great camaraderie in Irish rallying, I'll have to say.
The only thing I see about this level that they're at now is that even when we were at the level we were, if I needed a bit or if he needed a bit or a tyre, whatever, you just took it out and give it to them.
Yeah.
This doesn't work now.
Doesn't work like that anymore.
Didn't matter.
Too much at stake.
That's the thing that has changed. The cost and the thing was tough for us, but this cost and stuff now is crazy. It's crazy.
For us it was cost, but you'd wrangle a deal here and a deal there. But now it's just so different.
So different, and it's one of those things. Every second counts now, doesn't it?
Every second always counted. To be fair, yeah.
Every 10th of a second now.
Pardon?
Every 10th of a second now.
Every 10th of a second. Yeah. Look, I suppose these boys, to be fair, are on a big pace. I've seen some of the times. I've seen some of the stages that I haven't been involved in, and they're on a big pace. So hats off to them.
But your own pace is fairly impressive this weekend too.
We're doing all right. I wouldn't say we're breaking any records or anything like that, but no, we're doing okay.
He's just been modest. That's all he's been. He's just been modest.
Car is good and it's friendly, So I know we'll back up for the last 2 now. I want to get home. Yeah.
It must be a great car to drive.
It's a lovely car to drive. Yeah, it's old school, really old school, but it's lovely.
I was actually watching some of the footage there whenever we had a wee break, and unbelievable to see it and hear it come down the stage.
Yeah, it's look, it feels as good as it looks, to be perfectly honest. It's
noise and
and a lot of banging and clattering and whining inside.
And back into that agriculture, you're pulling.
No clutch only off the line, then banging into gears after that. Yeah, so it's our era of rallying, and I'm enjoying it.
Exactly. And does that bring you, like, is it very nostalgic? Do you feel like you are going back now in time?
Not necessarily. I suppose what you do feel is like our competition is within the historics. So we're only checking times within there, you know, and we're driving to the best of our ability outside of that. The nostalgia part is, I suppose, owning a car like that and being able to drive it.
But it's fun.
It's absolutely
That's
fun.
the difference.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
There's no pressure of any kind other than to enjoy it.
I haven't looked at a time on the last night.
That's the difference. That's the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Kind of you go out and you drive, and you know if the times come, great, and if they don't come, they'll come the next day.
Yeah.
Exactly.
As long as you slide about in the
That's
fun,
it.
that's what it's about, and it's the thrill of driving the thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, thank you so much for talking.
You're welcome.
Great
You're
to see you.
welcome.
So it's Charlie Donnelly and Ray Breen, and as they say, used to be rivals on the stages only, and best of pals everywhere else. And that's the thing. Again, I keep saying it, but it is Irish rallying, like, and it's just so lovely to be around that kind of atmosphere where everybody's in competition, but we're all friends at the end of the day. There's no, you know, there's no bad blood, and it's all just about kind of trying to get Irish rallying as good as it can be, which is absolutely the best way forward, you know. So we're going to see if we can get Gary Jennings here. We've got a wee bit of information, obviously, from chatting to Callum and Johnny, that the crack is great. With Laura Fury here as well. Hello, Laura. Let's see, could be in the lorry. Is he there? Gary? Thank you, Laura. So he's up there somewhere. And we saw him earlier, but he wasn't at his own car either. Ah, I see him now. You're a hard man to get, Gary.
I'm hiding just. Thought you're coming looking money. Thought you're coming looking money or something.
Not a bit. We're looking to see how you're going since you had good old crack in those stages trying to swap times with the two boys.
I knew they were going to come after us. We went in like an intermediate wet tyre on that loop. It didn't feel actually very bad, but the time just hemorrhaged, you know. So we'll go back on the slick tyre now that Callum went. That's what me and Callum were discussing, which one of us would go in the tyre to see what it done. So I tried it. It worked very well, but the time's in the other tyre, so it's about finding out as well. So we'll go on the same tyre that Callum was on the last time now. But
so you were on the softer tyre and Callum was in the harder tyre?
Yeah, I was more on a wet tyre, that grooved out tyre there. So felt good and good on the braking and very good on the dirty stuff.
Yeah.
But obviously on the fast stuff where you're leaning on the actual compound of the tyre, it wasn't there. So look, it is what it is now. So 2 stages left. I was 4th. I can slip back to 10th very handy, so I have to keep my foot in here now and get over these 2 stages.
Well, that's what Johnny Greer was saying. He says he's 4th now, but he could easily drop down. Very handy.
Yeah, very handy. I was 4th. I think I'm back in 6th now. And hey, the boys are all going very hard behind. See them, Patrick O'Brien, them boys. His times is brilliant. I've never been here before, so the boys are all catching up. And but hey, there's 2 stages left. Anything can happen. There's a mighty battle between 3 people at the front, so you know we have to keep in there.
And it is that thing of like, it's nobody wishes anything bad to happen to anybody else, but it is rallying, and one wee slip and the whole thing changes.
Without a doubt. Like you've seen in that stage with the 2 Moffat boys spun on the same corner, anything can happen. And you know, Marion's going to be hard to catch now. He's got his head in front. He's a very accomplished driver. Yeah. He's been here before, and I think last year on that Black Road he was fastest all the time. Yeah. So we're going back there now. Yeah. And if he extends his lead or keeps his lead, the race is on for the last stage.
Yeah. And that makes it so interesting for us at home.
It's interesting me watching from behind as well. You're watching from front and I'm watching from behind, so yeah, it does make it interesting, definitely does.
But even from your point of view, like with the likes of Callum and stuff, like the race just doesn't stop. It doesn't matter what position you're in.
No, it doesn't. Like there's people back in Super Rally today, and so their times are as good as us. They're still battling, you know. Yeah. Michael Barrable, all them fellas, their times is very competitive, and they're Super Rally, and you must remember when you're in Super Rally, you haven't done the stages yesterday. You're not really in the rally, but they're still putting up times, so it's very mentally strong to do that.
That's a tough thing to do, like especially in machinery like this that nobody wants to damage. Like,
yeah, without a doubt, that's what we're thinking. Like, I'd like to do maybe a couple more rallies this year, and the last thing I want to do is be buying a roof skin for this yoke. When you're buying a roof skin, you're buying a lot more than that. So, yeah, look, we're going to get it home. We definitely are, but as I say, to get up to the pace of all these boys, we have to be rallying, and you have to be rallying consistently. That's what these boys are doing, so we have to try and do it as well.
Brilliant. Well, come here, we'll let you go. Let you regroup and get you ready for these next loop. Gary, thanks for talking to us. And while we're here, we're going to go across and speak to, just after seeing the Porsche come back in, so we'll get a quick word with Trevor and see how his afternoon has gone. You're still here?
Still here,
happy?
Yeah. All good, yeah. Now we're blocked twice on the first one out there, which was fine, and then the stage was stopped. We were stopped on the start line of that one, but then we had a clean run through it with the first car on the road. So.
And there were no issues with the car, because I think the guys, I don't know if it was our camera or what, but there was a strange sound kind of at at one point whenever you went past our cameras, but the car's okay?
Car's fine, yeah. It's just noisy.
Brilliant.
Yeah, all good, yeah. Everything's good.
Excellent. And are you dying to get at these next loop, or are you just trying to get back to the ramp?
We're getting back to the ramp now, that's for sure. Slippy out there, you can, it's good in places and then real slippy in other places, so you can be caught out. But
excellent.
All good.
Still looking well anyway.
Thank you, yep, looking good.
Thanks, Trevor. And we're going to head across here now and see the Black Brothers if we can. We have a few people here to talk to. You going to dodge me? I might just try and torture you. How's that look for you?
Still brake problems are out of the game. Change the brake cylinders here, hopefully. Sorts it. Lost 2 minutes there on the Black Road.
Wee bit of pressure.
For sure. They're down the race for now. That's just it. Just stay steady and get finished.
And what makes, say for the likes of that now, especially when it's something like brakes, what makes you actually decide to kind of keep going instead of retiring?
Well, still, I suppose, championship points. Yeah, you get the finish, get a couple of points on the board, and it's better than pulling in. And at least if you get ironed out now, at least you know where you are for the next day out.
Yeah. And I mean, that's exactly it. That's why I was kind of wanting to double check that question. The championship is always in the back of everybody's mind, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you need to start the year right and start chipping away. Like last year, we chipped away all year and ended up with a good enough finish. We got third in the national overall, which we never expected to get, and that just was coming out of 10 every event and just chipping away and getting points. So, happy enough.
Good man, thanks for talking to us. Best luck, and hopefully see you back at the ramp. See now if we can get his brother Jason. Thank you very much. If I win the lotto, I'll come back.
You don't need cheaper car.
Let's see. Cannot see Jason anywhere, so we just move on. And we'll go across the way again. We're zigzagging across the park the whole way. And we'll see now actually if we can get a quick word with Jason. Jason, can we get a quick word?
Yeah.
Back again?
Back again.
Your times are brilliant this weekend.
Oh,
now that you are actually happily sailing through the day.
Well, look, I've my time. Well, I wouldn't have said that now, but you've been very nice to me there, Tony. But look,
for a new car and everything.
Yeah. Well, look, we're just saying there. We're just breaking too early for everything. But I would say our biggest in our times lost on chicanes and on the slow corners because I'm just not taking no risk pushing her on ahead on. But
is the braking early one of those things where it's because you don't know the limits of the car yet, or you don't want to hurt the car?
I just, it's like one of them. It's like one of them situations where I put myself through the pressure here when I've none to gain. So I think when you're in that mindset, it's very hard to push yourself into that good, that good driving effectively. So no, I think look, we're 100% happy with the car, 100% happy that we know where we have to go. So that's all I want. If I know it's only down to me, and I'm happy. Before I was blaming other things to myself. I was sitting going, there's something not right here, but now I'm starting to understand. And I would say the other thing that's holding me a wee bit at the minute as well, the gearing's different on the Polo than the Fiesta. So I think some of my corners, sometimes I'm trying to carry around it, and then the corners, I seem to have to go down a gear and too late in the corner, and I'm not getting the drive out of it. So a whole lot of wee things, but I do. I've never been as confident that at some stage we'll get this right again. So we will. So.
Brilliant. And what stage are you looking forward to getting at now in the next loop?
Look, I'm looking forward to getting to the end of it. So when you're look, I want to experience the Black Road. So that was my first time doing the Black Road. And I know that Galway hasn't been great for me yet, but I know now that I'll get I have an in-car now. I'll go a wee bit harder this time, hopefully now, because I went out in the wet tyres again in the last slip, which was a stupid decision, I would say. But because they were just going off, but go out the Black Road now, and I can all them wee bits where I was too cautious, I can see that they're all flat out now, but I would say 80% of my time loss is the braking. So
takes a wee bit of getting used to different braking lines and different braking times.
It does, and you don't realise, there's and the polo a lot less goes on in the car. There's the fence, you're pitching the way up, and it's giving you. That gives you confidence, I suppose, in the Fiesta, but where the polo, she just sits and she just pulls down on the road, and for me it's sort of like a different experience, you're sort of going, is she, why is she not going, but she just keeps braking, so you just have to, I just have to trust that now, put myself under a bit of pressure in one of these rallies racing somebody, and then we might see a better Jason Mitchell, hopefully.
Look, it's always the same, isn't it? It's always hard work, and there's no doubt about it.
Well, and that's it. And that's the experience the conditions too. It's unbelievable how you come into one corner and you think you're going too slow, and you go into the next one, you're going, oh, I'm way too fast here. And and you're facing gravel, you're facing shiny, you're facing really bumpy. So you've all them sorts of different muck. Do you know what I mean? So if you want to come and learn how to drive all experiences, this is the Monte. If we got doing that first stage, that'd have been like doing the Monte Carlo of Ireland today, I would say. But anyway, no, we're happy.
Jason, thanks a million for talking to us. It's always brilliant hearing Jason's perspective because he gives us so much information, particularly about the car and about the stages and about what kind of they go through. I want to see if I can get a quick word with Eddie Doherty here, if I can see him. I'm not seeing him. Bear with me, guys, till I try and find him. We're just waiting on Eddie Doherty to come out now, and we'll get a quick word with him and see how his event's going in his own words, and then I think we'll be cutting to a break. How's your event going, Eddie? Actually, I'll get you to turn around and face the car so the lovely escorts in the background. Are you going well? You happy enough?
Yeah, happy enough. We had a lot of issues there today, 4 in total altogether, but no, we're happy enough. We're getting through it. I think it's just a finisher's rally now at this stage, but no, we'll get through the next two and head for West Cork.
I know it's one of those things where it's such a long event, and we're talking about how we're only halfway there and all for so long, and then the next thing we're there at the end, and it is just so much pressure to get home.
Yeah, no, definitely, that's our plan anyway. No major risks. I think we're third in class at the moment, and there's a good bit behind us and in front of us, so we're just going to get home.
Brilliant. And the car feels good?
Oh yeah, class, yeah, class.
Are you looking forward to getting to any of those two stages in particular?
The second one, it was definitely way better than last time, so hopefully they could ride out like a small bit more.
Do you find the 18 kilometres or 19 kilometres, do you find that very long, or do you love getting into something long to get flowing like that?
No, in fairness, the long stages probably suit us better. The Black Road though is bits and bobs, there's ice, there's everyone thrown at us, so no, I'd rather the second stage definitely.
Good man, well thanks for speaking to us, Eddie.
No,
best of luck for the rest of the event, and we will hopefully see you back at the ramp. So we're going to sign off for a few minutes, folks. We're going to get a wee break. Donovan's shoulder sore, very heavy cameras, so we will see you soon.
All I want
back? No. So we have Declan Boyle here with us now. Declan, we're trying to find you all weekend, and we're just talking about how big the service area is.
Go. Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
What you caught off that, guys? I think the mic was giving us a wee bit of bother there. But Declan, tell us how your weekend's going.
Weekend, not great. Yesterday the gearbox went on us on stage 2. Started off in stage 1, it missing a couple of gears. At stage 2 then, the same carry on, but it went all together at the end of stage 2. But this morning we got a couple of stages this morning, 3 stages there now. A couple of decent times there, but we know there's more left in it. We're not just going deep enough into chicanes and to our tights. 6 lefts and 6 rights and all that type of stuff.
We're looking at the times there and they were very good this morning. That must give you great confidence though leaving this event.
It does. We're a day down, racing 2 with the lads there. They did a good day there yesterday, so it takes a bit of time to come in behind that because they're used to steering and throwing the car into corners to have a day ahead of you. But we're not a million miles away, and it's good to get out to get a bit of seat time. I've Patrick Walsh on there too, good man on the roads. Certainly this last couple of stages there, getting used to him now and it's coming on nice.
We were chatting to you on Friday night and you were saying that it's a new team, and it's so hard. It is actually very difficult to get used to that.
It is. I've been used to James O'Reilly there for a long time, Brian Boyle there too for a long time, and when you're used to somebody then it takes a wee bit of time to definitely get used to that. But no, Patrick's shaping up to be good there now.
And I mean, obviously there's a few disappointments with the car, but in general, happy with the car?
Yes, they are some car now, suspension-wise unreal, and we had a long ratio box in there yesterday too, which by mistake we had the long one in. We should have had the short one in, but we had no choice when you put in the short box today. So it's pulling me up close to them too. So at least we have a lot of things to look at and set up and boxes and ratios and.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a wee bit annoying to have issues, but at the same time it's lovely to kind of know that you have that cushion of there's so much more to work with.
Yes, and we know now there's more left too, in suspension there too, but we're moving in the right direction, so looking forward now to another couple of half decent stages now again.
Any of these two in particular you're enjoying?
The Black Road's nice now, to be fair. We had a half decent time on it, but the second stage is nice there too. I forget what you call it, but good stage too, right? Yeah.
It's one of those things when you get to this stage or this time of the day on the Sunday in Galway, you're always just happy to get to the ramp, aren't you?
Exactly, get it over it now, and we want a bit of seat time, but it'll be good to get it over it too because we're in no man's land at the minute, and it'll be good to move on.
I mean, that's a lot of the conversation this weekend is how hard it is to keep the head whenever you kind of don't have anything to fight.
Exactly, that's the one, and that's always the hard one. And I'm never a fan of coming back into Rally 2, but I thought we're all here now and we need the mileage, so just go at it.
Good man, Declan. Great job all weekend, and best luck for the next loop, and we will see you at the ramp hopefully.
Very good. Thanks
Good
very
man,
much.
thanks
Okay.
Declan. Guys, we're going to wrap it up here. There's a lovely surprise waiting for you in the studio, so we're going to sign off from the service and hopefully see you at the ramp.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Mike's going live. No. And you're very welcome back to us in the studio. And obviously anticipation builds for the last two stages of the 2023 Corrib Oil Galway International Rally. Now, regular viewers of our live stream will know that we had a couple of guests in last year. We have another guest in the studio today, and it gives myself and Michael great pleasure to introduce.
Welcome, Mr. Plumtindall.
Oh, pleasure.
So I'm going to go straight back to the start. How did the idea for RPM and the rally reports come about?
Well, we actually we pioneered a number of rallies under the title, believe it or not, Rally Ireland, which of course the WRC stole off us.
Of course,
afterwards.
they stole it from you.
Yes, and we did. I think the very first one we did was the Ulster Rally in about '86 or so, around about then, and that we were just getting that going, and there was a change of sports management in UTV, and the new gentleman who came in from New Zealand had no interest in sport, and absolutely no interest in motorsport. So that left us high and dry. So I didn't know what to do really, because I was getting fairly committed at this stage, and so I sort of thought, well, now if we could put all these, we did Race Ireland, we did Rally Ireland, if we could put them under one title. And we searched around for a title, and I came up with RPM. And Hinchcliffe, the well-known producer in England, he was planning a sort of weekly or fortnightly program as well. So I checked with him what his title was, and he said, oh, RPM Plum. And I said, well, I definitely can't use that. I said, I'll try another one. And so I searched around. We came up with sort of checkered flag, which wasn't really good because it didn't really suit rallying. Mm-hmm. So I went back and I said, well, reluctantly, I said, Barry, I'm thinking of checkered flag. And he said, oh, no, we're going to use checkered flag. And I said, well, then it's all right if I use RPM. He says, oh, yeah, that's okay. So that's how it happened. And I went back with this idea to UTV, and they liked the corporate idea of the program, and there was new management at this stage, and that's how it started.
And it has gone on for so many years, and it's such a staple diet of so many rally fans. I mean, we're here in 2023, and you know we're seeing people make reference to it who've obviously watched it over the years. We have the one and only Tony Kelly, who worked for many years with you. She's reporting live from the service area. We have Andrew Bush, who worked for you as well. So even though the programme doesn't run anymore, more's the pity, you know, the people and talent that worked with you still grace the airways.
It's changed so much. It's a different concept. I mean, I'm intrigued looking around here today and seeing what you're doing, and to be highly congratulated, because it's just a different era. I mean, rallying isn't as social as it used to be. Therefore, the immediacy of the coverage didn't matter so much in our day. You had more time to prepare and more time to maybe build the characters maybe a little bit more. And so it was very different. I still think it's a pity there aren't highlights programs, because I personally, I mean, on the WRC, I enjoy the highlights programs, but maybe just I'm old-fashioned. Rally drivers are different. They're young, they're fit, they go home, they don't spend 2 days in the bar afterwards anymore. And it's just a different scene.
And of course, it wasn't just, from memory now, it wasn't just Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland. I mean, RPM and the team ventured to Barbados. There were other elements of motorsport that you covered. And some of the, looking back at your history, some of the endurance runs that you went on with fellow sort of Ferrari enthusiasts probably paved the way for some of the adventures you would have in later years with Deja Vu. But I'll stick with Rally Barbados. You covered on several occasions. There were further flung adventures for you as well.
We did Dubai one year to try and find out why on earth Arabs were hiring Irishmen to guide them around their own desert. It seemed a bit strange to me. Discovered they're too lazy to work out the logistics of themselves. So that was the simple answer to that one. But we tried to follow Irish people involved internationally, when budgets allowed and when rights allowed. That was a big sticker always, because once Irish guys sort of rose up the pyramid of motorsport, you had very great difficulty in getting the rights to use the footage.
Yeah.
And obviously we couldn't afford to bring 20 cameras to Barbados or anything like that. You had to rely on sort of local input as well, you know.
Now, RPM and Plum Tyndall would be iconic in terms of what people used to watch on television. The man sitting beside me here was part of the family that was just as iconic a name in Patterson's rally news. So between the two of you, yourselves and your families have combined, worked together, been thrown together over decades to provide fans with the visual feast, the readable feast, and on the stages, the up-to-date feast. I mean, between the two of you, it's a fairly big honour.
Plum used to give us a credit at the end of every
right.
episode of
But,
RPM.
I tell you how far back it goes, because Liz and I used to work together on the bulletins in the very beginning, much to Michael's father's annoyance.
Yes, of course.
You know, and he thought, I can't let this guy near my wife, you know. So he decided to get involved himself, and that's then they took over the bulletins, and of course made a real art of it. My bulletin content was I used to put a little tagline at the top: any coincidence to reality is purely coincidental, you know. But they were fun. It started that thing going, yeah. I mean, then the Pattersons bulletins and our TV coverage, they were sort of working parallel.
Yeah, and of course, you know, everyone forgets when they couldn't get hold of Patterson's pace notes, or the parents wouldn't let them go to a rally as a young kid, and they couldn't wait for the TV. It was round to the newsagents, 5 o'clock on a Saturday night for Ireland Saturday Night, and Sammy Hamill and Ezra Crawford and all the photographs.
Absolutely.
And for those people that don't know, you used to get a sports paper, Saturday evening, football, GAA, rugby, but maybe 5 or 6 pages of a big paper on the latest on the circuit of Ireland or the Ulster Rally. So there's a lot of heritage and history in the studio here just now, but you've worked together on and off for years. I mean, it is an essential memory of our sport, Michael.
It is, there's no doubt. I mean, Plum said something very, very interesting when we were outside. Plum was looking at the outside broadcast unit, and you said something very, very true. To a certain extent, it was the technology that brought Rally News to a conclusion. We could have carried on, and yet, ironically, here I am once again in the middle of it all. And you really yourself, you haven't walked away. You're still involved. You've moved on. You've changed your interest.
Well, I've kind of gone the other way. I've kind of gone the other way, Michael.
Yeah, you have. Yeah,
I'm bringing back the memories with Deja Vu Motorsport.
Yes,
you know?
I mean, and
so
it's been really. It started out. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, you started out with, wouldn't this be a great idea to get everybody together and we'll go somewhere and we'll have dinner and we'll drive over a few roads and we'll see if we can raise a few quid for charity.
Yeah.
Well, Plum, I'll hand it over to you, because I mean, it's been a phenomenal success.
Yeah. Well, I was just actually looking of a book here called The Western Warriors, and it sort of highlights all the Galway winners over the years, and one of the very first is, I don't know if you can see that, it was Adrian Boyd and Beattie Crawford.
Yeah.
And of course Beattie Crawford and I started the Deja Vu, and now we're undergoing a bit of a rebranding, because Beattie is mainly living in France now, so he's doing this Deja Vu Monte Carlo, and we've sort of taken over, myself and Alan Graham have taken over the Deja Vu in Ireland, and we're sort of bringing it in under the RPM banner, so it's RPM Deja Vu now.
Okay.
So that's the way that's going. But they've been great. Our Cork one will be the 8th one we've done.
Goodness.
And that's in September, 8th and 9th of September this year. And already we opened the entries this week, and already we've something like 25 entries confirmed.
Fantastic,
you know?
yeah.
And about nearly 80 dinners confirmed. So
yes.
yeah, the people are queuing up to get into them, and it's just because it's so relaxed.
Yeah.
And they're meeting old friends, and people are rebuilding old cars to bring them out to show them off, I suppose you could say, and to have them under relax, and they're going over the old stages at a pace that much slower than they ever went before, and they're thinking, oh my God, isn't that a lovely view, you know?
Yeah, before they were either rallying or they were making notes or checking notes, and everything was a blur. I mean, even I would be thinking to myself sometimes when I'm doing my other job, it's like high pressure. You're not getting to appreciate. Everybody says, "Oh, it's great to go to all these places." Not really. You just don't get to see it. And you don't get to appreciate it. And Deja Vu encapsulates all that. It really does. It's relaxed and the older cars tend to be quite a bit slower. Modern cars are amazing.
Yeah. Well, they're slower, and they're also that we're not running with a hot pace, so they're not unreliable.
No, it's a road run, isn't it?
Yeah, and the routes. I mean, the route for Cork, we've got the route master, you might say, because Bones O'Connor.
Yes.
He was 13 times, I think, clerk of the course for West Cork, and he's doing the route for us. So we're doing for example, we're doing the classic ring stage in both directions.
Oh, brilliant!
Lovely.
And Clonakilty are coming in big time for the lunch halt, and there'll be a parade through the town, and there'll be, a bit of razzmatazz.
So are you going to fundamentally, is it going to be based on West Cork rally as opposed to Cork 20 rally?
A bit of both. Bit of both. We try to do it involving both clubs.
Yeah.
And we're running out of Cork City purely and simply because the Radisson, which has got a rally history.
Yes, that's the headquarters for the Cork 20 for the last few years. Yeah.
Yep. And it's got a massive function room, so we can take the numbers for the dinner there.
Right.
There's a little bit of a run out. There's about a 25-kilometre run out to the first stage, but it's an easy run, so it's not going to hurt anyone. So Clonakilty is like Letterkenny. It's like, it's like Galway City. It's one of the epicenters of Irish rallying. It
has, for a lot of people, when Bones conceived the rally in the late 70s, I know my mum and dad, we used to go down as a family and stayed in the old Inchydoney Hotel, which was grim. It was always closed for the winter, and then they would open it for St. Patrick's weekend, and every room would have like a super Sir heater in it to try and dry it out. But you went into Clonakilty, and I mean, I'd say most people who've been to the West Cork Rally have been to Clonakilty, but there's gaps. There's missing parts of when you're in Clonakilty because it's so hospitable. That row of pubs along the main street were great pubs and restaurants and traditional Irish music, and everybody's like, "Welcome to Clon."
Well, I must tell you a sort of Clonakilty related story. We were covering the West Cork Rally with RPM, and I had a new cameraman from Dublin called Tim. And Tim had a sort of slightly squeaky voice, and I didn't really know him that well. I didn't know his politics or anything about it. And we always try to, in motorsport, keep politics totally out of it, And we're driving along, and I don't know if you've been in that part of the country. Well, it's the rebel country,
Yes.
It's Michael Collins' country,
Yeah.
And of course the ambush side is well known and well signposted,
Absolutely, yeah.
And we're driving along in the Previa, in the RPM Previa, and this voice comes from the back of it and says, "Wasn't your man Michael Collins an awful idiot?" And I'm going, "What do you mean? What? Yeah, well, not really, Tim. Well, he says an awful idiot." I said, "Why do you say that?" He said, "All them signs, and he still drove into the ambush."
Well, from memory, last time out at Deja Vu, which was in Kerry, I think one of the highlights that people talked about was the amount of money raised by Paul Nagel's crash helmet.
And there's a lovely postscript to that
which I can imagine a few collectors in Ireland thinking, "I'll have a go bidding for that." But when it sold for the amount that it did, I think it shocked everybody. But it was a credit to RPM and the brand and Deja Vu. It raised the amount of money that it raised a phenomenal amount of money, Plum, didn't it?
25,000 euros. Yeah.
I'll say that again, €25,000, folks,
for one crash
helmet. And that is a testament to the kind of money that's behind the ethos of Deja Vu for charitable causes, isn't it?
Yeah, and the charity on that occasion got 45,000 for that one event. So that was great. But there's a lovely postscript to that story. Do you know who owns that crash helmet now? Paul Nagel. It was given back to him as a retirement present from retiring from the WRC.
Would I
by
be
the man
correct,
who bought it.
Would I be correct in that the man that bought it competes himself and he's from Longford?
He's living in New York.
Yeah.
I didn't know that now that he competed from Longford. I don't know.
Yeah, I have a feeling I know who it was. I think it was kept quiet, but that's even nicer. I didn't know that now. I'm glad I brought that up, and to give it back to him on his retirement, because in all fairness, Paul and Chris Meek, Craig Breen, William Crichton, Kyle White, the people who are doing well on the world and European stage, and I've missed a few people, they do make us very proud,
Absolutely.
When it's not a rally in Ireland that they're competing on, be it in Italy or Spain or in the World Championship level. And Paul has certainly, along with Chris, shown the flag for the island of Ireland. Very good. You're talking there about the troubles, and I mean, rallying, golf, football, rugby, I think were some of the major sports we have here, and they were never affected politically, which is an amazing testament to the people within the sport through the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, 90s, right up to today. There was no politics in it. We went rallying, or you played your golf, or you played your whatever it was. But brings us on to Galway. I mean, one of the things Michael and I have spoken about is the iconic image of Galway, the stone walls, big open spaces. But I'm sure that as a cameraman with camera crews, when the rally would have started on the Friday afternoon into Friday night, Galway's a cold place for you back then, just as it is now.
Well, when it was a night rally now, when on the Friday night, we didn't really cover it. That was just before our time.
Yeah.
But the sad thing was, it went out into that glorious countryside, Loughnafui and all that area, Manacross and all that area. Doesn't go there anymore. I mean, there are very bumpy roads, I know that, and that's a difficulty. Yeah. But when it did go for the 25th anniversary, it got all glued up in Manacross. It all ground
came to a halt, didn't it? It was a bit of a disaster that weekend.
We were sort of kind of blamed for that, totally innocently, I might add. But RTE had sent a crew to do a children's program about rallying, and they'd hired a cherry picker and stationed it at Manacross to get overall views of the thing, long before drones.
Yes.
And what happened was this bloody old cherry picker that had a defunct line in it, and all the hydraulic fluid flew out of it and all over the road.
Oh dear.
And it brought the whole rally to the halt. And of course, people seeing the TV crew thought it was us. But unfortunately, we couldn't afford cherry pickers, But that was one memory. So it never went back to that area since, which is.
No, I don't even think the summer rally ever went back there. Certainly, the international didn't.
Yeah, but we used on the Deja Vu on the Ireland West Deja Vu there in last September. We used some of those stages, and they're fabulous. They're fabulous. They are bumpy, but they're fabulous. Loughnafui is a classic stage. It's a pity it doesn't go into the scenic areas anymore. But of course, you were always around Lochray or always around that area, and invariably it was flooded half the time.
Well, certainly the rallies, sort of the late 2000s and the early teens, the rally was primarily based out of Gort.
Yes.
And there was 2 or 3 years successively. There was a lot of stage shortened. There was flooding.
Yeah, I remember that's very recently.
But I think the club was facing a few technical problems and manpower and getting permissions and county council permissions.
Yeah.
We don't know half of what goes on behind the scene with the organisation. You know more about it now, trying to run Deja Vu, and you're not closing any roads. You're just going to places. There's a lot of work goes in from the organisers, particularly, this rally got on Thursday. There was a bereavement on the first stage, so they lost first half of the first stage. But the new regulations now, they have this compulsory refuel area, which was in Lochray and was to be set up on Friday afternoon, but the same removal into Lochray, they had to speak to the rally and say, look, we're expecting thousands of people here, and the service area, we want to park people where the service area is. So the rally had to find a new refueling zone. You think one tiny little thing just had such a big knock on. So hats off to the organisers. When we got going first thing yesterday morning, they had sort of redesigned the rally overnight, hadn't they?
Yeah, they've had a lot of work
thing.
to do. They've had a lot of work to do and a lot of changes in the lead up. They've done very well, in fairness. It's not easy. Having been involved in running rallies in England, it's not an easy thing to do. Galway and memories. Obviously, you have the book with you as well, and sort of memories of Galway as well, Plum.
So many. The Battle of the BMWs, when the M3s came out between Bertie Fisher and Austin McHale.
Yep.
And Bertie should have had the advantage because I think he had his one first, and Austin brought his black one to the extra vision.
Extra vision car.
Yeah, he brought it to Donegal. I seem to remember it started in Strandhill that year. Not Strandhill.
I know exactly what you mean.
The seaside area.
Yes.
Of Galway, yeah. Anyway.
Salt Hill?
Salt Hill was close. But that was outstanding. I'm flicking through the book here to find...
I'll be honest, Michael was talking there and I was thinking, gosh, Alan's going very quiet. And I looked across and you've obviously got lost in it, but it's a terrific testament and for collectors out there, it's still available. Or is it all sold out?
There were very few of these, with about a dozen of these left.
Really?
Okay. But some of the latest one, Kerry Dancers, we've plenty of, and a few left at Donegal. But I was looking at this, Frank Maher, the year he won, and of course that was the classic battle with Austin McHale.
Yep.
And it was only finished on the very last stage.
Yep.
And Austin, I think it was all down to tyre choice. And Austin went for a risky one, and it didn't pay off. And Frank Maher got it, and but it because it was the last stage, we had our crews out on it, and we had to get back to Galway. It was quite a journey. We didn't make it back in time to get the official finish, and we had to rerun the finish for the television cameras. So the poor public in Eyre Square didn't know what the hell was going on. Yeah.
We're going to have to wrap it up very quickly here, but I got asked a question. You had a press release out this week with regards to this year's Deja Vu, and somebody said, "What's the big yellow bird about?" And I thought, you know what? I'm going to see Plum on Sunday and I'll ask him. So what's the big yellow bird about?
Very simply, early bird entries. Up until the 31st of March, you'll get £20 off each car.
Okay.
If you're early bird, if you go for the early bird entries. So we hired in an early bird from England, and we put Simon Maynard, one of our team, into it. If you know Simon Maynard, wasn't at all reluctant.
I had to ask.
Well, at least now we know.
Yeah.
A couple of comments here on Facebook. Irish Rally Podcast says, great story about Paul's helmet. That's a lovely segment, lads. Alistair Fisher's watching. Malcolm Proudlock in Scotland owns a lovely hotel, and whose son is did very well in the Scottish Championship last year. So some lovely people watching. You never know, you might get Malcolm. Malcolm might stick an entry in for RPM Deja Vu. There you go, Malcolm. There's the invite.
Love to have him.
Plum, thank you very, very much for giving us a wee bit of your time. It's still valuable because you're still a busy man. And it's a great pleasure to have you in the studio. Thanks very much for coming in. And
as a fan, for all the work yourself and Pam and Patterson's, everybody else did, for what you did for Rally and for all just us fans, thank you to both families. I mean, if it wasn't for you, the sport would be a lot poorer. So thank you both very much. And Pam's coming along to Cork to be our link to link the whole dinner.
Very good.
Yeah.
No
very good.
Better a person.
No better person.
And we had our pleasure on the Ulster Rally last year. She came in and spent a few minutes with her and imparted a bit of her experience with RPM.
So it was quite funny. She was invited in, and we were told she was coming. And she pulled up, parked up, came in the door, up the stairs, sat there, mic'd herself up, and we just and in the studio, a very special guest, Pamela Ballantyne, and the boys in the production hut down below panicked because they didn't even know she was here. It was really funny. Stop! We'll go to an advert. We'll go up and we'll get her done. I know she's all mic'd up. She's all ready to go. It was really funny. But thank you very much indeed for coming in on Sunday. Great. Looks like we could maybe talk on because the boys aren't paying attention now after giving us the there we go. Lovely job. Cool. Thank you very much indeed. Right.
Now,
where are we?
10 minutes out.
Yeah, and where's Josh and them were only making their way out of service now. They're just coming around. Whatever that gate is, Lochray.
Yep, Lochray.
Do you want to hand to get that unplugged, or are you okay?
Yeah, sure.
Happy enough? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. You know what? Is that link?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, that doesn't sound so good.
No.
Okay, well, at least.
Go. Flat out up round easy rate 150. Push on up. out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Thing, then I'll do the juniors over. And you're welcome back to the studio for the final two stages of the 2023 Corrib Galway International Rally. Lovely to see Plumtin will pop in and have a chat with us about all things Deja Vu, Galway and RPM. And he reminded me of how commonly things can go wrong. I remember 2011 I first did live rally radio, and we were at, I did it around the world, but I remember it was the 2013 Circuit of Ireland or 2014 Stage 4 near Dungannon. And while we were waiting to talk to the crews, Sam and Josh Moffat were in Mitsubishis.
Urban cars, yeah.
And I remember the producer was in my head saying, Zav, you need to go and talk to somebody. And I replied by saying, I'm just going to give it 10 or 15 seconds. I can see Josh Moffat is fiddling with his helmet. He's struggling with it. He's given it a really good pull and can't get it off. And as I look back, Sam, yes, brother Sam is also struggling with his helmet. So it can inadvertently land you into trouble with the most innocent of ways. We have a battle at the lead, at the head of the rally, Marion Evans, as we spoke about earlier, but there is equally just as strong a battle in the junior category, with Jack McKenna and Damien Doherty leading by 0.3 of a second from Ben McIntyre and Andrew Wedlock. 6.5 seconds behind the leader is Jason Gorham and Anne Conner, with Robbie O'Halloran and Oisin Joyce at the moment holding fourth. So as much as the battle of intensity at the lead, head of the field, the juniors are having a massive battle. Marion Evans and Dale Furness continue to lead the historic. Michael, we have 2 stages left. Who's your money on?
At the minute, Marion Evans to win the historic. I'm only joking.
A really good answer.
Marion Evans actually has pulled out a fabulous drive over at Black Road earlier on. We're about to go back into it. He has, I don't know if he's rattled Josh or not, but so uncharacteristic for Josh to make mistakes on a stage. He made 2 mistakes. He made one on stage 11, and then he made a mistake on stage 12 as well. Marion's not making any mistakes. He's in top form. He's proved it last year on this terrain and these types of stages. He's proved unstoppable. So I think he has the upper hand. I think listening to the guys in service, the tyre choice, Gary Jennings alluded to it, the cut slick tyre or whatever it is they've done with the slick tyre is the answer for the stages. The wet tyre, he said, felt good, but he just, in his words, he hemorrhaged time, he said.
Yeah.
So you'll find that they'll all probably be on the same tyre. They'll wait and wait and wait until the last minute, then put the same tyre on. And it's a straight fight to the end. Here we go again. It's fantastic, the Tarmac Championship. It keeps doing this. It keeps throwing up final loop challenges where it's really, really tight. And I mean, there's battles all the way down the field. Obviously, the other Marion Evans in the escort, he pretty much has the historic rally in hand. But the juniors, the top three separated by 7 seconds. And their times are really close. Now, admittedly, Ben McIntyre took a chunk of time back out of Jack McKenna on the last stage. And if he carries on like that, well, he'll jump into the lead of the juniors. So can Josh fight back 8.3 seconds? Well, realistically, when you look at Marion's performance over those 2 stages, he's fastest on all 3 stages today. He's legitimately leading the rally because he's had a pretty much a drama-free event. He's made no mistakes. How do you win a rally? No mistakes.
Consistency.
Yep.
And of course, this year the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship has relevant sponsors, new sponsors on board. So a huge credit to the organisers for enticing businesses to become involved in the sport. Samdeck, which is a Sentinel Group company, are the main sponsors of the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship. But Gary McAvoy Motorsport that you see with the van in service, selling the coats, the jackets and the hats, is looking after the modified section. Terrific sponsor in the form of Synergy Motorsport Engineering are sponsoring the historic category, and Paul Brown Plant Hire and Civil Engineering are sponsoring the junior championship this year. So there's plenty to play for. Stage 14 should be live at 14:30. I'm hearing in my earpiece that the leading cars are making their way to the start of stage 14. 2 stages left, roughly 20 stage mile, and we're going to find out who the winner will be at the end of stage 15, and they make their way to the finish ramp at the Connaught Hotel in Galway, somewhere around 4:10. I have to be honest, I wouldn't like to call this. I mean, I saw footage of Josh's spin on stage 13, and he had, from what I could see, he had selected first before the car stopped moving, and he had it continuing in the drift. He lost minimal time. Instead of coming down, turning square right, very similar to yesterday, in that under braking to turn square out, the car actually started to move to the left, and he had it as minimal time loss.
Josh's son driver.
But that was his second whoopsie, if you like, because at that point the tape that we saw trailing off the rear wing was already on the car, so that was the second one. But as Mike, as you say, Josh, whether it's just lack of concentration with him or he's not just content, he's made a couple of little small errors. Obviously trying really hard, but Marion has been clean and tidy. We haven't heard of him having that issue, and thus he goes into the last 2 stages with an 8.3 second lead.
And you know, I'm not saying it's the most of a lead that we've had. But for most of yesterday, it didn't go beyond 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah.
So actually, in relative terms, it's a very small amount of time, everybody. But at the same time, because they're all driving so well and making so few mistakes, that realistically, it would have to be a mistake that would force that sort of time, unless you picked the wrong tyre or something. So Gary Jennings sort of proved that he had a good run over Black Road, but the tyre was just completely suitable, felt good, but he just said the time just went away, and he ended up losing sort of 12, 15 seconds to the leaders. And it jiggled the leaderboard about a little bit. So we know that Johnny Greer has moved up into fourth, and Callum Devine slipped down one, and Gary slipped down one as well. So yeah, a few wee changes in the leaderboard, but there's very little between them. 7.6. The one that I have to say, Johnny Greer is under a bit of pressure from Callum Devine. Callum will be looking at that 1.1 seconds and thinking, yeah, I'm here for the championship. I want those points. I'm going to go for it.
Well, we heard the first thing this morning, Sam Moffat saying, you know, whenever Tony spoke to him first thing this morning, you know, he wasn't thinking of fourth or fifth, because in championship terms, those points aren't good enough for you.
Yeah.
So they're all going to want to get a really big haul of points, get the campaign underway. You know, notable mentions have to be Patrick O'Brien and Stephen O'Brien and the Skoda Fabia. I mean, you know, they have driven really well all weekend in slippery conditions yesterday. We know that Callum's had the odd hiccup in the car. So there's about 10 seconds Patrick and Stephen have to find over Gary Jennings. Gareth McHale has been pretty steady. Desi Henry's still showing on the results, but I mean, we know he had a turbo pipe issue. You know, he's had a really difficult rally. He's not been happy with the car. It's evident on the stage and evident, you know, when you get talking to him in the service area. And then David Kelly, new car to him, resplendent in what looks like works colours. You know, he's having a good event.
Yeah, he is. So we understand that the first cars are on the stage now, which is stage is live. We believe we're slightly further into the stage, so it's best part of 18 kilometres of stage. I think we're probably about 10 k's in. Have a wee look and see. Yeah, 10.5 k's. So that's roughly 5 minutes to our camera position. Road's still looking little damp patches, but you know, it is a lovely day now. The temperature's up to 7 degrees in Galway. Clear skies apparently, pretty. And here's the safety car. I believe that's Christy Carey. Everybody been around rallying for a while. Supplies hands devices and tyres and bits and pieces. Good man for the job.
That's a great camera position.
I was thinking exactly the same. What a great shot. Maybe it's too good. We only get them for 30 seconds.
I'm just wondering if the cameraman has to turn around for 270 degrees every 30 seconds. Hopefully he won't get lightheaded. But that's a great camera position.
Yeah.
Definitely going to look forward to this one. So plenty of people watching us live on Facebook. And plenty of people watching us on YouTube. If you are listening and watching, share it with your friends, because let them know that we're in for a two-stage fight to see who's going to win the opening round of the 2023 Irish Tarmac Rally Championship. This is going to be two really good stages, and I wouldn't like to be calling it. I think in the past we've called certain things and got them wrong, so I think we'll just...
Well, yeah, but at the same time, you know, it's... we'll have to call it as it is. Marion's done just a superb job. He's done it when it mattered. He stayed in the picture, no mistakes, led the rally a couple of times yesterday, dropped down to second or third because it was really, really tight. And yeah, I'm inclined to think that he definitely has a good chance here. But this Black Road, anything can happen. It's such a tricky stage, tricky conditions still out on the roads. There's still slippy patches. We can see the damp patches here. My understanding is that Josh is probably about 3 minutes out from our camera spot. In the we had a bit of an alert on the previous stage there when the time came in for the modified rally leader Mark Alcorn and John O'Donnell in their Mark II. They'd got 2 minutes added to their stage time, which would give us a bit of a fright. Well, thankfully the results have done a great job. That's been resolved almost within a few minutes. He's extended his lead even further after that stage. He's now on a total of 1 hour 21:36, and Conor Murphy or Jason Black, 1 hour 22 minutes 43. So that's a minute and 6 seconds. So I suspect Andrew Bush told me that he had something from Mark to say that he's pretty much backed off. He's going to try and preserve his lead, which is uncharacteristic for Mark, because normally he's one speed.
Just one thing I want to jump in and say, while we're waiting on Josh getting to our camera point here, in the excitement of what's going to come in the next hour and a half, it's liable we forget. I wish to thank the organisers. Michael and I'd like to thank the organisers and the team of HM Productions, to the organisers for all their help over the course of the weekend. Also to the hundreds of marshals, emergency crews, rescue crews, landowners, residents, the officials, the doctors, the medics. People don't realise the amount of work that goes to have, Galway Hospital on standby and all this, in case of emergency. But marshals who get up early, drive from one length of Ireland to the other to marshal and make sure that we can watch it. Thank you all very much for your support. It isn't forgotten and it isn't ignored. We are grateful to everyone who dons anything to help out in the sport of any event that runs.
Yeah, and well done to Gary Leonard, clerk of the course. He's been faced with some fairly difficult challenges over the past week or so, things unforeseen that you have to deal with, so he puts the whole thing
Here we go.
in perspective. For the junction. You just see when Josh goes out of sight, I think just there, he's on 38 seconds at that point. And we'll see, he certainly looked very cool and calm and all under control. But no doubt he knows it's only 8 points. He has to try and find over the next 2 stages the challenge for the And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is Marion coming into view, and he's well pushing hard. Is he going to extend his lead on this stage? Question. 38. They're all very well matched.
Very close.
There.
It's
very
close.
Very close. So these are some of the best drivers in the country at doing their absolute best they can. You want to start the year as you mean to go on. Just going for that wet tyre cost him dearly. He's dropped from 4th down to 6th after those stages. No doubt he's got the right tyre on here. It's not messing about.
No, Johnny's been very steady since the first couple of stages yesterday, and admitted that himself and Niall Burns were just making the odd tweak between stages in a car that they hadn't really tested at all prior to coming to Galway.
In theory, it should be Callum Devine up next. Callum, by his own admission, hasn't had the best of rallies. Just struggled to find the pace.
So the rally leaders now should be making their way towards the end of stage 14, and we should have times through fairly shortly, and we'll obviously bring those to you as soon as we have them. We have a nice little network of people keeping us on the right track.
And it won't be long before Josh is into the finish, I don't think. We're obviously 2/3 of the way through the stage here. Next car in should be Gareth McHale. Yep. Gareth's not messing about. Now we've a couple of people in Super Rally, but they're certainly proving that they haven't lost any of their flair or skill. First up, Robert Barrable. Robert was running in the top 4 yesterday when he just clipped the wheel and put him out of the rally. Minimum amount of damage. Today he's had a couple of second fastest times. He's marking his own card effectively, Sav, isn't he? You know,
yeah.
I'm still here. Don't worry, I can still drive at this pace, even in Super Rally.
And I like the finish in Galway. It kind of would bode well for me that he's either going to the championship or maybe head towards the national. He did a few national events last year and proved he's lost none of his skill.
Well, I know one of his
behind the wheel.
I know one of his favourite rallies is West Cork. He's won West Cork outright before, and he loves West Cork. So he would be a great competitor, great for us, great for the Tarmac Championship if he. And you know, sometimes you might not start out with the intention of doing a whole championship, but you get a good result. Now, okay, he's not getting a result here, but he could very easily go to West Cork and get a good result, and then we'll just see where it goes from there. Another man in Super Rally is Declan Boyle. Has the last couple of stages has really turned it up. I think he was either 3rd or 4th fastest on the previous stage. Again, he's in Super Rally, but he's definitely, these stage miles are not doing him any harm. Very distinctive polo. Provisionally, we have Josh over the finish line in a 9:54.9. So the stage has obviously dried out there considerably faster. Now, I know both Sam and Josh had a problem on the first run over Black Road, where they'd 10 minutes, 10 seconds, etc. So it looks like Sam's gone a little bit faster than Josh, 2.6. This is one of the stars of the show. Patrick O'Brien, first time really competing at this level. I think he's done
I think he's done a great job.
Really good job.
Really has.
So we thought initially that the leading crews were all very evenly matched, and it looks that way. At the moment, Marion has gone fastest, but only by half a second. So that's pretty much stalemate after this stage.
Yeah.
And that means it's an 8.5 second lead going into the final stage.
Yeah.
So on a much less technical stage, you know.
And the thing is, Marion has been consistent.
Well, there's another fastest time.
Yeah, and it's.
David Kelly's due next at our live camera points.
There we go. Great job with Kelly's car by M-Tech Graphics, Barney Mitchell and the team. Not just me saying that, there's a lot of people on social media who really like the look of the car.
And at the moment, if he keeps this going, he gets a top 10 result.
And he'll be very happy with what's a new car to him.
Yep.
I can see on some of the Facebook Jonathan Jackson's family are watching because they were delighted last year. So,
David Guest, another man who can be happy. He's made no mistakes. He hasn't been quite on, I think, the ultimate pace, but he's just a smidgen off it, Sav, in my opinion. It won't take very much for him. You know, it's so competitive. A couple of seconds here, you're 8th or 9th or 10th, you know, and he's there or thereabouts. Alban, you know, has just been absolutely dominant in the modified.
And I believe that Johnny Greer's had a good time, nudged the Bale towards the end of the stage, but I think that it wouldn't have cost him a huge amount of time.
So is that 9:55.2 for Johnny?
That's what I'm getting, yeah.
So Johnny, we know, is wants to stay ahead. Only 1.1 seconds separating them coming into this stage. So interesting to see what Callum's time is. Official results aren't quite in yet. All these times are provisional, so if they're slightly different, you have to bear with us. That's the joys of live stream. The man will be happy. He's driven very, very well all week. Bit of an increase in brake horsepower has paid off.
Yeah, it definitely has.
Gone from a 2.4 to 2.5 Millington. Andrew Bush will put me right if I've got that wrong. So I believe it's a step up from the 2 litre. So is this Jason? Go ahead, Andrew. Tony seemed to be able to catch up with Jason a few times over the weekend, and he's been very honest about his changeover from the Fiesta to the Polo. Loves the Polo, but he just reckons it's completely different. So this is a really good learning curve in Super Rally today. Trying a few different things. Still setting nice times.
Leading crews through stage 14 on the way to the final stage of the day, final stage of the event, special stage 15. That is due to start at 16 minutes past 3.
So
and, it's going to be a tight finish,
yeah,
and one that I think everybody will be happy with. Confirmation of times coming through. Ryan Evans on a 9:52.1, I think, as Michael has said, on that last stage there. He now leads Josh Moffat and Andy Hughes by 11.1 seconds. Another 30.3 seconds behind Josh is brother Sam, and Johnny Greer is in 4th. So 11.1 seconds going into the last stage.
It's good. It's a good advantage to have. That's a good advantage. This has been a winning drive today.
And I genuinely think that it's going to be that. Stage 12 that has been the most beneficial, I think, in Marion Evans. That's where he was 20 seconds quicker, if I remember.
Well, he drove a perfect stage. The two Moffat brothers both made mistakes. He was able to jump into the lead. He's reinforced it here. Josh lost time to Sam, but more importantly, he lost 3.5 seconds to Marion in that stage, and that's just see a nice black helicopter just parked up there. That's a good spot. Extending, going into a 14k fast stage without much technicality in it, barring a major misfortune. Marion has driven a blinder today.
He's driven very well.
Yeah.
And you know, the position seesawed yesterday.
we're being informed again that we've sang Patrick O'Brien's praises a few times. He's new at this level of rally, and he's come up through the forestry championships in both Northern Ireland and the Irish Forestry Championship. I believe we have been unofficially told that he went fastest overall, so a fastest time on an international rally when the top men are fighting for the lead of the rally. Is this a sign of things to come?
If he was, from what I can gather, roughly 4.8 faster than anybody else. You know, was it an inspired tire choice maybe in his part?
Well, yeah.
You know,
I mean, there a couple of guys are going. I mean, he's done a 9:47. Gareth McTeal's done a 9:52.4, which puts him right on top.
But also Patrick O'Brien, Michael, it's moved him ahead of Gary Jennings.
Well, that was always a problem. That was always potentially.
Always a chance,
It's Callum's time we want now to see where he is relative to Johnny Greer. So yeah, that puts Patrick. So Callum has got ahead of Johnny Greer. What did he take off? It's now 0.6. Every second counts.
Yeah.
So there are 2 changes on the leaderboard. Callum jumps up to 4th. Johnny drops back to 5th. Patrick O'Brien jumps ahead of Gary Jennings with fastest time overall on the stage. Considerably faster than anybody else. 5 seconds odd faster than the next best time, which was Marion Evans. So he actually, if Marion was trying for a clean sweep of fastest times for today, well, Patrick's fairly threw the spanner in the works there. Brian Brogan. Doesn't seem to have had any dramas this rally. Next up, I should have Colm O'Rourke in the Skoda.
Lions, JJ Kremen, new car team this year, so Keith's been dialing himself in slowly over the last 2 days and running very steadily now, and should be well pleased. Has made a few changes on the car and got it more to his liking.
And that's a really interesting piece of road. Little bumps and jumps and undulations, and the cars just sail over them. David Kelly, time in 9:56.3. 9th overall. David Guest.
Very good time from Robert Barwell as well.
Yes,
Michael, they're 9:55 dead.
Yeah. And Declan Boylan in 9:50. And when we go to the next rally, we'll be able to look back at this data and say, well, them boys never gave up and they kept going. And if they're on the case at the end of the first or second stage in West Cork, it's probably because they stayed at it here.
Yeah.
So that's our historic rally leader, Marion Evans, the other Marion Evans. I'm sure Andrew Bush thinks it's a great coincidence to have 2 Marion Evans leading both sections of the rally, the international and the historics. Marion builds his own cars, West Wales. And Ray Breen's had a good rally. Really, really interesting legacy. When you listen to everybody talking about it, it really has created an awful lot of interest, hasn't it?
Well, there's this one in Alan Ring's car, and they both create you know, and Alan's is ex-Works. I think it's an ex-Richard Burns car, actually. A Munster joinery car.
And we haven't got times in yet for the modifieds, but I'm informed that everybody's sort of trying to get a station. No dramas in the modifieds on this stage. Jason Black is happy enough to get home in second. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver in their really lovely BDA Escort. The other Black, who's also had a great drive, Harris. He's not messing about either. He's pushing on there.
He's motoring on nicely. All we have left is about 14.5 kilometres of Special Stage 15.
Bit of a dramatic slide there. Greeny and Escort. Next up should be the snowmobile. Pat Kelly's due in the Fiesta with Jonathan Kelly co-driving. Last 20 car. So Mark Alcorn, time of 10:22.7. Jason Black is supposed to have eased off. Well, he took 5 seconds out of Alcorn there, but there's a minute between these guys with one stage to
go.
So that was Jason Ford through with Neil Shanks co-driving. Ben Walsh up next. Ben's in Super Rally, not quite sure what happened to him yesterday, but this is only last year, his first year in rallying, and he had some cracking results in the Escort. Looks to be no marks on it, so it's maybe a mechanical problem. Gaining experience all the time, these young drivers.
I think that's why it's so good, you know, in the junior championship, that the likes of, you know, Paul Brown Plant Hire, civil engineer, coming on board and providing a bit of sponsorship, so increased coverage, and I think it all helps.
Yep.
You know, we kind of forget that, you know, from memory, you know, Craig Breen, Marion, Josh and Sam, Callum, Johnny Greer, David Kelly, David Guest, all started out in little Fiesta R2s and, you know, small Peugeots. And, you know, everyone starts off really young, and the more we can do to help the youth coming through in terms of the rallying ranks. I think it's terrific.
Yeah.
And it's as James Coleman said, it's evident that we have a dearth of talent on the island, which is really, really good, and it's not easy to get sponsorship in this day and age, but those that do, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that at the WRC you have the junior cups, but at this point in time, there's very little in the British Rally Championship, which was always a stepping stone. Over the year, historically, one-make championships were very good at bringing on talent, because it was like the budgets, the cars had a value, an intrinsic value, and you could do a season's rallying and sell the car at the end, and it would stay the same for the next year, and the championship had a continuity. Well, we haven't had anything like that really for quite a long time. I mean, you people like Davy Greer putting up a prize in the British Championship for the R2 cars 5 or 6, 7 years ago or whatever, but it wasn't a manufacturer, it was Davy Greer doing it, you know. It's
but even when you look at Des O'Dell and the Peugeot 205 Challenge and the 30s, you know,
the Peugeot was brilliant, because he
great.
put people in works cars at the end of it, you know. But recently we haven't had very much, so I think it's really encouraging to have the RC4 cars out. Last year, Kyle was in the middle of it, and they were all fighting for seconds on every rally. Well, this weekend, young Coleman has completely dominated the category.
Very impressive.
But you know, there's a little bit of, and this is not the junior. There's two junior things. There's the junior rally, which is the up to 1600 front wheel drive category car, and then there's what is recognised as the RC4 class. What was the R2s and the international part of the rally, and that is, so Kyle explained earlier, he's going again this year in the British Rally Championship for that. Obviously, we've had a couple of people from the Tarmac move up into the WRC. We had a couple of people there. So, is that Coleman? Just through? No, Grogan's in Super Rally, isn't he?
I believe he is, yeah. I was keeping an eye on the final stage. I'm led to believe that some of the official cars have made their way through. The double O's haven't gone into the stage yet, from what I've been told. So that's not the end of the world, because the stage isn't officially due to start for another 15 minutes.
Okay.
So my take on it would be that at the moment everything is progressing on time. And of course, Clark and the Course and Motorsport Ireland delegate will all double check and make sure they're happy with the running of the final stage, the 15th and final stage of the event.
Yeah, a couple of the guys I was thinking of, you know, when you look at the WRC last year and those junior things and what John Armstrong did, what William Crichton is doing.
Yeah.
Is, you know, William along with Josh McErlean went to Monte Carlo last week and made the step up into RC2 cars, what's effectively an R5 car. There's finer points to be made, but that's what they are. So, you know, the junior programs are delivering really good young drivers, but even with a budget, it's never enough. And
no,
John Armstrong, you know, did such an amazing job last year, and really, John's always been cap in hand. There's never been quite enough money. John's made a very successful career for himself in esports. Obviously, he's really is the man behind
Codemasters and the
Dirt.
rally games.
Is it Dirt, the rally game that he's part of?
Yeah, he does a lot of that research and development for Codemasters. And he's involved in other games as well.
Yes.
Of course, don't forget that in the esports, didn't he win the road going Hyundai car?
Yeah, but if you think about that, he won to most people, that unbelievable win of won a car. But when you were going to the WRC and a rally was costing you 75,000 quid for one rally,
yeah,
it puts it into perspective.
Yeah, it's big money.
You know,
it's big. It's never been cheap.
So yeah. Buster's just through, and Mickey Conlon.
I've just been told that 004 has just gone into the last stage.
Okay, so that's all on schedule then, isn't it?
Looks like we're cooking with gas. Yeah. That's good.
04's in, and it's 15 minutes yet before the cars are due to start. That sounds as if everything's sort of as it should be. Quite sure, couldn't quite see who the second car was. I think it is the start of McIntyre. Yep. Aaron McIntyre and Paul McPhillips. The red mist will be coming down. Andrew Bush has just kept me up to date with some things. Well, Andrew's been there plenty of times, where the famous term in rallying, when you're catching another car, the red mist, you're determined to get it, determined, and then you overcook it.
So it looks like
that's Paddy McGuigan away through in his Mark II.
Looks like we're going to be
Fergal McGuigan and Michael Moran.
Looks like we're going to be good on the last stage. 03 car is now in. So
03 car in.
Yeah, 15:06. So like you were saying, Michael, it looks as though this last stage is on schedule.
Yep.
James Wilson in the Porsche. Trevor, sorry.
Yeah. Fabulous
tankers.
Side. Michael Cahill. So I'm assuming he's catching the Porsche rather than the Porsche having caught and passed him.
Yeah, looking at that coverage, I kind of agree, because the Escort is motoring nicely.
Yeah, it's going well.
Visibly quicker.
Car 72, Dylan Reeves and Ryan Farrell. Another RC4 entry. Cian Caldwell and Liam Egan. A couple of these guys are in Super Rally, but I'm not quite sure who.
Yeah, we struggled with confirmation of that, although we did get a start list.
But the start list didn't include any of the Super Rally people, so.
I mean, we noticed that Jeffrey Dolan, Robert Barrable, and a few others were all missing off it.
Yeah,
Declan, yeah.
They're not on the list, and I know a couple of the RC4 people retired yesterday, and I'm not quite sure, without going into digging into the result system. It certainly doesn't come up on face value. So the Hyundai, I think last time over this stage, the Hyundai was stopped for a little while and then got going again. Joseph Kelly, Ryan Comerford. Now last year they were fighting for the lead of the RC4, so I don't know. Coleman has definitely moved goalposts a little bit this weekend. To put it into perspective, Casey J. Coleman's lying 26th overall, which is right in amongst all the 2 litre and 2.4 Mark IIs, and that's we 1600.
That's the right place to put it.
Yeah.
Tommy Hayes has been in touch. He says, great stuff, lads. The perfect accompaniment to a day's carpet cleaning. And on a Sunday too, Tommy.
I don't know whether that's a compliment or not.
Well, it puts a new phrase in wiping the floor with you, doesn't it?
Well, you said it, not me. Jack Maguire there and Keith McConnon in their Civic.
There's the
was that
historic
Rob Smith.
DKP 191T, the ex-MCD,
Ari
Vatanen and Terry Hyman car. With the wide, it ran with the wide axle at the back with the wide arches. Of course, didn't he? He made
a bit of a mess of it
on the Manx.
Starvey on the Manx, on the Starvey jumps.
Yeah, he did. That was a car Warren Craig drove, Billy Coleman drove it, and Kenny McKinstry owned.
Well, actually, Warren Craig owned it. So, and a solicitor in Belfast called Sean Doherty, and him and Warren bought the cars bought the 2 of them into Northern Ireland. Ultimately ended up at McKinstry's, but Warren owned the car.
Yeah, Craig's Auto Salvage.
Yeah, along with the Belfast solicitor. Somebody was saying, why does Belfast solicitor buy these 2 cars? Well, they hired them out, didn't they?
Yeah.
It was quite an enterprising enterprise, as you might say.
Well, I mean, I think it was hired off Warren for Billy Coleman to drive on the circuit.
It blew up, though, if I remember rightly.
But I remember when I first saw the inside of it, it was like looking at the Starship Enterprise. There was stuff inside it that I'd never seen.
Will Onions through, another one of our visiting historic drivers. Beautiful car. There used to be a garage on the Antrim Road in Belfast, and Derek McGarrity and I were doing something. Now, we were only youngsters at the time. Don't even know if I was old enough to drive, but I know I was with Derek. And Tommy Fagan had this garage in the Antrim Road. It was Fagan Tires. And in the office was the BDA, all laid out and rebuilt. And it was just, at that time, the most desirable engine to have was a BDA. And a BDA out of Ari Vatanen's Escort was just, this was like, should this not be like in a workshop? Just be all right, boys, it'll be grand, you know.
Yeah.
I also heard a story about the same said rally car coming home. I can't remember what rally it was on a Sunday night, a national rally in Ireland, and they hadn't attached the trailer properly. And we're driving along, and I thought, geez, the van's going well. The trailer and the rally car were in the field.
Yeah.
So getting to see good variety of cars now down the field.
Yeah, we are. It's good, and it gives, you know, people who weren't.
Hopefully, here's the Icelandic driver, Johannesson, with Galway's Martin Brady. Martin Brady's originally from Dublin, but has lived with his partner in Galway for quite a long time now.
Spends a lot of time.
They're going really,
yeah, they're
really
going very well. A lot of Icelandic viewers online, and navigates for Kyle Tilley, and also was part of Kyle Tilley's NASCAR and IMSA program. Of course, Kyle and Martin did the Killarney Historic.
And of course, our own Andrew Bush is a big fan of the Citroen C2R2, having been one of the top C2R2 drivers for a long time. Earlier on, he was. That's Luke McCarthy through. Luke, former West Cork rally winner. Really enjoying his historic rallying. Won a couple of the historic rallies over the last couple of years, so Philip Rogers and Anthony O'Sullivan just through. Pretty sure, yeah, they are Class 18 historic. So there's a mixture of Class 18 and Class 19s, and I think some of them are slightly more modern. Just very modern, Evo 10.
Just been relayed to me that all 4 double O cars are now in the stage. 001 has not long left the start line.
And I'm just going to so SAC at 15:13 and the stage start at 15:16. If anything, we might be a couple of minutes out, but that's the worst it's going to be, isn't it?
Yeah, it's once again the organisers have done very well to get everything back in time, bearing in mind the loss of the opening stage this morning and a few delays. So yeah, very well done, hats off.
And I believe our camera position is towards the end of the stage, the final junction. So again, we'll be probably about 6 minutes in before we need to go to when Josh sets off into the stage, which is probably going to be in a couple of minutes. So we'll be able to stay here for a few more minutes and catch some of the later runners. Some of the smaller engine cars being driven just as hard as the cars at the front. Jonathan Folan, I'm pretty sure Jonathan's running in Super Rally. Confirm that, but I think something happened yesterday. Jason Olleran Shaw co-driving, Class 20.
So back with us before we head in now to the final stage. Stage 15 is due off a couple of minutes ago, and I'm led to believe that some of the leaders are on the stage as we speak. As Michael said, our camera point is the last junction on the stage, so we're going to get a very good indication in terms of timing if Marion Evans has clinched it. Reading some posts on social media, there's an awful lot of people that want Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson to win and gain some revenge for the rugby result yesterday.
Very good, yes. Okay.
So it's social media can be a very enlightening place at times, but a lot of wild support for Marion, a lot of Monaghan support for the two Moffats. But whatever way it pans out, I think it'll have been a good start.
I can remember before West Cork last year, you and I talking about it's going to come for Marion at some point in 2022, and it didn't. He came close. Now, Fat Lady has to sing here yet. No cigars, but he's done everything that's been asked of him. He's driven faultlessly. He's basically increased his lead going into the final stage. Okay, he didn't get fastest time. That a remarkable drive by young Patrick on that last stage, where he got his first Tarmac Championship or international rally stage win. That in itself is an achievement.
Yeah.
That's, you know, you have targets that you aim for. We'll go to that rally and we'll get one fastest time, and you're showing your hand, you know. And then the next rally it'll be, okay, we'll target 4 fastest times or whatever. And this time next year, you and I will hopefully be sitting here going, that young man's up for his first rally win.
Well, it's ahead of him now, and you said that it's not over till the fat lady sings, as they say. But I mean, either way, there have been some really good performances this weekend in Galway. I think some drivers are going to have to be going away and have a reflection on maybe the way they approached it, and that is not a criticism. You know, you try your best, but I just had somebody in my ear saying the cars are coming. We have quite a few cars now on stage. So stage is live, up and running at 15:14 on time.
I estimate we're 3 or 4 minutes out, but yeah, the stage is up and running live. It's great to have.
So
it's been a topsy-turvy day. Rally's done really, really well to get itself back on time after having to sacrifice the first stage this morning due to sub-zero temperatures and ice on the road. When we got going again, Marion Evans was fastest with the second stage of the day, stage 11. Then absolutely blitzed everybody on the first run over Black Road, running still very, very tricky conditions. And he's built his lead up now, going into the final stage, 11.1 seconds. We've got approximately 15, just under 15 Ks the stage. Pardon me. Barring a disaster, he's done everything he needed to do.
And of course, the rally running well now this afternoon. We were talking earlier on about the 1 hour service times spread throughout the day. Of course, the last one was at 1:05, 1 hour service. But the reason for that, as opposed to the 30 minutes yesterday, was the 2 stages that we have today are very, very close to Lochray. So you need that gap on the service time to allow the rally to loop. Otherwise, it would catch itself, because there are some people still leaving service, from what I'm told, making their way out to the last 2 stages of the day. The rally would end up catching up on itself. So we're waiting for the leading crews to make their way down to our camera point.
Less than a minute away, I would say. These guys standing on the road need to step back. Hopefully they'll hear the cars.
Yeah,
the road looks a lot drier than it was earlier on, doesn't it?
It does. It definitely does. You know, you were saying about Marion last year. I think people felt with the Ulster, it wasn't, you know, a straight fight in terms of Josh was driving to finish, and it was the hardest thing I think he ever had to do. He just had to get to, so he drove like for a day and a half. Here we go. It must be. That was difficult, but Marion and Jonathan won. But this is a different battle. This is a different heat of battle now. There's Josh through.
"59 seconds out of view at 59 seconds. So that's 59 or 29 for the other competitors as a marker point for Josh. We know that Josh isn't actually, at the moment, the fastest guy. Marion Evans is probably the fastest guy, along with Patrick O'Brien. Sam's due up next. Sam's had a really good rally, I think, but it's just, he himself admitted there were a couple of times that they just pulled time away from him, that he just didn't see where it went. So either he's 14 seconds down on Josh, or he's so Marion's not backing off. In fact, I'd say Marion's 2 seconds up on Josh there. Sam's obviously cruising home. He's 30 seconds in hand over Callum Devine. Sam's a smart old head on him. He knows he doesn't have to push too hard. We're only about 3 Ks from the finish, so barring a major disaster, we've got a historic potential win for Welshman Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson. Gary Jennings had a great rally, consistently in the top 5, top 6 the whole rally. Bad tyre choice this afternoon, and he dropped from 5th to 6th. And then really impressive times from Patrick O'Brien elevated him in front of Gary.
Wheels now will be fingers crossed for Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson. And of course, I think the Jackson family is watching. And I think we're waiting now on confirmation of Josh and Andy getting to the end of the 15th and final stage of the 2023 Corrib Oil Galway International Rally, but also the importance on Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson reaching the finish as well. We should be getting sometimes through.
Callum Devine just through. Callum again, I think he's quite grateful. He's been competitive today. He's been mixing it. Very little separating him. So he's got a consolation. But yesterday he was out of sorts. He couldn't really find the pace that he wanted. It was all very close, but it just wasn't close enough for him. If things stay as they are, Callum will score 4th place points. It's not a bad result. Robert Barrable's due. Robert's running in Super Rally. Put in some cracking times today.
And I think the leaders have reached the finish of the stage. Flying finishes some way up off the main road, off the main N65, before they make their way down, and we get confirmation.
Robert looked to be on a very similar time to Josh on this stage. Gareth driving on a puncture there, definitely struggling. He's dropped at least 30 seconds, I would say, on this stage. He's just being caught by Declan Moore. Obviously Gareth's run wide. And I could have just asked Andrew to repeat what he told me there, please. Can you get subtitles? Yep. Okay.
And it's looking like,
so
Michael,
you're getting confirmation from the end of the stage. An 8:21 for Marion Evans confirms he wins his first international rally. He won the Ulster, sorry, he's won his second international rally win.
Yeah.
But what a way to kick off his Tarmac Championship for this year.
Yeah, I have someone, a friend of mine, who is at the stage end and big celebrations. So if the Jacksons are watching back in England, yep, Marion Evans, Jonathan Jackson have won the 2023 Corrib Oil Galway International Rally. Great battle. We don't have times fully through yet, but I have had it confirmed. We have got Josh Moffat through on an 8:21.9, and we will have. Now, what we will have, the crews won't spend very long at the stage end. They do have to make their way to the finish at the Connaught Hotel in Galway before going over the finish ramp and then into Park Fermi. Into Park Fermi by 16:26, which is about an hour away. It's the best part of probably a 25 to 30 minute run to Galway from here. So we will be carrying on coverage of the rest of the field coming down towards the stage end and finishing the event prior to going to the finish ramp live with Tony Kelly. Tony and the camera crew left Lochray and the Co-op Mart to go straight to the finish ramp at the hotel, and they're going to be waiting there to greet the crews.
So this should be the modified winner. Mark Alcorn from Donegal. started somebody very enthusiastic and cheering them on.
I must say a big congratulations to Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson. That's a great result for them. They stuck themselves into the middle of the Moffat Brothers sandwich, fought and have come out on top.
Yep.
Bodes well that we're in for a much closer battle perhaps in this year's title championship, Michael, than we've maybe seen in the past.
Well, I mean,
it's great.
We haven't got the final times in, but he went into the stage 11 seconds ahead. He looked like he was a couple of seconds faster than Josh at our camera point. Did he extend his lead on the final stage? I wouldn't be surprised. So apparently it's by point something of a second. So it looks like he's won the rally by 11 odd seconds. Jason Black has had a very accomplished rally to finish second in the modified. He's just passed our camera point. See if we've got any more times in. No. But yes, this one, fair and square.
Yeah, he's earned it, and what I mean by that is, on the Ulster last year, Josh, and he admitted himself, one of the hardest things he's ever had to do, listening for every rattle, creak and bang, whereas, Sam and Josh looked like they were heading into a fight of their own. Marion Evans has elbowed his way into the middle of it, and as a result, sets 8:20.3 on the last stage.
Fast.
So fast by 1 point.
No, Gary Jennings has had a flyer, I suspect, because he's got an 8:06.7.
Well, maybe.
I don't think so.
But from what we can, Marion Evans is now he extended his lead by about a second, so 12.7 seconds. It bodes well for us watching the rest of the championship. West Cork beckons next, and we'll now watch the rest of the crews making their way down towards the finish of the stage 15. So the flying finish a little bit up the way. Jason Flack just over the line. David Guest coming up to the finish line.
Brendan Comiskey just passed our camera position. Didn't look to be pushing that hard.
So we're probably about maybe 3/4 of a mile from the end of the last stage. Aaron McLaughlin should be up next.
So a couple more times in. Johnny Greer, 8:20.3. Great battle with him and Callum over that final stage. Johnny took 2 seconds back to took 2 seconds back there to secure 4th place from Callum. So that battle has been going on over the last couple of stages. 1.5 seconds between them there. I suspect Gary's time is not correct on the official results, and that'll be adjusted accordingly, but it'll make little or no difference other than at the moment it makes him fastest on the stage, Sav, which I don't think he is. So there's our leaderboard, confirmed after the final stage of the 2023 Corrib Galway International Rally. Welshman Marion Evans wins his first Irish Tarmac rally in the Republic, Galway rally for the first time, co-driven by Jonathan Jackson in their Volkswagen Golf. They ended up winning by 12.7 seconds, led the rally yesterday, lost it again to Josh. Great battle yesterday afternoon, but this morning everybody thought that he was going to be the guy. He has been the guy. We lost the first stage this morning, and after that he didn't look back. A devastating drive on the first competitive run over Black Road, 19 seconds faster than Josh. Josh made a mistake, and Marion has just been sublime today. Fastest time after fastest time. Great job. Fair play to Josh Moffat, has driven superbly all weekend. Super spectacular, really tricky conditions. If this is what the rest of the year is going to bring, fantastic.
No, it's really good. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the messages on social media. And getting messages now through, which I'll come back to. But just looking at some of the messages and notifications on social media, a lot of people really happy to see Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson win. I believe that the celebrations at the stage end, a lot of congratulations all around. So I think it bodes well for our championship. Marion has driven very consistently last couple of years. We're back now live on stage. This should be just going past our camera point. Car number 43. John Warren.
John Warren, yeah. In his Corolla. Now, this is something that we maybe have to consider. I have a feeling that we may have a stage interruption. After this, I think John might be the last person to get clear of a possible stage interruption.
Well, I just got a notification from an old Southern Car Club friend of mine who said that he's delighted to see the son of one of his fellow safety delegates pick up the win on the notes with Marion Evans. So Tony Jackson is a safety delegate for the MSA, as is Mr. Walton, who's just been in touch. He's going to be over for the Maher Felton event in May and Lakeland in September, so it'll be good to see you, David, and thanks for the message. It's always good. I think us Southern Car Club members have that little like secret mafia, and
yeah, I have a feeling that this may very well be our conclusion for the meantime as well on the stages. I've had some information that there's been a blockage in the stage. And there's a few cars can't get through, so So yeah, we're just getting some comms in that there's definitely been an interruption on this stage at the moment. We don't know what it is, I think the stage is now effectively stopped. So there's two things will happen. They'll get it sorted out and get it restarted, but we're going to have at least a 15-minute suspension while the organisers find out what the problem is. These things happen. We have a bit of a competition, a flat to the mat hat. We're going to stick a graphic up on the screen. And to be in this draw, to win this hat, courtesy of Flat to the Mat, or Flat to the Hat, name the year and the driver in the comments on either Facebook or YouTube. So name the year and the driver in your comments on the live stream. Yeah, and the producers will get your details when we pick a couple of winners, and we'll get these away in the post to you when we can. Sav thinks it's easy, but Sav would think it's easy. So we're just going to go to some ads now.
out up round easy rate 150. Push on up. Flat out up round easy rate 150. Push on up. out up round easy rate 150. Push on up. out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
So you're back live with us at the finishing of stage 15. We had a small break there because of a stoppage on stage, and because of the length of stoppage we were trying to ascertain how long the delay would be. The
back up and running.
Yeah.
Yep. Fair play to the organisers.
Yeah. Very quickly.
Yep. First, we're expecting the first restarted car to arrive at our camera point in the next couple of minutes. It's going to be Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver in the historic escort. There were quite a few people tied up in the blockage, including Ollie Benton, Coleman, Marion Evans, who will get a stage interrupted time, but he was over a minute ahead in the historic Rally Saab, so they'll give him a time that is reflective. One thing that we sort of passed us by in the excitement is, I don't know how heartbreaking this must be, but literally 50 yards from the flying finish of the last stage, David Guest has retired, literally within sight of the flying finish. So, and here's Duncan and Guy. They've had a very competitive rally as well. They're lined up for third overall in the historics behind Ray Breen.
And they'll be very pleased with that.
Yep.
A good steady start for them in terms of a points haul.
And I think they're fairly much committed to the whole championship.
They are, yes.
From what Guy's told me this. Equally, Ray Breen was involved in the blockage, so he'll get a stage interrupted time. But I think they're all far enough apart that it won't affect anyone. So Gareth Black, he's had a super weekend. Very spectacular, very consistent. Good result for him.
And then the next up we should see car 53, which will be Stephen Greeny and Des Sherlock in the Mark II Escort.
Yep.
They'll be down with us in a minute or so.
Now we're going to see the cars through here for as best we can, but also we have some finish rant celebrations at the Connaught Hotel in Galway. Tony and her cameraman are there now. They're getting ready to bring us live pictures. It won't be too long, but we'll stick with the final part of the final stage of the 2023 Corrib Galway Rally. The later runners. Mark II's very spectacular, sounding great.
Just almost ideal conditions for them.
Yes,
and
they are. Yep.
Nice, dry.
It's just drying out. It's still a little bit slippy, but drying out enough that they can push on a bit and start to stretch
course,
their legs.
You know, if there's no class position to play for and it's the last stage, push on a bit and give it a bit of a whirl, which is evident. But the leaders, as we say, making their way now to the finish ramp in Galway at the Connaught Hotel. And we will have Tony Kelly and the camera crew there to catch that finish with the winners, Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson.
Austin Snow and John Henderson. James Ford. Andrew mentioned something about the Silver Fern rally earlier on, and James Ford.
Yeah, he was over and did it. Tony Jardine was over and did it.
Okay.
And I think finished 10th overall in their class that they were in. 10th overall though.
Well, apparently James Ford won it outright.
But I looked at the schedule. It was some event.
Yeah.
A mammothly long event. But when you look at the stages, Michael, there are forest stages over there in they're like our tarmac roads.
I know.
It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Sort of got asked to get involved with it the year of the pandemic, and then it didn't happen. So it didn't happen. Full stop.
Fantastic
event. Ben Walsh running in Super Rally, I believe. Going nicely. Made the trip down from Donegal. So the cars that we didn't actually show, the cars that were involved in the blockage, they drove through in convoy while we tried to find out whether the stage was going to restart. Well, they have all been given a stage interrupted time of 8:54.5, which I would have to do a bit of analysis, but I don't think it's an unfair time. Maybe Andrew will have a wee look at it as well and give me his opinion. People like Ollie Benton, I'm not sure. At the moment, they're all 2 places higher up, but one of that would be David Guest's retirement, and also the person involved in the incident, which, off the top of my head, we had it here, was Fawn, car 45. It's actually 2 cars there, one from earlier on as well at the same place. Jeffrey Dolan's due on the scene in the Sunbeam, another one in the
Super Rally.
Super Rally.
Yeah. There he is. Jeffrey, who had problems early yesterday morning and dropped way down the order, but got back in the latter stages of yesterday afternoon, and it's obviously got out and done all the stages today.
And seems to be enjoying himself.
It's good to see him back out. He hasn't been out for a while,
no.
Jeffrey, and was you know, in the last couple of years was a regular in the national and some of the internationals as well. Hopefully that's not
Who's up next? McMullen.
208 R2.
Yep. Car 78.
I remember when they launched them, Peugeot took 2 or 3 of them up to Kerbera in England. Craig Breen drove one, and I think Matthias Adelson from Sweden drove one. I got a run with Craig Breen around Kerbera sprinting them. They were seriously impressive, seriously quick. And would carry an enormous amount of speed through some of the fast corners.
Really good wee cars.
Yeah.
Look at the performance of the R2s last year on the Tarmac Championship. You know, people like William Crichton, okay, he had a Rally 3 car last year. But even William, the previous year in his R2, really impressive.
Yeah.
So is this Wayne Evans? That's one of the historic escorts. So that's Shane Quinn, and with this stage interrupted time, it means it was a stalemate at the front of the historic rally, with Marion Evans and Ray Breen both getting the same time, stage interrupted time. So in the end, Marion has dominated the historic rally, and he wins by 31.3 seconds. We're pretty sure Duncan Williams will get a real time. So 2 Marion Evans win the 2 parts of the rally.
You've been wanting to say it all weekend?
No, I haven't. I've said it all weekend. You know, now that we've said it, it'll probably happen again at some point during the year. What I suspect is happening is that we're going to go to the finish at some point soon. My understanding is that the instruction is that unless you're told to do otherwise, you go to Parc Fermé, and if the organisers want you to come to the finish ramp, i.e. 1, 2, 3, and probably Mark Alcorn.
Yeah.
I suspect they've probably too much of a wait, but they'll send down the other Marion Evans as well, and everybody else goes to and it'll be a 1, 2, 3 at the ramp. I don't know for sure, Zav, that's just my feeling, because in the schedule there's no provision for the ramp.
Yeah, because it was thrown us, and it was, you know, I had said earlier in the day that you know, you finish special stage 15, first car to finish special stage 15 at 15:36, Parc Fermé in at 16:26 at Galway Racecourse, and that's where they all seem to be heading now. Which that kind of makes sense with what you're saying, is that they're going to call down 1, 2, 3, modified winner, junior winner. You know, you wouldn't.
Yeah, sorry, I see your point now. Everybody's going to the racecourse at the moment.
Well, the reason, if I'm being honest, why I say that, I keep hearing from the wonderful, delectable and delightful Tony Kelly, there's nobody here. There's nothing happening. There's nobody here. And the fact that they're all up at Galway Racecourse kind of explains it. So what you're saying there actually makes a little bit of sense, that they're just calling them down rather than have everybody parking up around the hotel.
Yeah.
So there's a fairly good chance then
Mickey Conlon just through,
that whatever remaining runners that we have on this stage, that we possibly will cover, because...
But we'll do our best, won't we?
Well, it's to be honest with you, it's looking as though there's only I'll see if I can find out just how many runners are left. I'll send a message and then see if we can update the viewers and see. But I imagine...
well, ironically, we have a little bit of a break here. It seems it might be a couple of minutes before the next car.
I've just had a message back that there's possibly still at least 20 to 25 cars at the stage start. So that would include the juniors, which would be good from our point of view, in that we can cover that. There's probably 16 or 18 on stage, I guess, the same as any other time, with those then making their way to Galway. So we probably, if everything runs nicely, we probably will get up to 4:30 maybe of covering the remaining crews yet to complete stage 15. So I think for us, we would be due...
Just confirmed there that Duncan Williams rounds off the top 3 in the historic rally. Nice result for them. And equally, the stage interrupted time is probably quite generous for the historic cars. Duncan Williams did a 9:33.8, and the other 2 cars were awarded an 8:54.5.
Next up for us, I think, should be Michael Cahill and Conor Lappin in the Ford Escort. But they're possibly a minute and a half away from coming to our camera point. There we go. 104, Michael Cahill and Conor Lappin making their way up past the last full junction on the stage.
And Fergal McGuigan next. Michael Moran in their Class 13 Escort. should be coming into view.
There we go.
Hopefully Trevor Wilson coming into shot in a moment. The Porsche. Dylan Eves, Ryan Farrell, they're due in their RC4 Fiesta.
Just checking social media. It's nice to see some of the messages of congratulations and celebrations being sent to Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson, but also the congratulations to Sam, Josh Moffat, Callum Devine, Johnny Greer, and the rest of the competitors at what a terrific, hard-fought event it was, and how it bodes well for the rest of the season. So nice to see that. That's good, and it does, as they say, bode very well for the rest of the year. Car 71 should be up with us next. Joseph Kelly and Ronan Comerford in the RC4 208. And we're going to get a look through the results shortly and maybe bring you a roundup of some of the other class results.
Yeah, I think we can't be conclusive yet because there's still quite a few people to finish, but we know that this class in particular, RC4, has been dominated by Casey J. Coleman. They've sort of been on a different level. At the moment, they got tied up in that stage interrupted on this final stage. But 25th overall is a fine result for obviously Mark Alcorn. He takes the Class 14 award. Class 13. Brian Lavelle and in his Mark II, Brian's just been running 4th or 5th on the modified rally for the whole weekend. He's been very consistent. Ended up being chased down over the last couple of stages by John Warren in his twin cam, but he takes it 144.23 as opposed to 145.11 for the next best one. And then Ollie Benton had a great comeback drive in his Mark II, so Brian Novell finishes equals 17th and wins Class 13 from John Warren and Ollie Benton. Class 15, it is for the cars out of homologation. At the moment, it looks very much like Austin Snow is going to win that.
That's a good result for him. He's driven very steadily all weekend.
Now you have all the complications of Class 11 and the different connotations of class. There's Class 11F and there's Class 11 whatever, and these tend to be the smaller engine cars, which we're watching now. So we can't really bring confirmation of that quite yet. Class 24 is for R5 cars modified to right-hand drive. That's going to go to Gary Jennings. Is that Will Onions just a way through? Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got the two Class 11s having a Class 11 F. Yep. And actually, this man, JP Logue, was he's one of the Class 11F runners. So there's quite a few of them. The historics, we've got the 1, 2, 3 in the historics. Still a few historic people to come. Ross Ford's up next. A bit of damage in Ross's car.
Again, another consistent drive from himself and the brother this weekend.
Yep.
Coming up due to us now, Luke McCarthy and Brian Duggan. Fuel injected BDA, 285 horsepower. I'm reliably informed. Of course, at the time, if I remember rightly, that was the whole thing with Ari Vatnan's Black Beauty. It was fuel injected.
Yeah, it was.
And it was all, you know.
It gave trouble in those days.
There we go. So,
So Trevor and Kenny Bustard looks like they're going to get second in Class 15. Bringing their Mitsubishi home in 33rd overall. Lloyd. Sounds fabulous. That was Eamon McCarthy and Lisa Knox in their Civic. Cathal Martley, Shane Gorman.
I have to be honest, I'm amazed that the information our own very own horse whisperer gives us. I mean, I thought I knew bits and pieces, but hats off to Andrew Bush. He does. Hats off indeed. Some great stuff coming from him this weekend. So next up for us
should be Christy McLaughlin.
Yeah, Gareth Neal in a Honda Civic. Is that William Neal's brother, Gareth?
I don't know.
The photographer.
I know William Neal, but I don't know his brother.
I have a feeling that's William's brother. Might be wrong, but do you know what? I was about to say, if I don't know, I'm sure Andrew knows, and with that, yeah, I think you're some kid. Yeah, rallies himself and William have done a couple of events, but good to see First International reliably informed by our co-colleague Andrew Bush, just making his way through. Car 77 next, Paul McHugh and Raymond Coppinger. And a Honda Intriga. Easy for me to say. But very similar, isn't it? It's funny, we're finishing how we started out, Michael. We started out, if you remember, the very first stage and ran through everyone.
Yep.
More, and we're going to do the same here, but we'll have the added benefit of being able to cover the juniors as well. And of course, we're saying
so here's the Honda Integra. Getting a wee bit spread out now on this stage for some reason. So next up should have Sam Leach and Barry Attridge in the Opel Corsa.
So reliably informed, we still have quite a fair few cars on stage, which is good. And of course then we would have the juniors, and of course we've had a really close battle in the juniors. We brought you the times in the middle course of the day. But sit there. We started off yesterday's opening stage and ran through all the competitors with the delay that we had to stage 2. So it'll be good to get everyone through the final stage of the day, and then as they all make their way to Park Fermi in Galway at the race course. So
it was Daniel and David Dunn there, rear wheel drive starlet.
Next up we should have Cian Hines and Oisin Hines in the Honda Civic Type R. There we go. Following them, next in the road, we're hoping it's going to be Iara Carty and Jack Carty in the Vauxhall Nova. That's interesting.
Yeah.
But it won't be in the M3. Here we go.
We're being reminded that we're still hot in the mics.
Yeah. So,
and then we have the Icelandic Johannesson.
I think I'm going to have to get Bushy to speak slower so I can write it down.
Well, no, that's quite interesting. That's I knew about this car, and I'd sort of forgotten. You don't think of the Nova as being now categorised as a historic car, so that is actually that car's the Cardi's from Donegal. The car was brought over from Wales, and it's a historic Nova.
Yeah,
running in class 17. Yeah. Couple more cars coming together. Oh, he's pulled over a little past. Wonder if they've got a problem. So Thomas Ryan and Shane Dillon pulled over there.
Car 59 due up next.
He let Brendan Dowling through in his twin cam.
Car 59, Jonathan Folan, Jason Ollenshaw.
I think possibly there another
Super Rally.
Super Rally, I think so, yeah. And there doesn't seem to be any logical way to, and the car's smoke coming out the back of it. It's going quick enough.
Yeah, it is. This is Alan Watkins. I've got one for you now, Mr. Bush. Is this the same Alan Watkins that owns the ex-Rothmans car? That has to be a Bonner from Donegal.
It's Patrick Bonner and Owen Moore in their Cast 12 RS2000. Pat Bonner. So there's an interesting entry. TJ Seal and Tato Kilmartin. Do you think that's his real name?
I doubt it somehow.
Do you think he's a fan of the cheese and onion, maybe?
Oh, well, I think, you know, he could well be pickled. When he filled that form in.
He's no spring onion, though.
No. Somebody, I can just hear somebody in the distant galaxy going, oh, lads. Oh, lads.
Cop on.
Yeah. Car number 94 is up, Liam Egan and Eugene Donnelly in the Proton Iris R5. They had a few hiccups yesterday. But I have seen this car in the flesh, saw its debut launch at Goodwood a couple of years ago with Ollie Mellors, and it really is a spectacular car, and the engineering that Mellors Motorsport puts into them, certainly if you ever get a chance of a good look round one, have a good look round.
Oh, they're well engineered, the car, yeah.
Very well put together. And of course, Ollie's brother Ben runs the Toyota Celica RA40, built from original Toyota drawings. That he campaigns in the British Historic Championship and some of the British Tarmac rounds. reminiscent of the old Beyond Valdegard and Per Eklund Silikas. Sadly, I don't think we saw many of them in Irish hands. I think they tended to stay mainly in Europe and on the world stage. I think the nearest we had to an ex-Works Toyotas with, I think, Alan Johnson and Bobby Willis.
1984?
PJD 34Y, the Corolla that was the ex-UK one, I think.
Richard and Hickey and Richard Davis in their twin cam, class 11 twin cam.
Oh, stop. Bushy, you're killing me.
Should be Mike Conley and his Civic up next. So still haven't changed Gary Jennings' stage time for this stage. So Letitia Conn and Geraldine McBride, his crew, and their little RC4 Fiesta. Quite sure who that was that's catching them. Yeah, I saw that. Yep.
Huh?
I saw Brendan Dowling's thing on Facebook.
Yeah.
If anybody, I know we're still live, but the cards are getting a bit spread out. But Brendan Dowling had a few photographs up of basically a bare shell at the start of the week, putting the Corolla together for the rally. So they've done a good job. Here they are, completing the last stage. So well done to them. I'll give them a mention 3 or 4 minutes ago, just if anybody's interested. Name Sape of the clerk of the course just going through.
Oh, somebody popping out to see if anything else is going on.
It says the Junior Zeros are on, so that was the last competing car in the international rally, and I believe the first Junior Zero car is on the stage. So this is the little Peugeot 205 Zero car. What a lovely little car.
They were great pocket rockets. They really, really were. I mean, I remember Louise Aiken Walker, Kevin Ferber, Hakan Eriksson, Johnny Milner.
Me?
Yeah, all driving the door handles off them. And Johnny Milner, he had a special lightweight one as well that he took into Rallycross. Darlington Steel Rolling Mills that was sponsoring them. Also sponsored Mark Renison in the RS200 Evo.
I did the 3 British Championships, the Peugeot, the Camden Hardchrome Peugeot, Jeremy Barnes. First in the 1600 Group A car, and then upgraded to the 1900 Group A car when it was homologated for the 1990 and 1991 championships, including a couple of RAC rallies when they were RAC rallies.
It's funny, I get lost sometimes in Facebook, you know, when you go down rabbit holes.
Yes.
And I happen to put upon your name or Chris's name in the very early days. And it's nice. So heading into the final stage for the juniors today, Jack McKenna, Damien Doherty were leading by 7.3 seconds over Ben McIntyre and Andrew Wedlock. Jason Gorham and Aaron Kinnair were in third. They were just 8.8 seconds behind Ben McIntyre and Andrew Wedlock. Robbie O'Hanlon and Oisin Joyce were in fourth, a couple of minutes back. And Seamus Brown, who's down as super rallying, Seamus Brown and Damien Sheridan were fifth. So 7.3 seconds separating Jack McKenna from Ben McIntyre.
And it won't be long until they're at our camera position.
Until they're with us?
No. Within the next 30 seconds to a minute, I would say.
So good to get a view of the juniors. Who knows, in maybe 5 or 6 years we could be looking at Jack McKenna in the equivalent latest R5 or Ben McIntyre in something similar as they make their way up the rallying ladder on progression.
So I'd say Jack's about to appear. It's been a right good ding-dong going on between Jack McKenna and Ben McIntyre. 7.3 seconds between them, and that's pretty much all gained on the previous stage by Jack McKenna. Here we go. And they're all setting very competitive stage times relative to the Class 11 F cars. If they were in those classes, they would be competitive. So this should be Jason Gorham up next, and Aaron Conair in their Civic. Everybody's in Civics in the juniors, by the way, so just in case you think we're being repetitive, it's the car of choice. Some slightly different models, but they're all basically 1600 VTECs. They changed the rules a couple of years ago. Must be H-pattern gearboxes, I believe, now. It came into force in 2020, but it didn't really come into force because of the pandemic. Jason only 8 seconds behind Ben McIntyre in third place. Don't actually see Ben here. Oh, it seems that Ben McIntyre has retired at the start of the stage.
No way.
There. Oh, what a disappointment. Okay, board's out, but at the moment...
that is a pity.
That's
just
a shame.
after the start.
It takes the pressure off Jack McKenna, and he wouldn't wish it upon
no, of course not.
A fellow competitor, but disappointing day. Disappointing, Andrew Wedlock as well. These guys put a lot of effort in. They're only young. You've got to be under 25. And Andrew, in the production room, very valid point. This is pretty much the start of this stage where Cahan Record retired when it was first run. It was effectively the first stage this morning, and it was the first corner.
That's true.
So
we had high hopes for Cahan, and I'm sure he had them himself, but it didn't work out that way.
So the final car that we're going to cover on this year's rally, this is Seamus Brown and Damien Sheridan.
Who obviously move up a place, but again, they wouldn't wish it on anybody else either, you know?
Nope. So that's bringing to a head the live streaming from the stages today. We have high hopes of bringing you some shots from the finish, but the clock's ticking, and we're not getting a lot of information about what's going on there. So perhaps just for now we'll go to some ads for a couple of minutes.
Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up. out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up. up round the easy rate 150. Push on up. Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Great to have it done. There was an awful lot of hard work put in the week from a championship perspective, the week leading up to it. But I tell you what, the racing this weekend was something else, and it just goes to show you what quality we have here over in Ireland. You know, the speed of all the guys, and the top 10, any one of them could have won it. There was loads of guys knocking in really quick times, just didn't get it together for the full rally. Yeah. But do you know what it is? See, when West Cork comes, those guys will be ready as well. I think it's going to be phenomenal.
And that's the thing, Paddy, like that's what's so unbelievably exciting already, like for the championship to have this type of battle from word go in Galway.
Oh, absolutely, you know, and with the live stream as well, you know, it's went down really, really well. And the feedback on our Facebook page has been brilliant, you know, and it's been from all over the world, congratulating the guys and yourselves and how well it was done. But you know, at the end of the day, it's about the rally, and I think we should be really proud of the guys and all the quality of that we have here in Ireland. You know, it's just phenomenal, and you know, I'd say we're probably one of the best championships in Europe, yeah. And that's down to our competitors.
Absolutely, like in the time and the money that's put into it.
Well, I mean, you know, all these guys are so professional now. Yes, there's money, a lot of money involved, but I think they're in a position, as well as the championship, you know, where we can now attract the sponsors because of the coverage that we're getting. It's unbelievable. You know, we had sponsors coming looking for us this year, which is, you know, it just tells you something else as well, you know. But these guys are so professional. You know, they have teams around them that other people don't see. They have their gravel crews. They have guys that are doing the admin for them. There's guys looking after the accommodation. You know, they're just so professional.
Yeah. And I mean, that is, honestly, for the size of Ireland, that is such a credit to this country and the rallying community.
Well, listen, it's a small island. My God, if you make a comparison to Spain, you know, it's an island of 8 million people. the likes of Spain or Germany or Portugal or any of them, those are populations of 30 million plus, you know. And look at what we can bring out in our wee island. It's just fantastic.
It is fantastic. Come here, Paddy. Well done. It's great to get the weekend over and the start to the championship. So thanks for having us, and we're going to cut back to an ad break now.
Okay, Tony. Thank you. Cheers.
Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
For Galway County and City, so it just goes to show the fine weather brings everybody out, and I think everybody had a great day today out on Road to the Frame.
And you know as well as I do that the lads of Galway Motor Club work really hard.
Absolutely, and just to commend everybody associated with it for bringing it back to Galway again in 2023 and looking forward to it again in 2024.
And listen, you go up there now, shake a few hands and give out a few prizes. Do we have our first competitor to come up to the stage? We're going to bring up the overall third, second and first of all. I think I saw Eugene Dalton around there from Corrib. Up here, Eugene, because you're the man with the purse.
You know, it's mandatory, but anyway, it was all in a really good cause. It was a fantastic event over the weekend. Weather played well.
I don't know. They need to run the cars too, out down here.
I think anyone I've talked to had a very
That's the way to have it anyway. Thanks very much, Eugene Dalton from Corrib, responsible of the event, and driving up here on the ramp is Sam Moffat and Keith Moriarty, finishing third overall in their lovely Hyundai i20. And lads, you're going to have to hop out anyway.
Once you get them out.
Listen, Sam, I spoke to you very early yesterday, and you were doing very, very well. Are you happy with third?
Oh, well, sure. First would be nicer, but no, we'll take it at this stage. New car for us, and I suppose we had a great start Saturday morning, and then Saturday evening, I suppose we kind of let the boys get away. And yeah, I suppose we're delighted to be here. If you had us had third place Saturday morning, we'd have took it. So yeah, delighted to be here. Great event, and thanks everyone.
New car, how did it go for you? Are you happy with it?
It went better than me, maybe, but no, we had a great day for 2 days. Car went very well, and ready for the next round.
When is the next round?
In March in West Cork.
Listen, good luck on that. Thanks very much for talking to us, Keith. Just a quick word. We don't often talk to the navigators properly, but did you enjoy your weekend?
Yeah, I enjoyed my weekend, and I was kind of saying it to Sam, and the boys were all there. If you told us on Friday evening that
Go
we
ahead.
heard,
Sam, I'll bring you over
It's
here.
just a new car, and
Great.
Sam wasn't
Lovely.
racing them boys last year.
Sam, congratulations, an excellent result for the first one back out in the brand new car.
Yeah, it's good. I'd like it obviously to be higher up, but we'll work for that again in the next rally. And yeah, good to be racing the guys. You kind of have this self-doubt when you haven't been out for a while. Can you race the guys? But we were there, and thankfully we did.
And I mean, that must be a great feeling now. You know, you're finished Galway, but you're heading into West Cork next, and the confidence of that must be fabulous.
Yeah, we've had a lot of good results in West Cork, so I'm hoping I can carry that and yeah, see how it goes.
Good man, Sam. Thanks for talking to us all weekend, and congratulations. So that's Sam Moffat.
Thank you. See you now. Thank you.
And we have Keith Moriarty, the navigator, here as well. Just the usual official presentations and photos being taken here now, folks. We've also got the main sponsor here, the boss of Corrib Oil, and everybody's very happy looking there. It's a great achievement now, to be fair, to get to the end of the event, particularly with such tricky conditions all weekend. So it's a good feeling for these guys to be over the ramp here now this evening. We can hear Josh's car starting in the background as well, so once Sam gets off the ramp, I would say we will be speaking to Josh next.
Sam and Keith Moriarty. Second overall, last year's victorious priority this event, the leader over just a quick word, Josh, not to be this year, you enjoyed winning last year, but today told a different story.
Yeah, I suppose we had yesterday, and I think we just made a few mistakes today, and obviously Marion was very close behind us and took on ahead of us. Tore over. Obviously, he had a very clean race all weekend, and he was going very fast. So, yeah, look at second, it's probably not a start to the championship, really. There's a long way to go yet. So,
He's cute, isn't he? Is it difficult to defend a title? You know, in rallying, I mean, obviously everybody wants to beat last year's winner.
Yeah, I suppose the expectations are on you or whatever, but look, I just go to the rally and do my own thing and try and enjoy it.
And so long as you do, and I hope to see you back again next year at the Corrib Galway International Rally. And I'm going to have a very quick word with Andy Hayes.
Congratulations, you got to the end of the event, which is a very tough one to do at the start of the year.
Yeah, that's for sure, and the conditions we had over the weekend certainly made it challenging. So yeah, look, we're over the moon to come to the end of it. Yeah.
And second place, not exactly what you would have wanted, but not too bad after the battle and all weekend.
Oh, for sure, the amount of different leaders throughout the weekend. So yeah, look, to come home with second is still not bad, and it's a good start to the championship.
And how's everything feeling now in the camp to head to West Cork?
Yeah, I think fairly positive. Like, I think the stages this afternoon sort of wouldn't be sort of my favourite makeup of a stage. So yeah, I think it's probably positive enough going to West Cork.
Brilliant. Well, good man. Congratulations on the result.
Thank you.
So that's Josh Moffat.
Yep.
Morning.
Morning. No bother. Yeah, up. In the middle. We'll go up. I go to the side the same. Sorry. Yeah.
Our hard luck, but next year we'll be back.
Just put up here with me. One more.
Nice watch, thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right.
When you're down, thank you very much.
All right, Tona. Come on.
Right, cheers. Thanks so much.
Not a bother.
Yep.
go.
Sorry.
Well, I met you at the end of the final stage and you had a big smile on your face, and you still have a big smile on your face. I think you enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think I'll have a smile on my face for about 6 weeks until we land in West Coast, then I'll have to think about business again. But no, it's great to get this. You know, we were so close last year, and it looked last night like we'd given away a bit, but managed to come back. The Black Road was good to be again, so yeah, we did damage there and held on.
I said to you on the radio that you loved that stage.
Yes. I think I said to you, it's very underrated, probably one of the best stations in Ireland for me. It's got a bit of everything, and yeah, we got it together and come out of there in the lead, and I just told myself I can't let this go this, you know. So yeah.
It's a long time since this title went overseas. Are you going to be setting a new trend, you know, for next year and the year after?
Well, hopefully, you know. I think 15 years is marking in 1 year, and Mark has grown up here before. I don't know where they were, but they did okay.
Listen, well done. Great to talk to you, and congratulations once again. That's Marion Evans, the winner.
Hey, Paddy, come on.
Jonathan, I'm sure you enjoyed that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And your thoughts on the back road that Corrib has at some stage?
At some stage. It's a real challenge.
Do you want this on?
I live around. Looks good. The green ring. The green ring.
Man, congratulations! What an epic result.
Yeah, it was nice to get it, you know. It's a bit of pressure last hours when you spoke to me, you could probably tell, but yeah, to get it over the line and get the win here and start the championship off with a win more than anything as well is great.
I mean, to have that win under the belt and head into West Cork leading the championship is unbelievable.
Yeah, it is, you know, and like I said on the Ulster really some years ago, I wasn't too comfortable in sort of rallies like this, so yeah, competitive here last year, we just missed out, but you know, it's never easy winning these rallies with so many quick guys, so yeah, we gave it everything and it's nice. All our work's paid off.
Exactly. Congratulations and well done, Marion. We look forward to seeing you again in West Cork, and we'll just get a quick word now with Jonathan. Jonathan, you had a hard weekend's work too.
It's a tough weekend. Yeah, stages are really challenging for both sides of the car, so really enjoyable though. You know, it's a great challenge and always one you relish at the start of the year.
I mean, we've been talking about the championship all weekend, obviously, but it is so exciting to come into the first event of the year and to actually, you know, come away with the win.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it gets the year off to a good start and hopefully sets the trend now going forward. But these boys aren't going to make it easy, so it should be a really good year again.
Excellent, good man, John. Thanks for talking to us and congratulations. And it's going to be champagne time now soon, folks, so bear with us.
You're ready for your sign out, are you? Well, tell them not to spray off. Oh, they're going to do the picture first. Josh, don't you spray me with beer if they give it to you, shall not? No, Jesus, no, I don't do that. Absolutely certain. I only live 20 miles from you.
So just a few more.
They'll be out of focus every time I see them from that now on up the way.
So we're just waiting for the official photos to be taken with the event winners, Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson. They'll be delighted to take home the title of the 2023 Corrib Galway International Rally.
Which the winners of the Galway International Rally have been receiving since the early 80s,
Gary, you won't be in the centre. No, that's in there. No, Gary, present is the most stuff. Gary. Okay, here we go. Right, gentlemen. Looking up here. Lovely.
Just here, boys. Okay. Thanking you.
One more. Smiling. Lovely.
You get them to hold it.
One last one. Lovely, thank you. Just throw one more with that if you don't mind.
Want me to take that?
got it? Yeah. Gary is gone. I don't like it coming back.
Just here, boys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a minute. I'll go on answer this for a second. Sure, you want to happy? Or you want to get this?
I'll take that out.
Reinforced.
We'll go to the far side there. Tony. Yeah, more room on this side. Oh, we're getting out. Oh, no. Even better. Thank you, Paddy. That's lovely. Oh, that's excellent. Excellent. You stay in. Oh, fuck.
There you have it. Galway Rally 2023. We'll see you in West Cork.